Book 16, Chapter 15, Miliuo Island. Book 16, Starmus Sea, Chapter 15, Miliuo Island. Miliuo Island was a verdant island. Ancient trees could be seen everywhere, and the fresh air uplifted the spirits of Linley and the others. From afar, they could see the varied buildings, some sumptuous restaurants, and other edifices. The people on the streets were in an endless stream as well. At present, some members of bizarre races walked past Linley's group. Some were sharp-eared elfin creatures with faintly green skin, while others were enormous whale warriors whose faces had a rather scaly look. Although upon becoming a deity, one could transform into a human, some bizarre races had different aesthetic standards compared to humans. Even in human form, they would maintain some of the things they felt proudest about. For example, the tail of a foxman, or the fish scales of an oceanic creature. Linley's group was no longer puzzled by these things. Turning, he laughed as he looked at the nearby Delia and the others. "We've been on the sea for quite a while. Let's first go to a restaurant, and then to the arena and the free castle later." Linley had been curious long ago regarding the legendary arena. In this place, he would be able to see some of the techniques of real experts. How could he give up a chance like this? "We'll do as you say, Lord Linley." Aix chuckled as he spoke. Linley, hearing these words, understand that ever since his battle with Ganmontan, he had already become the acknowledged leader of this squad. This was how things worked in the infernal realm. Experts were revered. "Hey, boss, look. That squad dressed in blood-red armor. All of them are high gods." Bibi immediately pointed into the distance. Linley and the others immediately turned to look. Indeed, on the streaming, crowded streets, there were 3 men dressed in blood-red armor, which had some unique patterns atop them. Linley wasn't able to tell what sort of hidden meaning the patterns represented. As the 3 warriors walked atop the streets, everyone else on the streets intentionally maintained their distance, clearly not daring to offend them. The big bearded Bates said hurriedly, "Linley, that's the private army for protecting Miliuo Island. No matter what, don't offend them. All of them are high gods, and they are extremely many in number. Over these countless years, nobody has ever dared to cause trouble at Miliuo Island." "Understood." Linley laughed calmly. This private army of an island was actually vastly more elite than the Starmist army or the prefectural armies. In addition, Miliuo Island had been bustling for countless years now. Linley couldn't help but feel astonished by the person behind Miliuo Island. "Hey!" The nearby Delia frowned, her eyebrows knitting. "Bates, I remembered that you said before that Miliuo Island is divided into the West Island and East Island regions. In the East Island, it seems only the arena and the free castle are restricted. In the other areas, it is fine if battle occurs, so there shouldn't be any members of the island patrol, right?" Linley's group, prior to coming to Miliuo Island, had been warned about the rules of Miliuo Island by Bates, who was familiar with them. Only the arena and the free castle of Miliuo Island were safe grounds. "Those aren't patrols. Most likely, those 3 warriors are on break." The big bearded Bates laughed as he spoke. "Also, when Miliuo Island warriors are on patrol, each squad has 10 people, not 3. While walking and chatting, Linley's group headed deeper into Miliuo Island. Miliuo Island was simply too vast, with a circumference of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, which was multiple times larger than Linley's homeland of the Yulon continent. Fortunately, Linley's group was capable of moving at a speed that far exceeded mortals, and so to them, this sort of scope wasn't that much. "This restaurant isn't bad. I ate here last time." The big bearded Bates pointed at an ancient, classy-looking building in front of them. "All right. I'll trust your judgment." Bibi chortled and was the first to rush into the restaurant. Linley's group naturally began to laugh while following him. However, as they walked into the restaurant, Linley was stunned. By the side of the door, there was an explanation notice adot. "For those who eat in my restaurant, if they engage in battle, they must pay a fee of 10,000 inkstones. If a chair is broken, 100 inkstones must be paid. If a table is broken. What's this all about? Linley had never seen this outside of a restaurant before. Olivier, curious, also read through the rules. How greedy. The chairs and tables are probably worth not even a single inkstone, but they actually want to charge so much. Also, any overturned food needs to be paid at 10 times the price? Aix laughed. This is a unique aspect of Miluo Island. After all, in normal cities, battles are strictly forbidden. But in Miluo Island, aside from those two areas, the other areas all permit battle and killing. Or, at least, the patrol soldiers of Miluo Island won't interfere. But these many restaurants and hotels and other service areas, which have formed into a huge alliance, will interfere. The restaurants, hotels, and other service locations had formed an alliance? Linley was somewhat astonished. They won't go too hard on you, but if a battle occurs, then you absolutely must pay enough money. If you don't pay up, they'll attack. Aix sighed in praise. If I were a store owner, I'd hope for people to engage in battle, and then I would be able to collect money afterwards. Special places had special rules. How intriguing. Linley let out a few words of praise, and then headed into the restaurant. The restaurant was very large, and there were quite a few customers present. Linley's group headed up to the second floor, dividing into 2 tables. Linley's table was one seated near a window. Naturally, the fees were covered by Aix. The silverfish slices are so tender. They melt as soon as they enter the mouth. Bibi sighed in amazement, hurriedly using his spoon to scoop up yet another piece of fish, delivering it to his mouth while calling out loudly, "Delicious, delicious." This Bibi, Linley and Delia were enjoying this rare chance to eat delicacies as well. Did you misspeak? How is that possible? Of course I didn't misspeak. This is absolutely correct. On the sea here from Blue Maple City of the Redbud continent, every single large-scale bandit force was completely destroyed. Those bandit forces were completely dispersed. Hearing this, Linley was shocked. All of the powerful bandit forces from Blue Maple City to here had been destroyed? Who could be so powerful? Linley turned to look, and saw 2 men drinking wine and chatting amongst themselves. One of them, a man with long golden hair, was speaking with assurance and composure. You might laugh at me for saying this, but a good friend of mine became a bandit. He personally witnessed a black-haired man wipe out his orchid coral island. The 11 high gods on the island, the leader included, all died. That black-haired man only used a single blade attack. My friend and the other ordinary bandits immediately fled in every direction. Most likely, that expert couldn't be bothered to chase down and kill ordinary gods, but the discussion between these two was overheard by quite a few people nearby, and these people all began to discuss the matter amongst themselves as well. Clearly, the news of many powerful bandit forces being destroyed was no longer a secret. This is true. Roughly a month ago, it seems as though one of the high gods of Blue Shark Island's bandit forces escaped. All the others died. Linley's group, hearing these conversations, couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Destroyed so many bandit forces, all by himself? Bibi sighed, somewhat surprised. Olivier frowned. Black-haired man? Everyone, do you still remember that man who resisted those thunderbolts back then that we ran into me? Linley's mind immediately drifted back to the scene of the Fogsea storm, and how that man who carried a warblade on his back resisted the lightning bolts. That man had a head of black hair. If it was him, he probably really did have the power to destroy all those powerful bandits. Linley said to himself. At the same time, Linley also thought of how when they had encountered a small group of ordinary bandits, that black-haired man had immediately attacked and killed them. Clearly, the black-haired man held a deep hatred for bandits. Linley's group chatted while eating. Linley, these dishes are excellent. Have a taste. Delia said. Linley couldn't help but to turn and smile at her. But right at this moment, bang! A wild, explosive collision sound rang out on the second floor of the restaurant. Immediately, the other customers on the second floor were startled. Linley turned to look and noticed that two people were fighting each other, moving as fast as lightning. Clang! Divine artifacts clashed, and then only blurred legs which gave off a fiery glow could be seen, smashing viciously into the chest of the other black-robed man, who was immediately sent flying. Swoosh! The black-robed man was kicked so viciously that he flew as fast as lightning towards the direction Linley's group was in. The man was about to crash into and ruin Linley's table of dishes. Linley couldn't help but frown, and divine earth power began to gather on his body. He actually really is trying to kill me. The black-robed man who was kicked flying was actually overjoyed in his heart. He was planning to seize the opportunity to flee and fly out from the window near Linley's group, but as he came falling down towards Linley's group, a strange repulsive force activated upon the black-robed man's body. The repulsive force was simply too strong. The black-robed man, suffering this invisible repulsive force, was actually sent flying back the opposite way, accelerating at high speed towards the fiery red figure. Slash! A fiery red blade shadow chopped down, and actually easily sliced through the black-robed man's head. The black-robed man stared disbelievingly, and then his head blew apart. The impact of the sudden repulsive gravity being applied to the black-robed man had caused him to be in a state of astonishment, and so he had died to a single blow. Ha! After so many years, I finally killed you, you bastard. The fiery light surrounding the red-robed man's body vanished. His face was filled with excitement, while at the same time, he stretched out with his hand to collect the interspatial ring and the divine artifact. At this moment, one of the waiters in the restaurant walked over and said casually, "You should know the rules. All the expenses, combined, total 32,100 inkstones. At Miluo Island, there were very few people who dared to offend their alliance. Thus, there was no need for threats. A waiter coming over with the bill was enough." The red-robed figure very straightforwardly withdrew 30,000 or so inkstones, and then left, heading towards Linley's group. Bowing slightly, he said, "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have been before I would have been able to avenge my enmity. You can leave now. Don't bother us." Bibi, still chewing on delicacies, just frowned. The red-robed man wasn't angry. He immediately left. It really is necessary to be careful at Miluo Island. Battles can occur at any point in time. Linley, after having seen this, warned himself. His plan was to next go to the Free Castle to buy some things. It seemed that he needed to be careful. After all, upon revealing his fortune, it was possible that others would lust after it. After dining, Linley's group left the restaurant, then headed straight for the famous arena of Miluo Island. The arena was extremely large, taking up over 100 kilometers. The spectators of the arena weren't permitted to battle each other. If they were discovered to be engaging in battle, they would suffer the assaults of the patrol soldiers of Miluo Island, who would show no mercy at all. Anyone who wished to watch the battles would have to pay a fee of 100 inkstones. The fee really is quite high. The arena supposedly has millions of seats. If all the seats were filled, just based on this alone, their daily income would be in excess of 100 million inkstones. Linley sighed in amazement. 100 million inkstones a day, how much is that in 10,000 years? This was indeed a vast sum. However, only someone with sufficient strength was capable of maintaining it. Just by looking at the many island guards with blood-red armor, one would understand how powerful the force here was. While passing through the staircases and entering the walkways, Linley's group would often see roving patrols of the island guards. All of them are high gods. I've seen over 1,000 by now. Who knows how many island guards there are in total? Linley was secretly shocked. As Linley's group of experts ran towards the viewing platforms of the arena, they didn't know that in a different part of the corridors of the arena, there were some familiar faces. Captain, our patrol for today is over. Let's first go out and have some fun. Patrolling bores me to death. 10 island guards, dressed in the same blood-red armor, were walking together. They were chatting amongst themselves. Go out for fun? Today, we have some things to do when we get back. Next time. A calm voice rang out. Oh. The 9 others couldn't help but feel resigned. Only, they didn't dare disobey the orders of their captain. They knew exactly how formidable and how powerful their captain was. He was a person who, in the High God Arena, had won 100 battles in a row. To win 100 consecutive battles in the arena was a tremendous glory. Caesar, that kid, alas. The captain let out a long sigh. If Linley was present, he would definitely recognize this captain dressed in the blood-red armor. Amazingly, he was an expert of the Yulan continent, Taras. Only, the current Taras had already become a high god. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 16, Familiar Face. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 16, Familiar Face. The arena was divided into 3 levels. The High God Arena, the God Arena, and the Demigod Arena. There was only a single High God Arena, 3 God Arenas, and just 3 Demigod Arenas as well. Boss, which level should we visit first? BB hurriedly asked. The High God battle should be the most exciting. Naturally, we'll go there. Linley laughed. The others also were rather more interested in the High God battles, and so all of them followed the directions on the walkway and headed directly towards the High God Arena. Moments later, Linley's group arrived at the vast arena. The High God Arena. The central dueling area was a round, empty expanse of land that was 5 kilometers in diameter. Around it was an extremely dense cluster of spectator seats. At a glance, there were nearly 1 million seats. The High God Arena is a large one. The other 2 arenas aren't nearly as large. The big bearded Bates said. Linley's group headed through the corridors to find some empty seats, then sat down. Deity-level combatants were able to see to a very great distance. Thus, everyone was able to see clearly across multiple kilometers to view the 2 men battling in the central dueling area. Currently, in mid-air, 2 figures were hovering while staring at each other. One was a muscular, one-horned man. The other was a devilish, bewitching red-haired woman. What attracted Linley's attention wasn't these 2 people who were preparing for combat, it was the edges of the central area. In front of the viewing platforms was one blood-red armored warrior after another. At the edges of the circular viewing platforms, every few meters, there was an island guard's warrior. There are actually over 1,000 island guards here. Linley inspected them carefully. These people alone represented a force of 1,000 high gods. In addition, these were just the ones who were standing at the edges. It must be understood that other areas, such as the roving patrols going through the corridors, had quite a few island guards as well. The number of island guards present at this arena was simply astonishing. Wow! There's quite a few island guards. BB sighed in amazement. Aches laughed. This is the High God Arena. They are here to prevent the shockwaves from the battle from harming the viewers. Thus, they arranged for so many island guards present. The number of island guards at the God Arena are far fewer, while the Demigod Arena has virtually no island guards present. How much damage could shockwaves from a demigod-level fight cause? The big bearded Bates chuckled as well. While chatting, Linley's group also carefully watched the battle going on in the center of the arena. 2 figures, transformed into blurs, were currently battling as fast as lightning. In midair, multiple rays of light flashed, while Linley's group continued to watch carefully. Rumble! The devilish red-haired beauty actually brandished forth a red staff, striking down like lightning towards the horned man. A desolate scream could be heard, and the horned man was sent smashing away. And then, with a queer boom, his body exploded. Clorinda, second victory! A voice rang out. The devilish red-haired beauty flew directly down towards the corridors below the arena. Too weak. Watching this battle, Linley secretly shook his head. Just by using a slight amount of the rather unique explosion profound mystery of the elemental laws of fire, she was able to win twice. The quality of the combatants in this arena is really low. Linley had simply seen far too many powerful experts. Bluefire, Beirut, Learmonth, Royal Wing, Elquin, Fusro. Even the Ganmontan he had defeated was far superior to these people. Next to Linley, the big bearded Bates said softly, "Linley, any high gods who wish to participate in this arena are permitted to, so of course there will be differences in quality. However, true experts will occasionally appear as well, which is why the ordinary battles will of course be considered by you as uninteresting." Occasionally appear? Linley shook his head, feeling resigned. The reason he had come was to watch experts do battle. According to their plans, they would only stay for a day or two at this Miliuo Island. After finishing their shopping at the Free Castle, they would leave. He didn't have time to wait here for experts to appear. Unfortunate. Linley sighed. The experts here at the arena are actually fairly common. Bates said in a hushed voice. The High God Arena has a rule: if one can defeat 10 combatants in a row, then all items at the Free Castle will be 10% off. If one wins 50 victories, everything in the Free Castle will be 20% off. But if you win 100 victories, all items in the Free Castle will be at half price, and in addition, a reward of 10 billion inkstones will be given. At the same time, one will be qualified to enter a secret area of the western part of the island to do a special viewing. Half-price shopping and a 10 billion inkstone reward? Linley didn't care too much about those, but a special viewing of a secret area in the western island? What does that mean? Linley was rather puzzled. The eastern part of the island was publicly open to anyone, but the western part of the island was forbidden to outsiders. However, Linley had never heard of a secret area in the western part of the island. Miliuo Island is jointly controlled and run by 5 great clans. The disciples of these 5 clans, as well as the island guards, all live on the western part of the island. However, supposedly, the western part of the island has an extremely important hidden area. Only someone who receives a joint invitation from the 5 clans or someone who wins 100 victories is qualified to go pay a visit. Bates sighed. Linley couldn't help but feel curious. 5 major clans jointly managed Miliuo Island. Then, what was this so-called secret area on the western part of the island? Bates, you've never gone to take a look? Linley looked at him. I would very much like to. Bates shook his head and laughed. Only, I value my own life rather highly. Winning 10 victories, for me, wouldn't be too hard. But 100? After all, not all combatants will be very weak. If an expert suddenly appears, won't I be finished? Can it be that nobody has been so lucky as to only encounter weaklings during the 100 battles? Linley asked. Impossible. Bates shook his head. Even if you are lucky and only encounter weak high gods during the first 99 battles whom you defeat, at the 100th battle, the 5 clans will arrange for one of their own experts to go test the challenger. Every single person who is truly victorious in 100 battles is a true expert, and has at least my level of power. Linley nodded slightly. It made sense. The 5 clans wouldn't so casually toss out 10 billion inkstones to someone who was lucky but weak. The reward alone is 10 billion inkstones. The 5 clans truly are rich and profligate. Linley said to himself. Linley, if you try for yourself, winning 100 battles would be very easy. Bates said enticingly. Generally speaking, someone at the 6-star fiend level is capable of winning 100 battles. Lucky 5-star fiends also have a shot. After all, generally speaking, you might not see a 7-star fiend participate in the arena even so much as once every 10,000 years. Linley chuckled. That was of course the case. Would an almighty 7-star fiend care about 10 billion inkstones? But of course, as time passed, over the course of 10,000 years, perhaps a 7-star fiend might appear to take part. Boss, quick, look. Bibi said urgently. Eh? Linley looked at Bibi, puzzled. Not just Bibi, even Delia and the others all called out, Linley, quick, look at the person who appeared in midair. That's the person we encountered back then. After having seen the first battle, Linley wasn't too interested in the arena battles any longer. But at this moment, Linley immediately turned to look. What he saw shocked him. In the wide, empty space, there was a familiar figure. Him? A look of amazement appeared on Linley's face. Who would have expected that an event which happens perhaps once every 10,000 years is happening right now? Such a powerful expert really has come to participate. In the empty space of the arena, a cold, callous man, dressed in a long black robe and carrying a warblade on his back was standing there. His long black hair fluttered loosely in the wind. He stood there like a glacier who had existed for countless years, icy and unapproachable. In his eyes, electric sparks were dancing. It's him. Bates cleared his throat and said in amazement, if he participates, isn't he guaranteed to win 100 victories? The nearby Bibi said, puzzled, eh? I remember that he traveled faster than us. Logically speaking, he should have arrived at Miluo Island long before us. He shouldn't be here with us at the same time. Traveling by himself, that black-haired man was indeed very fast. But Linley thought back to the conversations of the others in the restaurants. From Blue Maple City to Miluo Island, all of the larger bandit forces had been destroyed. Perhaps it was because he destroyed so many bandit forces on the way. Or perhaps he was training on the way. Linley said to himself. Linley immediately began to watch the arena carefully. After all, the person battling was the powerful black-haired man. You are too weak. Beat it. A calm voice echoed in the air above the arena. The speaker was the black-haired man. His opponent was dressed in a long white robe, and was a handsome, violet-haired youth who wielded a scepter that was flashing with white light. The viewing area immediately burst into a commotion. It had been many years since they saw someone so arrogant, to order the opponent to beat it before the battle even began. The violet-haired youth, hearing this word, couldn't help but feel enraged. You'll only know after fighting. The black-haired man couldn't help but stare at him. Swish! Suddenly, 2 bolts of electric light shot out from the black-haired man's eyes. The speed was so fast that the violet-haired youth wasn't able to dodge at all. It directly slammed into the violet-haired youth's body, and the violet-haired youth trembled slightly, then collapsed, never to rise again. The hundreds of thousands of onlookers were all momentarily stunned. The entire viewing platform was utterly still. Weaklings should not come. If you do, you are looking for death. Next challenger. Someone stronger. I'll just keep fighting here. The black-haired man said calmly. Consecutive battles, ... This was an extremely arrogant display, because if one engaged in consecutive battles, one wouldn't have the chance to choose one's opponent. Regardless of who the next opponent was, he had to do battle. Even if the next opponent was an Azura, he'd still have to do battle. But of course, there was no way an Azura would participate. Thus, as long as one wasn't completely hot-heated, generally speaking only a true expert would dare to do consecutive battles. Lomio, 1 victory. A voice rang out from within the arena. Everyone, right now, Mr. Lomio has chosen to engage in consecutive battles. Any high god, no matter who, is permitted to participate. Anyone who is interested can immediately go down below to register. Alright, now, time for the second battle. Linley watched without blinking. He watched straight from the first to the 10th battle. As for the 11th battle, it wasn't that Linley didn't want to continue watching, it was that he no longer had the chance to. This was because every person who wanted to fight in the arena could only fight 10 battles each day. Even if one wanted to fight 100 battles, one would have to spread it out over 10 days. Lomeo fought 10 consecutive battles, gaining victory easily in each one. His power was so great that the onlookers all found it hard to breathe as they watched. Too powerful. Linley's heart was trembling. This person is very skilled in both material attacks and soul attacks. In addition, from start to finish, he's never even drawn his warblade. Lomeo. Linley memorized this name. They went to watch a few battles at the God Arena and the Demigod Arena. Bibi even joined the God Arena and fought 10 battles in a row. Given Bibi's power, just by unleashing a bit of his might, he easily won 10 victories. After leaving the arena, Linley's group headed straight for the free castle. Bibi, how bored are you? You actually went to compete. Linley laughed. 10 victories, you know. At least I got this medallion. I'll be getting a 10% discount when shopping. Bibi said delightedly. Linley was speechless. How much money could shopping possibly use up? 10% off was nothing to them. Given the wealth which Linley and Bibi currently had, a discount of 10% was meaningless. The free castle is beautifully built. Linley looked at the distant, dark green walls and the red-topped ancient castle. This castle's entrance was like a non-stop flood of people. This place has many products for sale. Some of the Star Mist Sea, some from other continents. It has even more things for sale than the black sand castles of the Redbud continent. Aches sighed in amazement. Linley's group immediately entered through the gateway. At the sides of the entrance to the free castle, a man with black hair who was dressed in a long, loose robe was lazily lying down in the grass, holding and nursing a bottle of wine. If Linley had seen him, he would immediately have recognized him. This was an old friend who, like them, had come from the Yulan continent. Caesar. Caesar currently looked very dispirited. Last time? Haha, last time? Caesar raised his head to laugh loudly, his tears dripping down. Quite a few people on the streets turned to look at him, but none of them would be so bored as to interfere. Linley, already at the gateway, suddenly turned to look into the distance. He stared carefully, but around him was a sea of people. Could I have misheard? Linley, just now, vaguely felt as though he had heard Caesar's voice. But there were many people with similar voices, and although Linley looked carefully, he didn't see Caesar. I must have heard wrong. Linley shook his head and sighed. Boss, let's head in. What are you looking at? Bibi said, and Delia looked towards Linley as well. Let's go in. Linley laughed. He thus entered the free castle along with Delia. But what Linley didn't know was that Caesar was lying in the grass by the road. If Caesar had stood up, Linley would perhaps have seen him, but he was lying down. How could Linley discover him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 17, A Confrontation. Book 16, Star Mist Sea, Chapter 17, A Confrontation. Miluo Island. A dazzling jewel of the Star Mist Sea. An unofficial force which was actually capable of building up a free castle, capable of allowing trade. In addition, it had been in existence for countless years. This was indeed a queer thing. Because of low taxation rates as well as other attractive policies, countless merchants of the infernal realm all gathered here. Every day, the number of customers who came to the free castle were beyond number. The free castle had a total of 6 layers. 4 of them were publicly available for guests to enter, while Linley's group was currently on the first floor's main hall. Fighting is strictly forbidden in the free castle as well. It is very safe here. Everyone can go their own ways here and buy whatever they want by themselves. After finishing, we'll gather together. Linley glanced at the people around him and spoke. This group of people had already very naturally taken Linley as their leader. Everyone agreed. After all, everyone's amount of wealth was different and different things to buy. The group immediately split apart, with everyone heading in different directions. Linley, I'll go browsing as well, Olivier said to Linley, and then left by himself to go roam the free castle. The only ones remaining were Linley, Delia, and Bibi. Boss, where to first? Bibi was very excited. He had an enormous fortune on him, and so naturally he looked forward to spending it. Linley looked around, then saw that at the sides of the main hall, there were sales counters with signs for various items. These sales counters had items which were all quite low-priced, most under 100 inkstones. Linley remembered how when he had been at the Redbud Castle, there had been 3 stories, with each story representing a different level of price. Most likely, this free castle was the same. I'll head straight for the 4th level. Most likely, the 4th floor has the best items for the highest price. It wasn't that Linley was wasteful of his money, he understood that in the infernal realm, the best items cost more money. Bibi was the first to walk forward, while Linley and Delia followed from behind as they constantly moved up the stairways. There's certainly a large number of island guards here. Linley noticed that throughout the free castle, those blood-red armored high god warriors could be seen. Delia laughed. With so many island guards present, even if someone wanted to fight, they wouldn't dare. Linley nodded. Bibi carefully inspected those island guards. How many people can possibly resist the combined attacks of a group of high gods? Most people naturally wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Even if there is an expert capable of resisting the surrounding group of island guards, most likely more island guards would quickly head here. Miluo Island has existed for countless years. Their power is nothing to joke about. As he spoke, Linley led his group into the 4th floor of the free castle. The 4th floor's main hall held an enormous exhibition area with a number of trade items on display within. Every single sign showed exceedingly astonishing prices. The lowest was marked in millions of inkstones, while the higher ones started at 100 million inkstones. Most deities wouldn't dare to enter a place like this. Boss, this place has death god golems, Bibi said excitedly. Death god golems? Linley immediately turned to look in the direction of Bibi's pointing finger. Indeed, there was a large display area with several death god golems on display. Delia laughed. Linley, you finally found it. Linley immediately laughed as he walked over. He had wanted to buy some death god golems long ago. At a critical point in time, one could use it to completely entangle an opponent and then flee. Only, death god golems weren't something you could simply buy with money. Linley had made inquiries in the other cities he had passed through, but hadn't found any death god golems for sale at all. Hey, how much do your death god golems sell for? Bibi was the first to ask. The shopkeeper was an icy-looking youth with short black hair and violet eyes. He was currently seated in his shop with his eyes closed. Hearing Bibi's words, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "The price is marked very clearly on the sign. Go read it for yourself." And then he shut his eyes again. Linley couldn't help but laugh. Someone who ran a business but had an attitude like this really was rare. Is this person relying on the fact that death god golems are easy to sell? Delia laughed. Linley nodded, then glanced at the price list. Death god golems were divided into 3 levels, based on the toughness of their bodies. High-level death god golems had bodies that were as tough as high god artifacts, and were exceedingly hard to destroy. Low-level, mid-level, high-level. High-level death god golems each cost 150 million inkstones. This price was actually reasonable. How many high-level death god golems do you have? Linley asked. Only now did the black-haired youth open his eyes. Frowning, he glanced at Linley. How many are you buying? 100. Do you have that many? Bibi said. Linley couldn't help but look at Bibi. He had no intentions of buying so many. It must be understood that to control a death god golem to engage in battle, one had to focus one's mind on it to control it. Generally, each person could only control a single one. But of course, if one didn't have to control them too exquisitely, a single person could control quite a few. Linley currently had 4 souls. He could simultaneously control 4 death god golems with perfect accuracy. But of course, if Linley's original body was battling with the enemy, at most he could have his 3 extra souls accurately control 3 death god golems total. If the level of control didn't have to be too high, then he would be able to control much more. The cold man shook his head. I can at most sell you 10 high-level death god golems. If you can sell 10, I'll take 10. Linley laughed. Linley was already very satisfied with this figure. Also, those mid-level golems. Give me 200 of those as well. Linley was preparing to accurately control the high-level golems. As for the mid-level ones, in a time of emergency, they would be used as cannon fodder. Mid-level death god golems were worth 15 million. 200? The cold youth shook his head. I can at most provide 100. That's fine too. Linley happily paid for and took those 10 high-level death god golems and 100 mid-level death god golems. Buying these death god golems cost a total of 2.7 billion inkstones. To Linley, this was nothing at all. The amount of money he himself had was nearly 200 billion inkstones. As for Bibi, he had gathered countless amethysts, which made up an astonishing fortune. Actually, the total price should have been 3 billion inkstones, but Bibi had that 10% discount medallion which she had won in the arena for 10 victories. After having sold those 10 high-level death god golems and 100 mid-level death god golems, a rare smile was on the face of that cold, callous youth. With a wave of his hand, he collected all of the items of his store into his interspatial ring, then turned and left the 4th floor. He actually leave? Bibi stared. He's most likely sold off all of his product. Those remaining low-level death god golems aren't much. Linley guessed. Death god golems were very hard to make. If one had money, one would still find them hard to purchase. After all these years of wandering various cities, Linley had yet to find any death god golems. One could imagine how rare they were. Let's go. Keep shopping for more treasures, Bibi said in a high, excited voice. Walking to the main hall of the 4th floor's various exhibits, Linley sensed how wonderful having money was. He directly purchased many precious treasures. It must be understood, these treasures were things which people might perhaps only obtain after risking their lives. But as for Linley, all he had to do was spend money. Where should we go next? Bibi said. We're pretty much done here in the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, only distant clothing stores were available. Bibi, at least, had no interest in clothing. As he saw it, shopping for clothes was boring. Wait. We have the clothing stores. Let's go take a look. Linley said hurriedly. Delia, what say you? Linley had noticed long ago that Delia would occasionally glance towards them. Women were always quite intrigued by clothing. Delia snorted, then walked over. There were some women trying out the clothes of the shop, but when Linley saw the prices listed, he felt a hint of surprise in his heart. These clothes are ridiculously expensive. All over 1 million inkstones? Although he said this, Linley wouldn't mind buying whatever Delia liked. After browsing through the 3 clothing shops, Delia arrived at the 4th without having found anything she liked. There were quite a few guests here. Business was quite good. Not bad. As Linley entered, he felt as though every set of clothing gave him a very superb feeling, as though they were exquisite works of art. Only, the price of clothes here was astonishing as well. The other places had clothes going for around 1 million inkstones, but here, almost every single set of clothes was over 10 million inkstones, with only a very few number being less. Linley, how about this one? After multiple selections, Delia took a fancy to a primarily pink outfit. Linley glanced at it, then his eyes gleamed. Excellent. Delia was smiling as beautifully as a flower. Clearly, she too had taken a fancy to this set of clothes. Only, the price of this set of clothes was simply too astonishing. Just this set alone actually cost more than 80 million inkstones. This was the second most expensive one in the store. The most expensive one cost 100 million inkstones. The nearby shopkeeper immediately said warmly, "This set of clothes is made from materials that come from the divine plane of light. It was made from the feathers of Boise swanmen, Boesai, and the owner of every single feather had reached the high god level. The materials for this set of clothes alone, combined with the shipping cost, is an astronomical figure. Its toughness is comparable to a high god artifact." Oh? Linley was rather surprised. Beautiful yet sturdy. This price made sense. Buy it. Linley nodded. The owner, seeing Linley nod so freely and easily, felt a surge of joy. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked. People really couldn't be judged by their appearances. Superficially, Linley looked as though he was only a god, but he didn't mind at all about paying nearly 100 million for a set of clothes. See this? Bibi reached out and flipped out his 10 victories medallion. The shopkeeper couldn't help but be astonished, and then he laughed. Alright, 10% off. You only need to pay 76 million inkstones. Linley laughed, then paid the money. Delia put on this set of pink clothes, carefully looking at herself in the mirror, clearly very happy. Looking at Delia's slightly blushing face, set off by the pinkness of her clothes, he felt that she was so devilishly charming. Linley had to say that this set of clothes was quite worth it, but... At this moment, outside the store, 6 people came in, the leader a callous-looking youth with short red hair who stood 2.2 meters tall. He was currently staring at Delia, dressed in that outfit, and a smile was on his face. "Young master, you've taken a fancy to it?" A silver-haired elder behind him said softly. "Yes. Not bad." The short red-haired youth nodded slightly, then said loudly, "Shopkeeper, do you have any more of that set of clothes that woman is wearing?" The shopkeeper, hearing this, turned to look at Delia, then quickly shook his head. "Sorry. The materials for this set of clothes are simply too rare. My shop only has this one set. Every single set of clothes in my shop is quite precious. Most of them are unique. Just one?" The red-haired callous youth frowned, then glanced sideways at Delia. The silver-haired elder behind him, quite intelligently, immediately walked forward towards Linley and Delia, saying directly to Delia, "Our young master has taken a fancy to the clothes you are wearing. Sell it to us." Linley, hearing this, was startled. He couldn't help but turn to look at them. "Give us the clothes. We'll pay you for it. However much the price was, we'll pay double," the silver-haired elder said calmly. Hearing this, the shopkeeper clearly was rather regretful. "Double?" Linley laughed, then glanced back at Delia. "Forget about double. Even if you wanted to pay us 10 times as much, we wouldn't sell it." The silver-haired elder's face immediately turned ugly. "Hey, that guy over there is your young master?" Bibi glanced at the red-haired, callous youth, then pursed his lips. "Young master, the clothes you are wearing are quite excellent. I've taken a fancy to them. You can go ahead and sell it to me. I'll pay you double as well. Are you willing to sell? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 18, The Blood-Colored Milieu Insignia. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 18, The Blood-Colored Milieu Insignia. The red-haired youth, hearing these words, couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his gaze growing cold. The silver-haired elder snorted with cold anger as well. You'd best know what's good for you. It's just a set of clothes, right? Be careful. Don't lose your lives for the sake of clothes. But Bibi paid no attention to the silver-haired elder's threats. You threaten me? Bibi rolled his eyes as he spoke angrily. But Linley realized something more. Linley carefully inspected this red-haired youth, then at the silver-haired elder. He secretly mused, most of the people who come to the 4th floor of the Free Castle for shopping are quite wealthy. In the infernal realm, most people who have money have great power as well. For the silver-haired elder to dare to be so arrogant in a place like this means that he should have some sort of a background. Although Linley wasn't afraid, in a strange place like this, he didn't want to make any enemies either. Bibi, Delia, let's go. Linley pulled the enraged Bibi as he began to walk towards the outside of the store. Linley didn't want to continue wasting time with these people. Whoosh! The 4 people behind the red-haired youth immediately blocked Linley's way. The 4 were all high gods. You want to leave? The red-haired youth let out a cold laugh, a very condescending look on face. There's nothing that I want that I cannot get. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to fight. You'd best hand that set of clothes to me. Otherwise. Linley couldn't help but begin to feel his anger rise as well. The offer of double price is gone now. However, we'll still give you the same price. Don't say that our Bajishao clan takes advantage of people. The silver-haired elder snickered as well. These words instantly caused the owner of the clothing store's face to change. Bagshaw clan? Linley was intrigued, but unfortunately, this was his first time at Milieu Island, and he had never heard of this Bagshaw clan. You'd best give them the clothes. The store owner urged. Linley, this Bagshaw clan seems to be rather formidable. Just give them the clothes. Delia sent through divine sense to Linley as well. Linley glanced at the nearby Delia. He knew that Delia, in her heart, really didn't want to part with it. Only, Delia didn't want to offend people for Linley's sake. It's fine. Linley laughed calmly. And then, Linley turned to look at those people and barked coldly, What, you want to start a fight in the Free Castle? Immediately, those people were stunned. This was the Free Castle. The laws and mores here forbade fighting. Anyone who engaged in combat would be mercilessly slaughtered by the island guards. Right at this moment, the patrolling guards on the main hall of the 4th floor noticed the situation as well, and immediately, a small group of 10 of them hurriedly walked over. The leader, a bald, burly man, shouted loudly, What's going on? You want to cause trouble here? Are you looking for death? Right, they are causing trouble. Bibi said angrily. Everyone, we bought a set of clothes, but these people here want to force us to sell it to them. We didn't, so they barred our way. Linley watched this happen calmly. Since the Free Castle had its own rules, then those rules definitely wouldn't be allowed to be broken by anyone, no matter who they were. Otherwise, who would care about the rules? Captain, these people are rather arrogant. The other guards immediately called out. You want to force others to sell their clothes to you? The bald burly man stared with eyes as wide as a bull's, a look of anger in his gaze. Such audacity! You dare to be so bold in the Free Castle. No matter who you are, nobody here in the Free Castle has the right to be so brash. Bibi immediately began to chortle. The arrogant red-haired youth frowned, glancing sideways with a cold look at the leader of the guards. With a flip of his hand, he revealed a blood-red insignia, covered by marvelous patterns. The patterns on the insignia was very similar to the patterns on the armor of the island guards. A blood-colored milieu insignia. The bald warrior stuttered, and his face instantly changed dramatically. "My lord." The 10 island guards, the bald leader included, immediately bowed respectfully as they spoke. Linley, Delia, and Bibi were shocked as well. And it is actually a high-level blood-colored milieu insignia. The shopkeeper was stunned as well. There were, in total, 2 types of the milieu insignias which conferred extremely high power within Milieu Island. The first type was green, while the other type was blood-colored. Blood-colored milieu insignias represented extremely great power. At the same time, they were also extremely rare. A blood-colored milieu insignia? Linley didn't understand what sort of treasure this thing was, but judging from the looks of those 10 guards, Linley understood the value of this insignia. The other island guards on the 4th floor also noticed the special event occurring here. Immediately, quite a few warriors hurried over, and even the general manager of the 4th floor hurried over. Immediately, hundreds of island guards surrounded the area. "Young Master Sekula, what is it? You want to buy clothes for your wife?" The general manager was a handsome, gold-haired youth. Seeing the young master, he immediately greeted him warmly. The red-haired, cold youth named Sekara laughed calmly and nodded. "Boss, the situation looks bad." Bibi sent through divine sense. How could Linley not have realized this already? "Linley, let's just give them the clothes." Delia sent through divine sense, urging him. Linley considered for a moment. Delia definitely liked this set of clothes very much, and he should keep it for her sake. But clearly, the opponent came from a ridiculously powerful background. Linley decided that he might as well swallow his anger for now. "Sorry, Delia." Linley looked at Delia, who laughed and shook her head. Seeing this, the silver-haired elder laughed, while the red-haired youth snickered as well. "Humph, now it's too late." The silver-haired elder snorted in an ill-tempered manner. "We won't give you a single inkstone. Do you want to offer it or not?" The silver-haired elder had a belly full of fire right now. As a member of the Bagshaw clan, how had he ever had to swallow his temper? "However, if you give it to us now, we'll generously spare your lives," the silver-haired elder said disdainfully. "Mother Fasterus Kerr, keep dreaming." Bibi was indescribably angry. Linley began to laugh. Laughter born of anger. He himself had been willing to swallow his anger to end this situation, but these people had actually taken him for a soft target, easily abused. What is going on with this free castle? Even when shopping here, we suffer threats and pressure, and a demand for us to give our items without compensation. This free castle isn't free at all. It seems the reputation of this Milieu Island is fake, and these island guards are nothing more than ornaments. Linley's voice echoed throughout the 4th floor. Immediately, the other customers all looked towards them. The looks on the faces of the island guards instantly turned ugly. The face of the young Master Sekara of the Bagshaw clan turned sinister as well. The rules of Milieu Island, which had been passed down since antiquity. In the free castle, nobody was permitted to engage in battle, no matter who they were. Any who violated this would be killed. If the rules were broken in the future, who would dare do business here? "Young Master Sekara, this isn't easy to handle." The general manager, that gold-haired youth, said through divine sense. The cold, arrogant young Master Sekara also knew what was important and what wasn't. Glancing at Linley's group, he said calmly, "Let's go." As he spoke, he led his people away. The general manager, that gold-haired youth, glanced at Linley, then sent through divine sense, "Kid, be careful. Offending Sekara in Milieu Island means that while you'll be safe in the free castle, as soon as you leave it," and then, the gold-haired youth left. Those island guards all left one by one as well. Those people really Mother Fasterus King went too far. Bibi was unable to restrain his temper. Linley, it's all my fault, Delia said softly. Linley tightly clenched Delia's hand, shaking his head. It isn't your fault. In the infernal realm, sometimes, if we have to endure, we will. But if someone goes too far, then we might as well just have a battle with them. Linley was laughing coldly in his heart as well. At worst, he would just go all out. He could use a drop of Sovereign's might and engage in a wild slaughter. What was there to fear? Let's go out, Linley said. Linley knew very well that at Miluo Island, the Bagshaw clan definitely had to be an extremely powerful force. Most likely, they were one of the 5 clans which controlled Miluo Island. Linley immediately decided that after finishing buying things in the free castle, they would head directly out of Miluo Island. I was originally planning to watch the next 9 days of competitions for that Lomio. Linley shook his head and sighed to himself. Linley's group intentionally strolled about for a while on the 3rd floor of the free castle, and then came to their original gathering spot. By now, half the people had already gathered here again. Linley's group only had to wait for less than an hour before Aches, the last one to return, came back. Sorry. There were many things in this free castle which normally aren't for sale in the Blacksand Castle or the Redbud Castle, so I had to take a bit of time, Aches said hurriedly. Linley's group all knew that Aches was a merchant. It wasn't strange for him to spend a bit more time. Everyone, you can head back first, Linley said. Ha! The big bearded Bates, Aches, and the others all immediately looked at Linley. In this free castle, we irritated members of the Bagshaw clan. Right now, there are people following us. For your safety, you need to leave first. Right, you can go to the restaurant we first ate at earlier, and we'll all regroup there. If we haven't arrived within 1 day, you can head off first, Linley said very directly. Bates and the others were all shocked. In the end, everyone wisely chose to leave. However, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier stayed by Linley. After waiting a long time after the others left, Linley's group headed towards the exit of the free castle. Behind Linley's group, however, was the silver-haired elder who stared at the backs of Linley's group. You offended my clan's young master, and you want to leave alive, The silver-haired elder immediately picked up the pace to follow. We're out. Everyone, be careful. Linley stepped out of the free castle, but then his face suddenly changed. At the 2 sides of the wide street, over 10 people immediately drew close to them. The 2 lines of people immediately surrounded Linley's group while at the same time separating them off from the other customers of the free castle. Ah, you still want to leave? The silver-haired elder came out from outside. As soon as he had exited the 4th floor, he had immediately arranged for 2 of the guards of the young master to lead 10 other high gods to wait at the entrance. No matter what, they wouldn't let Linley's group flee. It had been a long time since his young master had to swallow his temper like that. Boss, they really did set an ambush for us, Bibi said in a low voice. Linley glanced sideways at the 2 rows of 12 high gods. These high gods were roughly 10 meters away from Linley, but to high gods, a distance of 10 meters was absolutely nothing. Battle could begin at any moment. At the same time, a large number of people on the streets immediately hurried over to surround and watch, and they all began to chit-chat over the situation. So many high gods, surrounding just those few people? That silver-haired elder is the housekeeper for the Bagshaw clan. I recognize him. Those people are doomed. They actually offended the Bagshaw clan. The chatter went on, but Linley faced it all calmly. Walk towards the front, Linley said through divine sense. Immediately, Linley's group of 4 immediately walked towards the front, not even looking at the 12 high gods to each side of them. You want to leave? An explosive shout. Instantly, one of the high gods flew towards Linley. Clearly, as he saw it, Linley was just a god. He alone would be more than enough to deal with him. F***ck off. Linley held little regard for ordinary high gods. The divine earth power on his body flexed out, and instantly, an astonishing repulsive force was applied to that high god's body. That high god who had been pouncing towards Linley with his divine artifact drawn, before even touching Linley, was instantly flicked backwards by that astonishing repulsive force, while Linley himself continued to walk forward. How is that possible? The high god stared with wide eyes. The silver-haired elder's face changed. He shouted, "Attack!" Instantly, the 12 high gods simultaneously pounced towards Linley's group. But right at this moment, with Linley at the center, a faint earthen yellow hemisphere that was 10 meters in diameter suddenly appeared, trapping all of the 12 attacking high gods within its reach. Blackstone space. Those 12 high gods, because of the astonishing gravitational force, were drawn directly to the ground. How is that possible? The 12 hadn't even had a chance to react when suddenly, a bizarre wind sound directly entered their consciousness. It was much like the strange wind sound Linley and the others had heard in the Amethyst Mountains. Their soul was affected, and the 12 of them were instantly drawn into a stupor. Swish! A devilish violet swordlight flashed, chopping through the necks of those 12 men like a giant guillotine. Bang! Bang! The heads of those 12 men exploded, and their divine sparks fell to the floor. Everyone watching this scene in front of the wide gates of the Free Castle was stunned. The previously rowdy streets instantly turned silent, with the most astonished one being that silver-haired elder, who stared disbelievingly at this sight. 12 high gods, killed with one sword? These ordinary high gods, within my Blackstone space, will have their souls drawn into a stupor. They are only able to stand there and be slaughtered by me. Linley naturally hadn't paid any mind to these sorts of people. High gods who were in a stupor were like blocks of wood that couldn't fight back. Killing them was simplicity itself. Linley! Delia looked towards Linley with a hint of excitement in her eyes. All women loved it when their man was powerful. Let's go. Linley laughed calmly. Linley's group of 4 continued to walk forward, while on the wide streets, the previously rowdy crowd immediately split a path for them, allowing Linley's group to leave. Everyone who had seen Linley's sword just now were all staring at Linley in shock and admiration. In the infernal realm, the strong were worshipped. He killed 12 high gods with one sword. This lord is simply too powerful. I originally thought he was just a god-level fiend. What do you know? This lord was hiding his true power. As I see it, this lord is at least a 6-star fiend. Those who watched this scene were all chattering and discussing this event. So formidable. Currently, that arrogant, red-haired youth, young Master Sekara, as well as that gold-haired youth, both appeared at the entrance. Actually, this had been arranged by Sekara to begin with. Naturally, he was watching everything in secret. At this moment, he too was watching, stunned, at Linley's disappearing back. Young master. The silver-haired elder said hurriedly. But Sekara just frowned as he looked at the gold-haired youth. This person killed 12 high gods so easily with a single sword. I thought he was a god. So he was a high god who was hiding his true power. Could you tell how powerful he truly was? Sekara knew very well how powerful the gold-haired youth was. As a chief of a 1,000-man corps, the gold-haired youth had the power of a 6-star fiend. If even the gold-haired youth couldn't tell how powerful this person was, then this person was definitely very fearsome. I can't see through him. The gold-haired youth had been staring towards Linley this entire time. This person has been hiding his power, but I can't see through it at all. And from the sword attack he used just now, actually, the sword attack wasn't that formidable. What was formidable was that those 12 high gods seemed to have gone silly, allowing that sword to kill them without resistance, but I didn't expect that after the arena had a seemingly 7-star fiend-level combatant, Lomeo, appear, yet another seemingly 7-star fiend-level combatant has appeared here. The gold-haired youth's face was solemn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 19, War God, Caesar. Book 16, Starmus C, Chapter 19, War God, Caesar. After having killed 12 high gods with a single sword, he had shocked his opponents. Thus, Linley's group of 4 left safely. Linley, will that young master of the Bagshaw clan bring experts for revenge? Olivier frowned, somewhat concerned. Linley chuckled. Delia replied, Olivier, in truth, the young master of the Bagshaw clan and the 3 of us were only in a dispute because of clothing. And then, Linley killed those 12 ordinary high gods. To an ancient clan like his, the death of 12 ordinary high gods is nothing at all. I imagine that this young master wouldn't be so rash as to seek revenge without clearly investigating. If they come, we will kill them. BB snorted. We're about to leave Miluo Island anyways. Who cares about the Bagshaw clan? No matter how powerful they are, can it be that they can control other areas also? Let's go. These large clans are disdainful towards lesser individuals, but against true experts, they are still somewhat cautious. Linley chuckled. Linley, when attacking, had been viewed by others as a high god, and yet his aura was that of a god. The enemies would definitely believe that Linley was hiding his aura. Actually, Linley really was only just a god. How could they possibly discover any high god aura from him? However, the enemies would only believe that Linley was so powerful that his ability to hide his aura was simply too great. Given his ability to hide his aura, as well as the sword attack he had just displayed, the opponents had plenty of material to begin wildly speculating over. No matter how powerful a clan was, they wouldn't want to offend an ultimate expert. After all, a true expert, by himself, could destroy a clan. In front of an ultimate expert, human wave tactics were ineffective. That young master Sekara wouldn't dare to offend a possibly 7-star fiend over a small fit of pique. Linley's group immediately headed outside. After walking for a while, Linley didn't discover anyone following them. In his heart, he understood that young master Sekara should have really given up the idea of getting revenge. BB muttered, Miluo Island is quite a beautiful island. Unfortunately, after being here just a single day, we have to leave. I really wanted to become 100 battles victor in that arena. How could BB possibly lose in a fight against those gods? He could just stand there and let them beat on him. Unless the opponent also had a Godspark weapon or a sovereign artifact. Most likely, only with those items would they be able to harm BB. Let's go. In the future, we'll still have the chance. Linley laughed calmly. Linley, quick, look. Delia, somewhat stunned, pulled at Linley and called at him. Linley immediately turned and followed Delia's gaze. As he did, Linley was shocked. From a distant translucent restaurant window, he was able to see an icy man with long red hair seated on the other side of the window. The war god, O'Brien. War god. Linley was overjoyed. War god? Olivier looked over, puzzled, and then he too was overjoyed. All of these experts who had entered the infernal realm understood that it would be extremely hard for them to run into their old friends from the same material plane. The feeling of meeting with their old friends was enough to make them very excited and energetic. Ha, war god. BB was the first to dash towards the restaurant. Linley's group immediately followed him as well. Entering the restaurant, they saw that this was a fairly quiet restaurant with fairly few customers. O'Brien was currently sitting there, quietly drinking a cup of tea. The war god actually became a high god? Linley was somewhat startled. In the past, the war god had relied on fusing with a divine spark to become a god. In as short a period of time as 1,000 years, he became a high god? There was only one explanation: he had fused with a divine spark. Hey, war god. BB immediately ran towards the war god's table. O'Brien, his head lowered to his cup of tea, was startled. War god? In the infernal realm, it had been many years since someone had addressed him in that manner. O'Brien raised his head and saw Bibi by his table, and also Linley, Delia, and Olivier walking this way as well. The war god O'Brien's face went slack, and then he revealed a look of joy. Linley, it's actually you four. O'Brien, long time no see. Linley laughed. Long time no see. O'Brien laughed as well. Aren't you going to invite us to sit? Bibi snorted. O'Brien immediately began to laugh. Ha, it's fine if I don't invite others to sit, but how would I dare to not invite you, Bibi, to sit? Come, let's all sit together. As he spoke, O'Brien immediately beckoned towards a distant waiter, who immediately came over. I don't want to eat right now, Linley said hurriedly. Then we'll order some wine. O'Brien casually ordered some wine, and then everyone began to chat together. O'Brien asked Linley and Olivier about what had happened in recent years, while Linley gave a general description of the events which had occurred after their arrival in the infernal realm. However, he didn't go into too much detail regarding the dangers they had faced. After giving a brief summary, Linley's group concluded their description of what had happened in the Redbud continent. We were trapped within the Amethyst Mountains for a time, but luckily were able to escape. Olivier, for example, discussed that matter with a single sentence. While they were chatting, Delia even especially set up her god realm to cover all of them within it, shutting out sound and preventing outsiders from eavesdropping. Linley had thought that O'Brien would be shocked, but O'Brien didn't seem to feel anything was amiss. Actually, O'Brien had always been in the Starmist Sea, and thus he knew very little about the Redbud continent. He didn't understand what being trapped in the Amethyst Mountains and then escaping really meant. Linley, you really are audacious. The infernal realm is filled with countless dangers. If I hadn't been following Taras, I probably would have died in the Starmist Sea long ago. You, however, actually left the Redbud continent and began to hurry towards the Bloodridge continent. Formidable. Admirable. O'Brien sighed in amazement. Olivier just chuckled. As Olivier saw it, given Linley's current strength, he would be able to roam the infernal realm with ease. As long as he didn't encounter any major foes, he definitely wouldn't be in any danger. O'Brien, how about you? How has life been in the infernal realm? Linley laughed as he asked. Me? Not bad. O'Brien nodded. After arriving in the infernal realm, our group included Taras and Dylan. Although we ran into some dangerous situations, Taras and him were able to deal with it. Afterwards, Taras broke through from the god level to the high god level. He became a high god on his own. Linley couldn't help but be surprised. After Taras reached the high god level, he became truly formidable. O'Brien sighed in praise. Taras himself had fused two types of profound mysteries to begin with. Matching that with his innate divine ability, in the Starmist Sea, he is extremely formidable. He even once killed 3 5-star fiends. Killed 3 5-star fiends? Linley's group was shocked as well. But after considering it, Linley understood. Taras had become a high god independently and had fused two types of profound mysteries. If he was able to perfectly match his attacks with his innate divine ability as a divine beast, then it was possible for him to be comparable to a 6-star fiend. Right. Taras won 100 victories here at Milieu Island. O'Brien sighed in approval. Linley nodded to himself. Generally speaking, 6-star fiends were capable of gaining 100 victories. 5-star fiends, if lucky, could as well. It was possible for Taras to accomplish this. Dylan, in turn, won 100 victories at the God Arena. O'Brien laughed. Precisely because of this, Taras and Dylan both now live in the western part of the island. Taras gave us divine sparks to allow myself, Caesar, and Dylan's children to all reach the high god level. Linley now understood. So that was what had happened. Dylan's 2 children, those 6-eyed golden lions, had both fused with divine sparks to become deities, and O'Brien had as well. Since they had already fused with divine sparks, they might as well just keep doing so. Only, given that they had used divine sparks to become high gods, their future potential was now rather slim. Delia smiled. It seems your life here isn't bad. That's right. O'Brien nodded, but then he seemed to have thought of something. He shook his head. But Caesar, What about Caesar? Linley hurriedly asked. Linley had a rather deep friendship with Caesar. Previously, in his homeland near Finlay City, Caesar had helped him. Afterwards, when Linley had gone to rescue those undying warriors, the 5 Barker brothers, at the critical, life-and-death moment, Caesar had once again helped him and saved him. Linley naturally was grateful towards Caesar for having helped him multiple times. Caesar is rather depressed these days. O'Brien shook his head and sighed. Depressed? Dee stared. Caesar seems to have no cares in the world. How could he become depressed? Linley was rather puzzled as well. Problems of the heart, O'Brien said. A look of surprise appeared on the faces of Linley and the others. Caesar, in the Yulan continent, had been an extremely dissolute fellow who often changed women. There was no long-term woman for him. Even that holy lady of the frost goddess shrine, Caesar had ran away from as though fleeing a disaster. As Linley saw it, a person like him shouldn't suffer too much from matters of the heart. Seeing the looks on the faces of Linley and the others, O'Brien explained, at first, I was like you, unable to believe it. But this time, Caesar is for real. With regards to that woman, Cecily, Sy-11 Lee, it is as though he has been possessed. Him and that Cecily woman really fell in love. Caesar even told me that this time, he had found true love. Linley's group just listened, stunned. But of course, what happened between them in terms of their relationship, I'm not too clear. We wouldn't pry about their private affairs. All of us were just very happy that Caesar and Cecily were able to be with each other. Logically speaking, this was a good thing. O'Brien shook his head and laughed. Unfortunately, that Cecily had a very special status. She was actually a core member of one of the 5 major clans of Miliuo Island, the Gaylord, Gailuoda, clan. In addition, not too long ago, she got married to young Master Sekera of the Bagshaw clan. Young Master Sekera? Linley's group of 4, upon hearing this name, exchanged glances. This matter actually had something to do with Sekera? But not too long ago, Linley's group had gotten into a dispute with that Sekera. What, are you surprised? We were surprised as well. But that's the truth. O'Brien sighed. Deities should have tough, resilient minds. Who would have imagined that Caesar seemed to have suffered a fatal wound? He's in a daze all day, either drinking or just daydreaming or sleeping or training. He is extremely dispirited. Linley couldn't help but sympathize with Caesar. Although O'Brien described it all in a very ordinary manner, Linley himself had been heartbroken in love before as well. He knew well the heart-ripping pain of having his woman being taken away, and how that agony could make a person be able to barely breathe. The more deeply one loved, the more deeply one would be wounded. Caesar seems to have really fallen for her. Linley sighed. As they chatted, their wine was soon used up. It's a matter of time. This happened just recently after all. Caesar is just unable to get over it for now, I imagine. When time goes on, he should be better. O'Brien said, then stood up. Linley, come. Let's go meet with Taras, Dylan, and those 2 children of Dylan's. All of them are present. When they see you, they will definitely be very happy at that. Linley's group immediately rose as well. Boss, are we still going to head off with Ake's group? BB asked. No need. When the time comes, we'll travel alone. In addition, with Bates by their side, safety shouldn't be a problem. Linley, having met with a group of old friends, was in no rush to leave. As for his problem with Sekara hadn't immediately attempted to gain revenge, and so clearly he probably wouldn't in the future. After all, if he really wanted to get revenge, he would have done so right away. Linley's group of 4 followed O'Brien, heading directly into the western part of the island. Miluo Island was divided into the eastern part and the western part. The western part was where the island guards, the 5 clans, and the others all lived. Outsiders were forbidden entry. It really is beautiful here. Linley saw the beautiful 2-story buildings from afar. Those are the homes for the island guards. O'Brien laughed. I'm here as well. Thanks to Taras's help, I also became an island guard. Island guards rotate their duty once a year. This year, I'm on break. In the area where the island guards lived, people were on patrol. Are we allowed to go in? Bibi was a bit nervous. It's fine. The residential area of the island guards aren't under strict supervision. As long as an island guard leads the way, you can go in. The place which is under very tight supervision is the place where those 5 clans live. However, they are deeper inside. As O'Brien spoke, his body suddenly became covered by a blood-red uniform armor. This was the proof of one's status as an island guard. The patrolling island guards immediately let them in. Linley's group of 4 thus followed O'Brien into the residential area of the island guards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 20, With Child? Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 20, With Child? The island guards lived in small buildings which dotted the mountains and forests of this area. Just by looking at the number of buildings, Linley could imagine what a terrifyingly large number of island guards there were here. The 5 clans must indeed be powerful, to be able to support such an enormous army of high gods. Linley couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Maintaining an army meant paying salaries. After all, nobody was willing to work for free. Generally speaking, high god soldiers would have fairly high pay. To support such an enormous army required an astonishing amount of wealth. However, just by looking at the number of people who pass through the arena as well the free castle, one could imagine how astonishingly wealthy Miluo Island was. We're here. O'Brien laughed. O'Brien, this building is quite large. Linley looked at this residence in surprise. This residence took up space that was roughly 10 times that of those ordinary residences. It had a large courtyard and 3 smaller buildings within. It was built as a standalone residence, and the walls had carvings as well. O'Brien laughed. This is Taras's residence. Generally speaking, high god victors of 100 battles, if they join the island guards, will have a salary as well as treatment far superior to that of ordinary island guards. Although I do have a small house of my own, normally, we all live at Taras's place. His place is large. As he spoke, O'Brien pushed the door open and went inside. Oh, O'Brien, you're back. A voice rang out. By the green grass off to the side of the courtyard, a green-haired man was seated in the meditative position. It was Taras. Taras turned to look at him and was about to say something, but suddenly he was stunned. He stared at Linley and the other 3 behind O'Brien. Linley, seeing the look on Taras's face, intentionally smirked at him. Swish! Taras instantly appeared in front of Linley's group. Ha ha! Taras slapped Linley on the shoulders. Linley, you guys actually came as well. This is so incredible and such a rare occurrence. The infernal realm is so vast, but we actually ran into each other here. Ha ha! Taras was very excited and happy. Bibi, Lord Beirut actually was able to bear with letting you come to the infernal realm? Taras noticed Bibi. Bibi pursed his lips. What, got a problem? It's fine, it's fine. Taras greeted everyone. Come, everyone, sit down. Dylan and Caesar are currently outside. Geez. Linley's group laughed, then sat down. Taras hurriedly said, You really came at a fortuitous time. Today I was still out on patrols. I just came back not long ago. It is destiny that our group of people from the Yulan continent can meet here today. Linley was very happy as well, and he also laughed and chatted. While chatting about he and Olivier had met, they naturally discussed the Amethyst Mountains as well. However, Linley's group once again just skimmed over it with a word. Taras actually didn't seem to pay any attention to it at all. Or perhaps it was simply that he didn't understand what it really meant for Linley's group to have been able to exit the Amethyst Mountains. Actually, this was normal. Taras was a high god, true. But the amount of time he had spent in the Infernal Realm was simply too short. The things he knew about the Infernal Realm came mostly from those books he had read. Generally speaking, those geographical books would just give a simple explanation of the Amethyst Mountains. In the past, Linley had read some geography books as well, but before arriving at the Amethyst Mountains, he didn't truly know how dangerous they were. Kriowak. The courtyard door was pushed upon, and a black-haired man reeking of alcohol sauntered in, his eyes droopy with drunkenness as he gave off a clearly dispirited aura. It was Caesar. Seeing how Caesar currently was, Linley couldn't help but sigh in amazement. That former playboy who had enjoyed himself amongst the flowers, how had he ended up like this today? The events of the world truly were hard to explain. Caesar. Linley spoke out. Caesar heard that someone was calling to him, but he didn't care too much. He just glanced sideways at Linley, then continued to head towards his own residence. But after taking just 2 or 3 steps, his body paused, and he turned to look at Linley once again, his misty gaze slowly growing brighter. Linley? Caesar's voice contained disbelief in it as well. Caesar, long time no see. Linley began to laugh as well. Ah, Caesar, I'm Bibi. Bibi immediately jumped up also. Caesar took a deep breath, activating the divine power in his body. The odor of alcohol immediately vanished from his body, and he became much more sober. A rare hint of a smile appeared on Caesar's face as well. Linley, you came to the Infernal Realm as well? When did you come? Caesar was full of questions, and Linley's group chatted with him happily as well. Although Linley knew what had happened with Caesar, Linley hoped that Caesar's mood would improve. Clearly, seeing some of his old friends from their Yulan continent had caused Caesar to be invigorated. Linley, chat more with Caesar, but remember, don't raise that Cecily matter. Taras hurriedly sent through divine sense. The state Caesar was currently in was the best state he had been in during this recent period of time. I know. Linley replied. At the same time, Linley was also somewhat puzzled. What was so amazing about that Cecily woman, that this sort of dissolute playboy like Caesar would become so infatuated with her? Miluo Island. The residential area of the 5 clans. In the very center was the residence of the Bagshaw clan. The 5 clans were led by the Bagshaw clan, but the Bagshaw clan was actually not a very densely populated one, with the clan members far fewer than the other 4 clans. But precisely because of this, every member of the Bagshaw clan had a fairly high status. At present, in the rear flower gardens behind the Bagshaw clan's ancestral estate, 2 men who were 2.2 meters tall were currently walking together. One of the 2 men was a youth with short red hair, while the other was a middle-aged man with unbound, long red hair. If Linley was present, he would recognize that the youth with short red hair was Sequira. Sequira, you need to pay special attention to that man named Lomeo in the arena. The red-haired middle-aged man had thick eyebrows and large eyes. With each moment, he gave off a domineering aura. According to the servants' reports, this Lomeo is very likely a 7-star fiend. He has already achieved 10 consecutive victories on multiple days. In 2 more days, he'll have completed 100 victories. Yes, father. Sequira said respectfully. Sequira's father, Bakuwe Bagshaw, was the clan leader of the Bagshaw clan. Bakwal, despite having lived for countless years, only had 2 children. Each member of the Bagshaw clan had exceedingly few children, most having only 1. Having 2 children was already quite lucky. If he really is a 7-star fiend, then that's wonderful news. It's rare to meet a 7-star fiend. We can't let him slip away. Bakwal said calmly. I know, father. Sequira laughed. Father, not long ago, you went to the secret area, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. 7 or 8 days ago, in the Free Castle, I met an expert. We had a small disagreement with each other, but that expert, with a single blow, killed 12 high gods. Killed 12 high gods? Bakwal looked towards him. There were quite a few experts capable of killing 12 ordinary high gods with one blow. This isn't the strange thing. The strange thing is, those 12 high gods hadn't even drawn near that expert, but they seemed to have gone silly and unresponsive, allowing that expert to kill them with one blow. Bakwal was surprised. 'Cause 12 high god experts to not be able to even resist? This man's soul is extremely strong. Bakwal evaluated. More importantly, Sequira lowered his voice as he spoke. Father, that person was actually hiding his aura. From the outside, he seems to be just a god. Even the 1,000-man commander of our free castle, that 6-star fiend, wasn't able to sense even a hint of his true aura. Only now was Bakwal shocked. A 6-star fiend being unable to sense a hint of the true aura of someone, and with that someone having such a powerful soul. At very least, a peak 6-star fiend, and possibly even a 7-star fiend. In addition, one specialized in the soul. Bakwal evaluated. Experts who specialized in the soul were dread-inducing, because the soul was the foundation of every single person. Experts who specialized in the soul were very hard to deal with. Where is he? Bakwal said hurriedly. Gone. Sequira shook his head. He shouldn't be someone from Miluo Island. He didn't know anything about the blood-colored Miluo insignia. I didn't dare to rashly attack him, so all I could do was watch him leave. Bakwal let out a long breath, then laughed. If he's gone, then forget it. Your actions were correct. When you encounter an expert like this, you can't rashly offend him. If he kills you, then that truly would be terrible. Sequira laughed as well. Sequira. A voice of jubilation came out from the gates of the rear gardens. A mesmerizingly beautiful woman with a pure white complexion and jade hair came running in, her face covered in joy. This was Sequira's wife, Cecily. Father. Seeing Bakwal, that jade-haired beauty immediately curtsied. Bakwal nodded calmly. Lily. Sequira, seeing his wife, immediately smiled and walked over to welcome her. Lily, you seemed so excited. Do you have some good news? Sequira laughed. Sequira, I'm with child. Cecily said hurriedly. Hearing this news, Sequira and Bakwal were both stunned, and then looks of wild joy appeared on their faces. The two looked at each other, with Bakwal laughing loudly in excitement. Ha, Sequira, you chose an excellent wife, ha. I have a child. I actually have a child. Sequira was incomparably excited as well. Cecily, hearing this, was puzzled. It was just a child. Why was it that even the perpetually unflappable clan leader would be so excited? She had never seen the clan leader Bakwal be so excited before. Excellent. Bakwal was so excited that his face was red. He slapped his son on the shoulders. Sequira, your wife has rendered great merits. Right. Sequira nodded excitedly as well. And then, Sequira rushed to his wife, embracing Cecily as he excitedly kissed her. Lily, you actually are with child. Thank you, really, thank you so much. Sekara said excitedly. Cecily, seeing her husband so affectionate and ardent, even with the clan leader nearby, felt both amazed and awkward. I have a child. Sekara stretched his hand out, gently placing it on his wife's belly. Huh? Cecily stared, puzzled, at her husband. She saw Sekara's right hand slowly emit a blood-colored glow which was extremely bizarre. Sekara's face was full of excitement, but slowly, Sekara's expression froze. He stared in astonishment at his nearby wife, Cecily. Cecily felt puzzled by the look in his eyes. Whap! With a sudden swing of the hand, he struck his wife heavily on the face, knocking her into the ground far away. Bastard, slut! Sekara was so angry, his entire body was trembling. Cecily held a hand to her face, staring at her husband in disbelief. Sekara, what are you doing? Backwell was enraged. Father. Sekara turned to look at his father, saying hurriedly, that isn't my child. Backwell was stunned. Sekara, are you saying? Sekara nodded. Backwell's face instantly sunk down, as though covered by a layer of frost. Backwell glanced sideways at Cecily, then said in a voice that was like ice, Sekara, this woman is no longer worthy of being your principal wife. You decide how to punish her. After a period of time, prepare to take another wife. Yes, father. Sekara turned to stare furiously at Cecily. Cecily's face was filled with confusion. She immediately said hurriedly, Sekara, this is your child, why do you say it is another's? Actually, not even a deity was able to tell if the fetus in his wife's body was or wasn't his own. But some people were exceptions. For example, Linley, because Linley belonged to the Dragonblood warrior clan. Any descendant of the Dragonblood warrior clan would definitely have the lineage of the Dragonblood warriors. Even if the amount was sparse, it would still definitely be there. If there was no Dragonblood warrior lineage in one's body, then one definitely didn't belong to the clan. Why? Sekara was so furious, his facial muscles were twitching. The Bagshaw clan belonged to the Bloodrun Titan clan of the Infernal Realm. The descendants of the Bloodrun Titan clan all had the Bloodrun Titan lineage in their veins. Of course, there were varying degrees of density, and if the density reached a certain level, they would possess extremely great power. Just now, Sekara had used some of their clan's special energy for sensing, only to discover the child in the belly of his wife actually didn't have any of his clan's lineage at all. Without even a hint of the lineage of his clan, it meant that this child was definitely not his own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 21, I Want Him Dead. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 21, I Want Him Dead. You played me for a fool. Sekara stared at his wife, his eyes like death. The child in your belly is someone else's. Sekara doted dearly on his wife. When he had gone to the free castle, it was for buying clothes for her, but who would have imagined that his wife actually had another man, and the child in her belly was that man's. The Bloodrun Titan clan was an extremely mighty clan within the Infernal Realm, and the power they controlled was astonishing as well. In Miluo Island, although on the surface, the 5 clans were in charge of things, in reality, the other 4 clans were simply subordinate clans to the Bagshaw clan. The Bagshaw clan was the Bloodrun Titan clan. This was a secret which very few people knew. At least, Cecily didn't know it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run over so excitedly to tell her husband that she was with child. No. Cecily hurriedly shook her head. This woman doesn't even admit it. The nearby clan elder, Backwell, said furiously, Son, this is a shame to our clan. If this woman refuses to admit it, then destroy her entire familial branch within the Gaylord clan. Cecily's body trembled. The Gaylord clan, one of the 5 clans, was extremely large, with very many family branches. Destroying one of the branches, to the true masters of the Miluo Island, the Bagshaw clan, would need nothing more than a single word. Speak! Sekara stared coldly at his own wife as well. Sekara cared deeply about his face, and he was always very proud of the fact that he was a member of the Bloodrune Titan clan. He himself was the son of the clan leader, and was definitely in the principal line of descent, of an extremely exalted status. He was very haughty. Now that his wife had another man's child in her belly, of course he was already going mad, His face was so ugly, it was turning purple. Hurry, speak! Sekara landed a kick on Cecily's body, who was struck viciously by that kick and sent smashing into a decorative boulder. Otherwise, you and your lineage and your clan lineage will all die. Sekara said in a frenzy. I'll talk. Cecily said hurriedly. She was about to go mad. Actually, she herself wasn't sure who the child in her womb belonged to, because previously, she had been dealing with 2 men at the same time. One was Sekara, while the other was Caesar. She had slept with both men, and so she herself wasn't sure whose child it was. Originally, as Cecily viewed it, since even she couldn't be sure, she might as well say that it was Sekara's. There was no way for him to tell anyhow. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the Bagshaw clan was the Bloodrune Titan clan. Even I don't know for sure who the child belongs to. Cecily, seeing the rage on Sekara's face, hurriedly added, but I'm certain that it is either yours or Caesar's. Caesar? Sekara was stunned, and then he raised his head to the skies, laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. His laughter carried boundless insanity within it, and his body faintly began to glow with a bloody light. He, Sekara, a favored son of the heavens, had never suffered such a humiliation before. Could there be anything more insulting than his woman having another man's child in her womb? Caesar, I want him dead. Sekara snarled viciously, his eyes glowing with a faint, bloody light, as though he were a man-eating wolf. At Taras's residence. Over the past few days, Linley had lived here very comfortable, each day watching Lomio's 10 battles at the arena. He also often chatted with his old friends. As for Aix, Bates, and the others, they had left Miluo Island long ago. Lomio really is powerful. Pushing the courtyard gates open, Linley and the others walked in while chatting amongst themselves. That saber blow of his is all but undefeatable. It just chops the opponents in half. He is proficient in both material attacks and soul attacks. Taras sighed in praise as well. Olivier agreed, in particular, his speed is also astonishing. Lomio is simply too powerful. Each time, he wins with such ease. Up till now, nobody has been able to exchange a few blows with him. All of them were defeated with the first blow. Thinking back to the sight in the arena, Linley felt amazed as well. In the arena, Lomio was simply too arrogant. He held everyone in condescension, but he had the strength to do so. Linley, you're back. Dylan laughed as he came down from upstairs, and Linley's group went to welcome him. Dylan, where's Caesar? Caesar? Dylan frowned, lowering his voice. He's sleeping. Sleeping? Deities didn't need to sleep at all, and Caesar normally wouldn't sleep. However, ever since his relationship with Cecily had been destroyed, Caesar had become depressed and would often just lounge around lazily and sleep. Taras shook his head and sighed. Don't disturb him. Just let him rest. Just as Linley's group of people were gathered together and chatting, young Master Sekara of the Bagshaw clan, a sinister look on his face, was leading 3 black-armored experts out of his ancestral estate. These 3 black-armored experts were true elites of the Bagshaw clan. This Caesar actually dares to live amongst the island guards. Sekara became all the more enraged. Caesar had slept with his woman, and was now living on his clan's grounds. Let's go! Sekara immediately flew into the heavens, moving at high speed straight for the island guards' residences. Those 3 black armored warriors quietly followed. Moments later, Sekara arrived at the island guards region. The patrolling guards immediately came to welcome him. Seeing the 4 of them, these guards couldn't help but be very shocked, especially upon noticing those 3 black armored warriors. Those silent black armored warriors were like 3 glaciers. Although they were silent, they gave others a feeling of being unable to breathe. Go! Hurry and summon a 1,000-man regiment. With a wave of his hand, Sekara revealed his blood-colored milieu insignia. Blood-colored milieu insignia. The patrolling guards were shocked, and then immediately said while bowing respectfully, "Yes, milord." Although they were puzzled as to why a 1,000-man regiment was being summoned, anyone with a blood-colored milieu insignia could easily summon and order about a 1,000-man regiment. Soon, a 1,000-man regiment was summoned. Young Master Sekara. The commander of the 1,000-man regiment immediately recognized Sekara. "What are you?" "No questions. Follow me," Sekara ordered coldly. The 1,000-man commander was startled. He realized that today, Sekara's expression seemed rather different. In the past, Sekara would always be smiling and laughing, but today, Sekara's face was simply too ugly to behold, and the aura his body was radiating was one of danger. Whoosh! Sekara was the first to fly into the air, with the 3 black armored guards following. After them was the massive, dense cluster of 1,000 island guards. Number 306. Sekara still remembered the address which his wife had given him, for where Caesar was living. Generally speaking, the addresses for the island guards had very large numbers, but 306 was an extremely small number. Generally speaking, only some rather special people could live there. For example, high gods who had won 100 battles. Taras residence. Linley's group was seated together. "Taras, you truly aren't willing to leave with us?" Linley asked yet again. "Caesar has agreed to leave with us." In the end, Milieu Island wasn't the route for Taras and the others. However, the Indigo Prefecture was where the 4 Divine Beasts clan was located. Linley wanted to gather there with those people as well. Caesar was willing to leave, but O'Brien had to stay with Taras. Taras had given him a god-level spark, in exchange for his service. "No need. We don't want to leave this place." Taras laughed, then shook his head. Dylan shook his head as well. "We've lived here a long time, and we've grown to consider this place our home in the infernal realm. We don't want to leave." Linley could only laugh helplessly. "A few days after Lomeo's battles conclude, we'll leave," Linley said. "Such a pity. I wanted to be together with the rest of you, but there's nothing for us. I have to go to the Indigo Prefecture." Linley wouldn't try and force them either. If they weren't willing, then forget it. "Sorry, Linley." Dylan apologized. "It's fine." Linley shook his head. Suddenly, Linley was startled. Raising his head, he saw a large number of island guards in mid-air. "Why are there so many island guards? What major event is happening?" Taras was surprised as well. But Linley noticed that the leader of this large group of guards was that arrogant young man with short red hair. "Sekara. What's he doing here?" Linley was startled. Right at this moment, that large group of people descended. Sekara led the 3 black armored warriors into the courtyard, while over 100 of the other island guards also landed there, with the rest hovering in the air. "Boss!" Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier all rose to their feet. They saw Sekara as well. "Are they here for us?" Delia asked through divine sense. Linley stared at Sekara, completely not understanding. Given what he had expected, Sekara shouldn't be causing such a ruckus over that small matter. But Sekara had clearly brought a large number of experts to surround them. "Who are you?" Taras stood up. Taras. The 1,000-man commander laughed calmly. This is young Master Sekara of the Bagshaw clan. He has business. Bagshaw clan. Taras and Dylan couldn't help but be stunned. Sekara just glanced at Linley. You are here as well. And then, Sekara paid no further attention to Linley. He shouted angrily, Where is Caesar? Have him roll out. His angry shout shook the entire courtyard. Caesar? He's here for Caesar? Linley began to frown. Sekara wasn't here for Linley, but was here for Caesar, but for what? Could it be that it had something to do with that woman named Cecily? Young Master Sekara, what are you looking for Caesar for? Taras asked. No questions. Just have him roll out. Sekara stared around at the building, and then Sekara let out a cold sneer, directly releasing his divine sense and almost immediately locating Caesar. He couldn't help but look towards the second floor of the little building. Who is looking for me? A lazy voice rang out, and Caesar walked out, flying directly down from the second floor. You are Caesar. Sekara stared at him. You are. Sekara. Caesar's eyes immediately grew fierce, and became filled with rage. Seeing the look in his face, Sekara began to laugh wildly. This loud laughter caused Linley and the others nearby to have a bad feeling. The suppressed rage which Sekara had held in his heart was now bellowing forth, and Sekara's eyes were faintly red. Deities lived for too long. It was very normal for a female deity to have had multiple relationships with different men. Sekara wouldn't care too much. As long as his wife wasn't with any other men while they were together, that was enough. But what enraged him was, the child in the womb of his wife belonged to another man. Given Sekara's temper, how could he possibly swallow this insult? Sekara, why have you come looking for me? Caesar said coldly. Why? Sekara raised his head to the skies and laughed loudly, his body beginning to brim with a bloody light, and then he stared at Caesar. Today, I'm going to kill you. The faces of Linley's group immediately changed. Sekara stared at the surrounding people, then said loudly, Today, my Bagshaw clan is going to execute this Caesar. All of you others, leave. If you don't leave, then you are becoming enemies of our Bagshaw clan. The faces of O'Brien, Linley, and the others turned ashen. Caesar seemed very tranquil. He turned to look at Linley and Taras, then shook his head. Don't worry about me. Actually, recently, I myself have felt that my continued existence has no purpose. There's no need to offend them for my sake. How can this be acceptable? O'Brien stepped forward, staring at Caesar. Caesar, we came here from the Yulan continent together. Over so many years, have any of us ever abandoned each other? At worst, we'll die together. What is there to fear? O'Brien, resisting blindly is just death. Taras let out a low sigh, then walked off to one side. I won't interfere in this matter. Linley was startled. O'Brien, don't resist. Resisting means throwing your life away. There's no point. Dylan shook his head as well. He actually walked to one side as well. As for Dylan's two children, those two six-eyed golden lions, they stared with shock on their faces. Father. The two six-eyed golden lions stared at Dylan. Come over. Dylan snapped at them. The two siblings exchanged glances, but they had no choice but to follow their father. O'Brien didn't dare believe it. When they had come to the infernal realm, they had adventured together and treated each other's lives like their own. Everyone believed that none of them would ever abandon each other. However, how did things end up like this today? Excellent. Sekara said coldly, and then looked towards Linley. As for you, sir? Me? Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier all looked at each other. In their smiles, they knew what each other were thinking. Linley laughed. Taking 3 steps forward, he walked to the side of Caesar and O'Brien. In a calm voice, he said, I, too, am from the Yulan continent. None of us will abandon one of our own, but I, too, am from the Yulan continent. Delia, Bibi, and Olivier walked forward as well, with Linley as their leader. Linley's face grew solemn, and his gaze flashed through this group of high gods. He understood. This time, we really are going to go all out. I cannot show any mercy or forbearance. Linley's heart was beginning to fill with a killing intent. At a critical time like this, if necessary, he would sacrifice a drop of sovereign's might and launch a slaughter that would turn the world upside down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 22, All Who Bar My Path Shall Die. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 22, All Who Bar My Path Shall Die. Sekara saw Linley step forward. His face changed slightly. He knew very well how powerful the person in front of him was. If Linley was to interfere, then a new variable would have entered this affair. Sekara said coldly, Today, my Bagshaw clan is definitely going to kill Caesar. Can it be that you all want to die with him? But Linley's group didn't hesitate or retreat at all. Linley, O'Brien, Bibi. Caesar looked towards them, shaking his head slightly. O'Brien began to laugh loudly, then looked at Caesar. Caesar, we've lived so many years, and have seen countless things. Our life is important, but sometimes, there are some things which are more important than life. Today, either we shall all live together, or we shall all die together. Caesar trembled. He looked towards Linley's group. Linley's group smiled back at him. Sekara. Linley turned to look at Sekara. Linley could tell that Sekara was currently slightly hesitant. As Linley saw it, it would be best if battle could be avoided. Linley thus said, Sekara, what sort of enmity do you and Caesar have, exactly, that you must force him to his death? Everyone should take a step back. Anyone else who said these words would be as good as looking for death. But Linley saying these words was a different situation, because in Sekara's heart, Linley was very possibly a 7-star fiend. What is it about? Sekara was furious just thinking about this. You ask him. Sekara pointed furiously at Caesar. Me? Caesar had no idea. Sekara was so angry that his face was purple, but how could he so openly and publicly discuss this affair? Was he supposed to directly say that the child in his wife's womb was another person's? Once this got out, most likely he, Sekara, would be a laughingstock for the rest of his life. Humph. Sekara, seeing the look on Caesar's face, couldn't help but sneer. You are doing this because of Lily? Caesar laughed coldly. It must be for Lily's sake, as otherwise, how would you, the mighty young master of your clan, come here for me? Shut your mouth. Hearing Caesar call Cecily by her nickname Lily in such an intimate manner, Sekara was all the more enraged. You aren't worthy of calling her by that. Caesar laughed wildly as he stared at Sekara. I'm not worthy of calling her by that? It's true that Lily and I were once together, but so what? Ever since you married her, the two of us never met again. What, can it be that after getting married, you are going to kill all of the men who were previously lovers with your wife? Immediately, the many island guards in the air and in the courtyard all began to speak quietly amongst themselves. Deities had an unlimited lifespan. It was normal for people to have had many romantic relationships. If Sekara were to truly say that he was going to kill a former lover of his wife, that would be going too far. So that's what this is about. Linley felt rather surprised as well. He had heard of the affairs of Caesar and that woman. That woman had met with Caesar one last time before her wedding, and then they had never met again. Linley empathized for Caesar. But who would have imagined that Sekera would come to kill Caesar? Cut the crap! Sekera was furious, and yet he couldn't even explain the real reason he was so angry. Explaining something so shameful, to him, was something worse than death. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really insisting in interfering? Sekera stared death at Linley. He didn't even glance at Caesar. He held Caesar in utter contempt. As long as he were to attack, he could kill Caesar in the blink of an eye. The one he worried about was only Linley, who stood in front of him. Young Master Sekera, why do you care so much about this god? The 1,000-man commander was puzzled. Even Taras and Dylan were confused about this. I am. Linley said calmly, even if it was just for the sake of the friendship we held, I cannot possibly just sit and watch. What's more, Caesar has saved my life before. Linley's expression was calm, but in truth, the energy in his body was boiling, prepared to explode into an attack at any point. Sekera narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold look being revealed. Quick, go inform my father that someone who is apparently a 7-star fiend is getting tangled up in this matter. Sekera immediately sent a mental message to one of the black-armored warriors. A hint of surprise appeared on the black-armored warrior's face, and then with a flash, he disappeared. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but furrow his forehead. Ha! Sekera suddenly began to laugh wildly. Kill! Sekera suddenly howled. The surrounding guards were clearly prepared for this the entire time. In the instant Sekera gave the order, all of the island guards immediately made their move. Clearly, Sekera wanted to launch a sudden attack to catch Linley off guard and thus seize the opportunity to kill Caesar at once. However, as soon as Sekera ordered that black-armored warrior off, Linley had been prepared. In the same instant that Sekera let out that furious howl. Rumble! With Linley at the center, within 300 meters, a misty earthen light arose. This region was large enough to cover a large number of the island guards, including both Sekera and their leader, the 1,000-man commander. Blackstone space. Powerful gravity. Some of the guards who had been flying up in the air, not too far away, were caught within the sphere as well, and all of them dropped at high speed. As for Sekera, who had been on the ground to begin with, his body involuntarily hunched down for a moment before he then immediately straightened his waist. Not good. Sekera's face changed dramatically, because he saw that Linley was charging towards him at high speed. To subdue bandits, first capture their king. Linley had made his plans long ago. It will be hard for anyone to flee from Miluo Island, but Sekera is clearly an important figure. If we can capture him and use him as a hostage to threaten the others, the situation would be much better. In the same instant he created his Blackstone space, Linley charged straight for Sekera. What terrifying gravity! Sekera's face changed dramatically while at the same time he immediately retreated. Young master! The two black-armored warriors by Sekera's side, ignoring their own lives, immediately interposed themselves in front of Sekera, forcibly blocking Linley's path to him. Die! Linley's gaze turned cold. Bang! Linley's clothes exploded violently, and he instantly dragon-formed. Azure golden draconic scales covered every part of Linley's body, and those dark golden eyes stared coldly at the people in front of him. That draconic tail, flashing with a metallic light, began to wave. Seeing this, those island guards, Sekera, the 1,000-man commander, and the black-armored warriors all felt their hearts tremble. An ultimate expert. The island guards had all thought that Linley was just a god, but now they realized how terrifying Linley was. All of them immediately believed that Linley had been hiding his true strength, and that his true status was that of an extremely powerful expert. 4 Divine Beasts Clan. The 1,000-man commander was greatly shocked. He's of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Sekera, while rapidly retreating, was surprised as well. Kill! Sekera shouted explosively once more. So what if he was of the 4 Divine Beasts clan? The current Four Divine Beasts clan was not like how the Four Divine Beast clans had been in the past. The former Four Divine Beast clans, their Bagshaw clan might perhaps be frightened of, but these days, their Bagshaw clan didn't fear them at all. They were capable of controlling Miluo Island and keep it proudly erect in the Star Mist Sea. The true power of the Bagshaw clan was such that not even Sekara, the young master of the clan, knew more than just the tiniest bit. Linley, Taras, Dylan, Caesar, and O'Brien were all greatly shocked. Die! The dark golden eyes swept past those two black-armored warriors. A surge of spiritual energy centered around the black stone suddenly surged towards those two black-armored warriors. Instantly, a strange wind sound began to thoroughly penetrate their souls. The two black-armored warriors both hesitated slightly. Swish! A devilish violet light flashed. Clang! Those two black-armored warriors actually both drew their weapons, blocking Linley's sword. Although the soul-affecting power was great, these two black-armored warriors could be considered true elites of the Bagshaw clan. Both of them had the power of a 5-star fiend. Although they were affected by the wind sound, they didn't fall into a stupor, and were able to maintain their grip on a hint of wakefulness. Whap! The draconic tail viciously slammed upon the shoulder of a black-armored warrior. Crunch! Flesh and blood exploded out, and an arm and half the side of his body was split off. The black-armored warrior seemed to have been struck by a meteor, and was knocked far away. The black-armored warrior was greatly shocked. Fortunately, he had dodged quickly enough, as otherwise, Linley's draconic tail would have swept onto his head. The whipping strikes of Linley's draconic tail were simply too powerful. Whap! The other black-armored warrior was sent flying as well. Linley's gaze was focused on the frantically fleeing Sekara. Although the above took time to describe, in truth, when Linley charged past the two black-armored warriors, he just struck out twice with his draconic tail, fast as lightning, and sent them flying. Sekara had been so terrified by the previous scene that his face was greatly changed. The two black-armored warriors hadn't been able to stop Linley for even a moment. You want to flee? Linley laughed coldly. Instantly, the gravitational pull that had been towards the ground changed. As Linley's divine power flowed out and began to fluctuate, immediately, all living things within the black stone space sensed an astonishingly powerful gravitational force that was tugging them towards Linley. The sudden change in gravity caught all of the enemies off guard. How is this possible? Sekara could sense that he was unable to overcome this gravity, and was actually being drawn backwards. How could he be moving backwards? Immediately, his body emanated a bloody light, allowing Sekara to just barely resist the force. But still, he was completely unable to move forward. The backwards gravity was simply too strong. Young Master Sekara. The 1,000-man commander, however, was able to resist the gravity. Block him! The 1,000-man commander shouted loudly. Even if 1,000 island guards died, it didn't matter, but Sekara couldn't die. The Bagshaw clan had too few people. Every single member of the clan was precious, and what's more, Sekara was of the primary line, but all of the island warriors were unsteady right now, and because they were squeezed into too small a space, they were tightly clustered together. They didn't dare to wildly chop out with their weapons, because they might hurt their own people. Fleeing? Linley increased his speed. Sekara couldn't be allowed to flee. Linley wasn't too far away, and so naturally, he almost instantly appeared next to Sekara. Bang! A wave of powerful energy struck onto Sekara, but Linley couldn't help but be astonished. That wave of energy had actually come from the nearby 1,000-man commander. Swoosh! Sekara instantly was knocked far into the distance, outside of the effect of the gravitational field. After having left the gravitational field, Sekara flew for another 1,000 meters before coming to a halt. He felt a sense of terror in his heart. This member of the 4 divine beast clans is simply too terrifying. That gravity was just, even I was unable to resist it. Fortunately, that last blow. Sekera felt very grateful towards the 1,000-man commander. That last attack was very queer, it didn't possess much harmful power. It was just a very heavy blow which impacted him, constantly pushing him outwards at high speed. This surge of force, combined with Sekera's own power, naturally shot him out rapidly. Kill, kill. Kill him for me. Sekera immediately shouted explosively. Only 200 or so people were trapped in the gravitational space, while the 800 other island guards were flying high in the sky. They wanted to attack, but the people trapped in the gravitational space were too densely clustered, and most of them were their own people. They didn't dare to engage in group assaults. If they did, they would injure their own people. Terrible. As soon as Sekera escaped, Linley's heart lurched. The situation just turned terrible. After Sekera escaped, he definitely wouldn't be so careless as to fall into the gravitational space again. The plan of capturing Sekera had failed. Now, only the second method is left to me. A slaughter was about to commence. At present, Caesar and O'Brien were watching in stunned shock. They had believed that Linley was just a god and had come to die by their sides. They had been certain that they were going to die, and had been prepared to fight to their deaths. But now, they discovered. They were wrong, ridiculously wrong. Those island guards and black-armored warriors weren't even able to stand on their feet steady, within that gravitational space. Those people, in front of Linley, were like a flock of sheep, while Linley was a savage wolf. The wolf entered the flock of sheep. Linley, Caesar and O'Brien were both rather stunned. The situation right now is very bad. Having not captured Sekera, all we can do is slaughter a path out. To prevent them from engaging in group attacks, we have to battle within their groups. Only within their groups will we be able to avoid the group attacks of the other island guards. Linley's voice rang out in Caesar, O'Brien, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier's minds. Caesar and the others immediately focused their attention. Remember, follow me. After giving this instruction to those behind him, Linley let out a growl, then like an explosively enraged lion, led Caesar, Bibi, and the others to charge directly into the group of island guards in front of them. All who bar my path shall die. At this moment Linley's heart was as cold and hard as iron. He would no longer show any mercy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 23, Turning the World Upside Down. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 23, Turning the World Upside Down. Within the Bagshaw clan's estate. The only sound that could be heard was that of the gentle wind. Only, a large number of figures flew out from within the Bagshaw estate, moving at high speed towards the residential area for the island guards. It must be understood that those who lived at the Bagshaw clan estate, aside from the elites of the Bagshaw clan, were the true experts. In mid-air, his long red hair fluttered unrestrained. Backwell's face was emotionless as he flew at high speed. Behind him was 3 experts dressed in long red robes, 2 of them men, 1 a woman. The 3 red-robed experts were the true experts of the Bagshaw clan. In the Bagshaw clan, the number of red-robed elders was extremely low. They were, however, one of the main reasons why the Bagshaw clan was able to stand so tall in the infernal realm, to erect Milieu Island, and ignore the official powers. Every single red-robed elder was a 7-star fiend. The Bagshaw clan, in the entire infernal realm, was one of the ancient clans that was ranked within the top 10. The 4 Divine Beasts clan, before their fall, was of course far superior to the Bagshaw clan. But now that they had declined, they were a level weaker than the powerful, full-strength Bagshaw clan. Seems to be a 7-star fiend? Backwell was full of worry. He was worried about his son. Whoosh! Bagwell flew at high speed, with 3 red-robed elders behind him, and 100 black-armored warriors behind the elders. Swish! A ray of blood-colored light spread out at high speed into the skies, from the residential area for the Miluo Islands guards. As it flew high into the skies, bang! It released a powerful explosive sound, while at the same time the blood-colored light expanded greatly, instantly seeming to become an eye-piercingly bright blood-colored sun. The faces of Backwell and the three red-robed elders changed. This was the emergency call to arms for Miluo Island, ordering all of the warriors of Miluo Island to immediately enter battle mode as well as prepare to attack. Let's move ahead. Backwell sent out his divine sense. Immediately, Backwell and the three red-robed elders increased their speed dramatically, instantly throwing off the nearly 100 black-armored warriors behind them. The 4 7-star fiends transformed into 4 blurs, instantly moving into the distance. Backwell, as soon as he saw the signal, was worried for his son. Indeed, the situation had turned extremely, terrifyingly grim, for Sekera to have been forced to release the signal. Sekera hovered in the air off into the distance, staring at the slaughter down below, his face ashen. Too terrifying. How could he be so strong? A slaughter. Linley, who had entered berserk mode and was using both his incomparably strong dragon form as well as the Blackstone space, had released a slaughtering power that caused the hearts of these men to turn cold. Kill! Linley's icy, dark golden eyes were filled without a hint of compassion. He led Bibi and the others to charge and slaughter into the residential area of the island warriors. Within this region, there were simply too many island guards. Most of them were spread into the various regions, and on the way over, there were quite a few groups of island guards. Linley intentionally charged towards the areas where the guards were the most plentiful. The Blackstone space had expanded to its limit as well, a diameter of 500 meters. Everyone within this region was affected by the gravitational pull. Within a diameter of 500 meters, each time he unleashed it, many island guards were caught within. When affected by the gravitational pull, they couldn't help but be dragged closer to Linley. Bang! Their bodies smashed through walls but continued to be pulled towards Linley. No! These island guards were terrified as well. They discovered that there were many island guards already within the gravitational field. But instantly, the direction of the gravity changed. Originally, the gravity was directed towards Linley, but suddenly, it became directed to the ground. The sudden change of the direction of the gravity caused those island guards who had been striving to resist the gravity to smash viciously against and fall downwards towards the ground. Kill! Some of the island guards who had suddenly been pulled into the gravity field were enraged. Kill! The many island guards who had been trapped into the gravity field attacked. But as soon as they attacked, Linley immediately activated the soul-bewildering effect. All of the island guards who had fallen into the gravitational field entered a stupor, but of course, amongst the island guards were a few experts as well who could just barely remain clear-headed. Against these very few experts, there was only one word. Kill. They were able to just barely remain clear-headed, but in the gravity field, how could they compare to Linley in speed? Bang! The devilish blood violet directly chopped an enemy's head apart. As for those other island guards who were in a stupor, Linley continued to control a small amount of gravitational power to drag them along with him at high speed as he fled. A violet sword light continued to flash unabated. An azure golden blur continued to flicker. Blood and flesh exploded, skulls shattered, and divine sparks flew everywhere wildly. Linley's earthen yellow light sphere continued to advance, like a strange, devouring beast that had swallowed the island guards directly into it. Those who didn't resist became stupefied puppets, while those who did resist were mercilessly slaughtered by Linley. This beast was continuously advancing. Bastard! Sekara, watching this from mid-air, felt his entire body tremble. Linley! Caesar and O'Brien felt their hearts filled with astonishment as well. Boss, this feels great. Bibi was very excited. All of them, despite being within the gravity field, were covered by a flowing earthen yellow light, and so they weren't affected at all. In addition, in the regions through the island guard's residential area, more and more island guards had flown into the air, coming in non-stop after having seen the summoning signal in the skies. Not only were there many island guards on the ground, there were many island guards in the skies as well. In the skies, the island guards were like a swarm of locusts. More than 10,000 island guards were hovering high in the sky. Staring down at that earthen yellow sphere of light that was constantly advancing, they too couldn't help but angrily curse. This bastard! As they saw it, Linley really was quite a bastard. Because within the Blackstone space, there was a group of stupefied island guards. These guards were like a wall of flesh. If these island guards in the skies were to attack en masse downwards, the first to be struck would definitely be these Meat Shield Island guards. Linley was completely capable of controlling these stupefied island guards to use them to block any attacks, once they came. Can't let this continue. Sekera gritted his teeth. He immediately spread out his divine sense towards those 10,000+ man commanders. Forget about those 100 island guards. Group attacks. Kill that man. The 1,000-man commanders were all shocked. Yes. They still acknowledged. Very soon, the 10,000 island guards in the skies all received the orders. Attack? The island guards were all rather surprised, but they still obeyed their orders. In accordance with the group orders, the 10,000 island guards in the skies all began to brandish their weapons, unleashing countless material attacks and physical attacks. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, countless multicolored attacks filled the skies, falling down from up above like a rain of rainbows. Only, each raindrop was a lethal one. Seeing this sight, Linley's heart clenched. They really are going to do this. Linley immediately turned, leading the group of people within his gravity field to dodge to the side. Fortunately, the countless island guards up above them were all afraid of being caught up by this Blackstone space, and so they all were rather high up, causing their attacks to have to fly quite a long distance. With such a long distance, even though they flew quickly, there was still enough time to react. Linley's group dodged. Bang! 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 The attacks descended from the skies. Countless rays of material attacks or soul attacks fell upon them without mercy. They fell down as tightly clustered as drops of rain. The 1,000-man commanders of the island guards clearly knew that Linley would dodge, and so their attacks were also aimed at the areas which Linley might possibly flee to. Although by doing so, it meant their attacks were not very focused. In the end, Linley wouldn't be able to dodge them all either. Within the gravity field, those many stupefied guards were controlled by Linley to block from above Caesar, Bibi, Delia, and the others. Linley himself also retreated backwards to stand closer to Delia. With so many neat shields, the soul attacks naturally struck them first, entering the seas of consciousness for those many stupefied island guards. The number of attacks that actually fell directly upon Linley's group came in clusters, with a single meat shield sometimes being able to block multiple soul attacks and quite a few material attacks. Quick, prepare the second wave of attacks. Sekera immediately shouted. The 1,000-man commanders understood that the first wave of attacks was almost completely absorbed by the meat shield. Linley's group wouldn't actually be harmed much. But before they had a chance to give the orders, Linley moved up. Linley's group had just relied on the meat shields to avoid that last round of attacks, and as they did so, they immediately charged upwards. Their flying speed was of course extremely fast, and most of the island guards above them hadn't even had a chance to react before Linley flew within several hundred meters of them. Instantly, dozens of island guards above Linley were drawn into that Blackstone space. Ah! Ah! They screamed miserably, but began to sink down at high speed. But their screams quickly quieted, because they themselves entered a stupor. The island guards began to panic. Flee! If they fell into the Blackstone space, that would be terrible. Linley's sudden upward charge into the middle of the island guards caused them to completely fall into disordered chaos. All of them were terrified of falling into the black stone space, and so they frantically tried to fly farther away from it. About time, Linley said to himself. Instantly, a large amount of earth elemental essence began to rise up. Crackle, the strange thing was, an enormous black cuboid appeared in midair. This black cuboid had 6 sides, and it hovered there in midair, 400 meters tall. This enormous black cube contained more than 100 high gods within it. This enormous cube was formed from countless miniature cubes that were only 4 meters tall. The precise number of the small cubes was 1,000,000. An enormous cube that was 400 meters tall, formed from 1,000,000 smaller cubes. Those high gods were all trapped within. This was the true form of the Blackstone prison, a cube. What is this? Many island guards were astonished. Swoosh! That enormous cube flew towards the east at high speed. Any island guards that were too slow or who weren't able to dodge, upon contact with the cube, were immediately devoured within. At the center of the enormous cube, Linley's group was gathered together. Now that these people have come in, it will be hard for them if they want to go out again. Linley laughed calmly. The gravitational force within the cube was under Linley's complete control. By relying on changing the direction of the gravity, Linley was capable of causing those within it to lose their sense of direction. In addition, each time they attempted to break through a wall, it would be tremendously difficult. It must be understood that this was formed from 1,000,000 cubes, and Linley was capable of soundless altering the insides of this cube. To escape was virtually impossible. The only possible way was to forcibly shatter it. Linley, what are we going to do? Delia asked. First, we'll fly to the eastern part of the island. Linley had planned this out in advance. By the time we arrive at the eastern part of the island, we will only have to cause a panic amongst the countless guests. The population in the eastern part of the island is very high. After causing them to panic, we'll be able to seize the opportunity to flee. This was Linley's second scheme. Linley, when did you become so powerful? The war god, O'Brien, looked at Linley. When we are all safe, I'll tell you. Linley replied. Bang! The outsides of the black cube were currently suffering countless attacks from the island guards. Although the island guards were numerous, their attacks were too spread out. At most, they would be able to destroy a few exterior layers, which Linley could instantly repair. I can block those material attacks, but as for the soul attacks, let those unfortunate meat shields block them. The Blackstone prison is so large that those outside have no way at all of knowing where we are within it. The countless island guards in midair were staying far, far away from that enormous black cube. The black cube thus flew across the skies of Miluo Island, moving at high speed towards the eastern part of the island. Slowly, it drew nearer and nearer to the eastern part of the island. What's that? The countless outsiders of Miluo Island raised their heads, staring at the enormous black cube. Suddenly, Blur shot at high speed towards that black cube, while at the same time, a dazzling, enormous black saber light flashed, slashing directly across the black cube. Although it seemed to cut through it with difficulty, in the end, it still chopped through the center of the black cube. Bang! The black cube crumbled. The dragon-formed Linley, with Delia, Bibi, and the others, hovered there in midair. You won't be able to flee. A cold voice rang out. The speaker was Backwell, who along with the 3 red-robed elders were staring coldly at Linley. Linley stared at his surroundings. Currently, the area around them was surrounded by dense clusters of island guards who had already formed a sphere around them, completely sealing them off. From afar, the countless outsiders at the eastern part of the island were raising their heads to stare at this place. Those 4 are very powerful. Linley felt a hint of tension. That blade just now had been launched by one of the red-robed men, but the red-robed men were clearly under the command of that red-haired man. Linley had no confidence at all in his ability to fight those 4 head-on. It seems, I'll have to use Plan 3. Linley's gaze slowly turned ice-cold. Plan 3 was the final plan. It was time to use the sovereign's might. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 24, Life and Death, Two Paths. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 24, Life and Death, Two Paths. Currently at Miluo Island, at the air above the border between the western and the eastern part of the island, tens of thousands of High God Island warriors were in a sphere, surrounding Linley and his group, who were in the center with no place to flee. The greatest threat to Linley, however, was the 4 people he was facing. For 7-star fiends. A single saber blow that chopped my Blackstone prison cube in half, with enough remaining force that I had to disperse it with my fist. The power of that saber blow was really quite frightening. Linley felt that his right fist was slightly numb. Lowering his head, he saw that on his fist, there was a white imprint. Linley was quite astonished. This was the remaining power from that flash of saber light, after it had chopped through so many walls of the Blackstone prison. If the saber had landed with full power on Linley, it would be hard to say if his draconic scales would be able to resist it. 7-star fiend. Definitely a 7-star fiend. Linley stared at the red-robed man who had launched that saber blow just now. He was a muscular, red-robed man with wild, tousled golden hair like the mane on a lion. At present, this man was currently standing respectfully behind the red-haired man. And who is this red-haired man? Linley was cautious. The 3 red-robed elders were by the side of the red-haired man, while young Master Seikara was currently by the side of the red-haired man, appearing quite respectful. However, the red-haired man glanced at him, and Seikara lowered his head, respectfully stepping to the side. Even Seikara is so respectful, and he seems quite similar in features to Seikara. Could this be Seikara's father? Linley, seeing this scene, guessed to himself. After a short consideration, Linley came to the conclusion that the situation was grim. The 3 red-robed men were very likely 7-star fiends. As for the red-haired man, he couldn't be weak either. Using Sovereign's might is one possibility, but more importantly, I have to protect Delia and the others. Linley was still rather worried. After all, their group was surrounded by a dense cluster of tens of thousands of High God Island warriors. This group of High God warriors were extremely dangerous as well. It seems, I have no other options. Linley gritted his teeth. He had to block the opponents while at the same time, he had to protect Delia and the others. But the enemy consisted of 4 7-star fiends. Even if he used his sovereign's might, he had to go all out. Thus, in the worst-case scenario, he had to simultaneously use 2 drops of sovereign's might. 1 drop for his original body to deal with the 4 7-star fiends. 1 drop for his divine clone to protect Delia and the others. That's the worst-case scenario. Linley was rather unwilling to do so. After all, this was 2 drops of sovereign's might. But the enemy was too powerful. I hope you won't force me to that step, Linley said quietly to himself. Currently, as Linley was weighing his opponents, they were weighing Linley as well. They discovered, to their astonishment, that they, for 7-star fiends, weren't able to see through Linley at all. This person is extremely powerful. The clan leader of the Bagshaw clan, Backwell, felt astonished. At the same time, he gave his son a hard look. If it wasn't because of his son, how could they have possibly offended an enemy like this? Boslo, Boasiluo. Backwell shouted. "Milord." The lion-like man went forward. "Go test him. If you can, then kill him," Backwell ordered through divine sense. Backwell knew very well exactly how powerful the 3 red-robed elders accompanying him were. In terms of defense, Boslo was the strongest. Thus, he was the most appropriate choice for testing the opponent's strength. "Yes, milord." Boslo seemed rather excited. Boslow immediately turned his head, his yellow golden eyes locking onto Linley. Cracking his lips, he laughed loudly. Ha, just now, you were able to take on my blow. That means you are worthy of knowing my name. I am Boslow. Now, if you die, you won't die without even knowing who killed you. Linley just stood there coldly in midair. His body suddenly moved, and his divine wind clone flew out, landing next to Delia, Bibi, and Olivier's sides. Delia was filled with concern as well, while Bibi said through divine sense, "Boss, are you going to use the Sovereign's might?" "Right. My wind-style divine clone will also carry a drop of Sovereign's might. At a time of danger, I'll immediately use it." Linley sent mentally. 2 drops of Sovereign's might. One was held by the original body within the coiling dragon ring, while the other had been shifted into Linley's divine wind clone's interspatial ring. If the situation suddenly changed, Linley would immediately use his Sovereign's might. "Ha, I haven't even killed you, but you are already so frightened that you send out your divine clone?" Boslow laughed loudly. The laughter echoed like thunder in the air above Miluo Island. "Enough bullshit." The cold voice burst forth from Linley's lips. Boslow was slightly startled, and then his face grew solemn as well. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved a pitch-black long blade that was 2 meters long. Immediately, the tens of thousands of surrounding high gods and the countless deity spectators on the ground all went silent, expectantly waiting for this astonishing battle to begin. I didn't expect that this sort of battle would occur at Miluo Island. A black-haired man carrying a warblade on his back appeared within the ground. Raising his head, he stared at the battle. This was Lomio Bornson, whose fame had become widespread throughout Miluo Island. Lomio narrowed his eyes, staring at the 2 men who were about to battle as closely as a viper. The battle that was being watched by countless people was about to begin. Rumble, that explosive red-robed man, Boslow, wielded his long blade. His speed reached the limit, and because he was too fast, the world itself began to rumble and thunder. In an instant, Boslow appeared high in the air. And then, Boslow's form tightened. Silently, soundlessly, Boslow charged down from up above with his long blade, chopping down viciously towards Linley. But the strange thing was, this blade actually didn't make any sound at all, and it didn't cause any spatial vibrations at all. It looked as though it was a very ordinary blade blow. Eh? Watching from below, Lomio's eyes suddenly lit up. To have trained to such a level in the way of destruction, Miluo Island really is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. But Lomio discovered that Linley still just stood there, not seeming to care at all. Lomio was surprised. Even he, in the face of that saber blow, wouldn't dare to be so casual. Formidable. A sigh of praise escaped Linley's lips, but right afterwards, as Boslow slashed down in a perfect arc, while he was still 200 meters or so away from Linley, his body suddenly, bizarrely quivered, then was pushed back by several meters. Instantly, the stance of his downwards chopping blow was broken. What sort of power is this? Boslow was astonished. Just now, he clearly could sense a terrifying repulsive power acting on his body. Even at his level of power, when caught off guard, he couldn't help but retreat. Even Backwell and the others, watching at a distance, were astonished. "Father, that man's gravitational space is very bizarre. Not only can it pull downwards, it can also draw inwards or repulse outwards." Sekera immediately explained to his father through divine sense. Backwell couldn't help but stare at Linley in amazement. A gravitational space that can reach such a level? He didn't dare believe it. Ha! Boslow let out a loud, gravelly laugh, which sounded like the bursting waters of a flood. His flashing golden eyes stared at Linley. "I underestimated you." Boslow wielded his saber with both hands, forcibly resisting the repulsive force as he charged towards Linley. Linley just stood there quietly. "Die." Boslow swung down violently with full force. Wherever his warblade passed by, space itself was chopped open by the sharp blade, with a large crack easily being created. That enormous long blade came straight down towards Linley's head. Before the long blade arrived, the spatial tremors that it had caused had reached Linley. This is the moment. Linley's eyes suddenly widened viciously. The repulsive force immediately transformed into a downwards gravitational force. Boslow felt that he instantly seemed to have had a 1,000,000,000,000 mountain crushed down on his body. This sudden gravitational pull caused all of his movements to change. When experts exchanged blows, a sudden change like this had a tremendous impact. Boslow, caught completely off guard, suddenly sank down. Boslow had been chopping down at Linley, but he was now below Linley. How could he possibly hit Linley? Humph! A cold voice rang out. An azure golden light flashed. Linley's right leg struck out like a blade towards Boslow's head, with his dragon-formed body containing such boundless physical strength that this kick actually caused space to crack and rumble. Boslow was an expert as well. He immediately changed his downward swing to an upwards block, and wherever the blade of his saber passed, space was parted like the waters of the sea. Bang! Linley's right leg slammed viciously onto the blade, but the weird thing was, the power of the blow actually passed through the warblade and into Boslow's body. Boslow's entire body twitched momentarily, and at almost the same moment, Linley's draconic tail also lashed viciously against Boslow's body. Boslow had been impacted by the gravitational space to begin with and was being impacted by an astonishing downwards gravitational force. Now that he had been successively hit by Linley's kick and also struck by Linley's vicious tail. Bang! The earth trembled as Boslow smashed directly into the surface of the other, an enormous, deep crevice appearing on the ground. The tens of thousands of island warriors and the countless spectators on Miluo Island were all stunned. He actually had dared to use his leg to kick down towards Boslow's warblade? And had even knocked Boslow into the ground? How hard is his leg? This was what countless people were wondering. Swoosh! Boslow emerged from the ground and flew out at high speed, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, a voice rang out in his mind. Boslow, what is going on? Milord, his strength is too powerful. I've never encountered a person whose strength was so great. Boslow sent back. His physical strength was indeed vast. Just now, when Linley's leg had smashed against Boslow's warblade, Boslow had felt as though an enormous mountain that had existed for 10 million years had slammed onto his body. The strength of this power was indescribable. Milord, just now, my attack, he wasn't injured? Boslow asked. As he was smashed into the ground, he hadn't had a chance to notice. You only broke a few of his draconic scales. You didn't injure him much. Backwell said. My blade attack contained a soul attack as well. He didn't feel anything? Boslow asked hurriedly. Although he was more proficient in material attacks, his soul attacks weren't weak either. Anyone who didn't have a soul-protecting divine artifact would find it hard to resist. His soul defense has to be excellent. I haven't noticed any change in him. Backwell was beginning to worry. The mysterious expert of the Four Divine Beasts clan in front of him seemed to be rather too powerful. How dangerous. Fortunately, my soul-protecting sovereign artifact ablated 90% of the attack power. Linley was frightened as well. Just now, although the material attack component of that blade chop was powerful, it was only able to shatter his draconic scales and give him a flesh wound. But the soul attack embodied within the blade had struck like a thunderbolt against that translucent membrane. Upon smashing into the soul-protecting sovereign artifact, of course it shattered. After the first blow, 60% to 70% of the power was dispersed, and then the remaining force spread throughout the translucent membrane and discovered the flaw in the membrane. The bandage over the flaw was now quite strong, and an enormous amount of force was needed to break through it. The remaining bit of energy, Linley was able to resist with his own soul power. This person is still more proficient in physical attacks. If I were to encounter someone who was an expert in soul attacks, Linley, just now, had already gripped the drop of Sovereign's might into his hand, prepared to use it at any moment. Backwell and the three red-robed elders were all hesitating. This Linley was truly unfathomable to them. Even a 7-star fiend like Boslow seemed to be at a disadvantage. But what they didn't know was that even a 6-star fiend, if proficient in soul attacks, would be enough to deal with Linley. Unfortunately, they didn't know any details regarding Linley. After all, they all believed that Linley was hiding his aura. His ability at hiding his soul aura is at such a level, how could his soul attacks possibly be weak? Backwell and the others all came to this conclusion, which is why they had sent Boslow, who had the strongest material attacks in their group. Father, Sekara said softly. F***CK off. Go to one side. Backwell growled. Backwell was frustrated, but Linley was also frustrated. Linley knew his own power. His body was very tough and so he could frighten the opponents, but if they were to truly battle, he would absolutely have to use up his sovereign's might. Linley immediately flew over towards Backwell. What are you doing? Backwell immediately used his divine sense to shout. Backwell and the three red-robed elders all grew guarded, staring at Linley. It was as though if he said a single word wrong, they would immediately attack. That Lord Linley is flying over. Can it be that he wants to fight them, 1-on-4? The countless spectators on Miluo Island who were watching with their heads raised were all staring at this sight, and Lomio was watching quietly as well. Linley continued to fly. Roughly at a distance of 300 meters from Backwell, Linley came to a halt. Seeing Linley halt, Backwell and the others calmed down slightly as well. How could I be here to cause you trouble? You just don't know that at a long distance, my divine sense isn't long enough to reach you. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He was only a god. Generally speaking, the divine sense of a god was only 100 meters. Although he had refined a large number of amethysts and his soul had grown to the limits of power for a god and was unable to absorb any more, his divine sense was still limited to 300 or 400 meters or so. High gods, however, could generally speak with divine sense to 1,000 meters. Only by drawing closer was he able to speak with divine sense. I am Linley. Linley sent through divine sense to Backwell. Backwell. Backwell responded. Linley, your friends are all surrounded. As long as I give the order, tens of thousands of high gods will join forces and attack. Your friends will all die. Given your power, you should know the true power of our Bagshaw clan. If we really start to claw at each other's faces and go all out, even if you are an Azura, our Bagshaw clan will still be able to kill you. The experts of the Bagshaw clan were more numerous than just the few of them present. I understand. My power has only been partially revealed as well. Linley sent back through divine sense, while at the same time, Linley stretched out his right hand. In his right hand, a sparkling blue drop of water appeared. This blue drop of water was giving off a faint yet awe-inspiring aura of power. The faces of Backwell and the three red-robed elders immediately changed greatly. Water-type sovereign's might. I don't want for us to rip at each other's faces and go all out. You should know that given my power, if I use this drop of sovereign's might, what the results will be. Linley sent through divine sense. Backwell's facial muscles twitched, and then he laughed coldly. Backwell flipped his own hand, and a drop of black liquid appeared. Linley could sense the terrifying energy contained within that black drop of liquid. It was a power on the same level of his blue drop of water, only what it emanated was the aura of destruction. Destruction-type sovereign's might? Linley was shocked as well. Your four divine beasts clan has sovereign's might. Did you think my Bagshaw clan doesn't? Bagshaw sent through divine sense. For you to have a drop of water-type sovereign's might means that your position in the four divine beasts clan must be quite high, but it was normal for Backwell, as the leader of the clan, to be carrying a drop of sovereign's might. The top 10 ancient clans of the Infernal Realm, such as the Bagshaw clan, all possessed astonishing power of their own. You killed so many of my men. Although they were minor figures, you still besmirched the face of my Bagshaw clan. I'll give you 2 paths to choose from. The first path is the path where we go all out against each other and engage in a great battle. At worst, my Bagshaw clan will lose a number of experts, but we will still kill you. I wager your 4 Divine Beasts clan won't dare to come to my Miluo Island to avenge you. Backwell was absolutely confident. Linley's face didn't change. He continued to listen. The second path is, my Bagshaw clan can give you face and forget about those minor figures you killed. However, you must serve my Bagshaw clan and assume the position of a red-robed elder. You must serve the Bagshaw clan without compensation for 10,000 years as a form of apology. In this way, this matter will be at an end. Pick a path. Backwell stared at Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 25, Red-Robed Elder. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 25, Red-Robed Elder. Which path to choose? Linley's forehead creased slightly. Neither of these 2 paths were good paths. The first went without saying. For the Bagshaw clan to be able to keep Miluo Island erect in the Infernal Realm for countless years meant that this ancient clan's roots and foundation of power definitely exceeded his imagination. Killing Linley wouldn't be too hard. The second path, be a red-robed elder for 10,000 years? For an ordinary expert, 10,000 years wasn't much. But to him, it was too long a period of time. From birth until now, he hadn't even lived 1,000 years. Linley, you haven't made up your mind yet? Backwell was growing rather angry. He believed that the conditions he had offered for the second path were already quite good. It was just a short 10,000 years. For ultimate experts, they might spend 10,000 years in a single training session. 10,000 years is too long. I have to go to the Bloodridge continent on business. Linley sent back through divine sense. Backwell's face instantly became all smiles. 10,000 years. 100 years. To experts on the level of Backwell, there wasn't much difference. If he truly had wanted to punish Linley, he wouldn't say 10,000 years, he would say 100 million years. After all, to ultimate experts like them, 100 years or 10,000 years really wasn't a long period of time. That's easy to negotiate. Linley, since you are willing to become my clan's red-robed elder, my Bagshaw clan won't go too far either. How about this? No matter what, you still have to show your sincerity in apologizing. Let's just say 100 years then. Backwell said. Actually, Backwell didn't want to waste his sovereign's might either, nor did he want to lose his clan's experts. If he could avoid battle, he would. As long as Linley was willing to give his clan face, it would be enough. But of course, this was also because Linley's power was too great. If it had been another person, even another 7-star fiend who didn't have sovereign's might, Backwell most likely would have ordered them to be killed already. There's nothing I can do. This is the only choice. Linley understood as well. Although he had 2 drops of sovereign's might, the Bagshaw clan had sovereign's might as well. If they really did claw at each other's faces in battle wildly, using up those 2 drops of sovereign's might was a small matter, but whether or not he would be able to safely allow Delia and BB and the others to leave was another, greater matter. Right now, both sides were taking a step back. He might as well stay 100 years. By doing so, not only would he save 2 drops of sovereign's might, he would also protect Delia and the others. I accept. Linley nodded. Backwell instantly laughed. Linley, follow us, then. Backwell sent through divine sense. Linley nodded, then sent mentally to BB and Delia. BB, Delia, Olivier, all of you, follow me. Although BB and Delia were full of questions, they still flew over. Go back. Backwell suddenly said in a clear voice. And then, Backwell, the 3 red-robed elders, Sakara, Linley, and the others all flew directly towards the western part of the island, with the 100 black-armored warriors following. As for those tens of thousands of island guards covering the skies, they were all completely lost. Not just them. The countless spectators watching the battle with heads raised on Miluo Island were puzzled as well. Why did that lord leave with the people of the Bagshaw clan? What just happened? Moments ago, they were battling mightily. Why is it that the draconian expert left with the people of Miluo Island? Isn't it obvious that it's because he fears the people of Miluo Island? Over countless years, there's been no one who dares to resist Miluo Island. I disagree. Most likely, that draconian lord was concerned about his friends. The countless outsiders of the entire Miluo Island were all chatting about this battle, either discussing Linley's power or guessing at why Linley had left with them. However, without question, everyone agreed. That draconian was very powerful. He was able to kick a red-robed expert flying and control a large number of high gods like toys in the palm of his hand. Experts are as common as the clouds. It seems as though I should accept the invitation of the Bagshaw clan. Let's take a look and see what sort of experts the Bagshaw clan has. Lomeo Bornson raised his head, watching Linley and the others disappear into the western horizons. And then, he calmly turned and vanished into the crowds, while the people around him continued to chat excitedly. While flying towards the western part of the island and towards the residential area of the Bagshaw clan, Olivier, O'Brien, and Caesar all used their divine sense to query Linley. They had bellies full of questions. Linley, what did you promise that Bagshaw clan? Caesar hurriedly asked. His heart was filled with guilt. This was all because of him. Boss, what does that Bagshaw clan want us to do? BB queried. Linley, are you a high god or a god? O'Brien asked. The repeated questions from multiple people caused Linley to momentarily not know how to respond. My power, I won't explain for now. In the future, I'll explain in detail. You can just consider me as a 6-star fiend. Linley responded to O'Brien. 6-star fiend only was a level of power. It didn't mean he had to be a high god. BB, Delia, they just want me to be a red-robed elder for a century. We'd best humbly take a step back. Linley replied. Only now was Delia relieved. Delia hadn't been in a hurry to go to the Indigo Prefecture to begin with, she only wanted that Linley wouldn't place himself in too much danger. That tremendous battle that was about to break out just now had terrified her so much that her heart was rising into her throat. Fortunately, the dangerous moment had passed. The Bagshaw clan took up an exceedingly wide amount of space, with all sorts of buildings and manors scattered throughout it. Linley, from today onward, you can live at the estate. Backwell laughed calmly. We agreed that you would only stay for 100 years. It's just 100 short years. There's no need for you to make a special oath. With a wave of his hand, Backwell brought out a set of long red robes and a green insignia. This is the uniform for red-robed elders. The defensive power of this uniform is equivalent to a high god divine artifact. This insignia is a green Miluo insignia. In Miluo Island, when you use this insignia, you can easily summon and mobilize 100 island guards. Backwell smiled as he spoke. Linley immediately smiled and accepted it. Lord Backwell, don't worry. Within these 100 years, without your permission, I definitely won't leave on my own. Linley said. Backwell laughed and nodded. I trust the words spoken by the descendants of the 4 Divine Beast clan. Backwell knew very well that large clans like theirs, the Bagshaw clan and the 4 Divine Beasts clan, all had sovereign's might and would give them out to clan members of exceedingly high status. As he saw it, for Linley to be able to acquire a drop of sovereign's might meant that even in the 4 Divine Beasts clan, he was most likely an elder-level figure. The word of someone like Linley was thus worthy of being trusted. If he had to swear an oath for simply 100 years, that would actually be laughable. Lord Backwell, normally, what do I need to do? Linley asked. Not much. Only when any major problems occur would we have the red-robed elders go out. For example, today. Backwell teased. But of course, as a red-robed elder, there is a benefit as well. In the future, you can go to the secret area here in the western part of the island for a viewing. The secret area in the western part of the island? Linley had heard others speak of this place long ago. It seemed as though the victors of 100 arena battles were qualified to go in for a viewing. Linley had wanted to ask more questions regarding this secret area, but that Backwell just laughed and said, "Linley, I'll leave now. If there's anything you need, feel free to come find me." Linley didn't feel comfortable chasing after him with questions. Thus, he simply watched as Backwell, Sekera, and the 3 red-robed elders left. Kriawak. The door shut. In the main hall, only Backwell and Sekera remained. "Father, you're going to just let Linley live 100 comfortable years? This is letting him off too easy. How many of our men has he killed?" The rage which Sekera had suppressed for so long was finally boiling out. Humph. A single cold snort, but it struck against Sekera's heart like a hammer. Sekera's words instantly came to a halt. Backwell turned and gave Sekera a cold stare. This matter, if we pursue it to its roots, was caused by that slut in Caesar. She's just a woman. Can it be that for the sake of your slut, my Bagshaw clan would lose several 7-star fiend-level experts and 1 or 2 drops of Sovereign's Might, while at the same time offending the 4 Divine Beasts clan? Is it worth it? Killing Linley? They could do that. But the price was far too high. It's just the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Sekera muttered. Oof. An enormous dragon, even after starving to death, is still enormous. Although compared to 10,000 years ago, the 4 Divine Beasts clan has changed dramatically and their power has dropped. However, the 4 Divine Beasts clan had previously dominated the infernal realm for countless years. Their roots are extremely deep. Backwell growled, "Our Bagshaw clan is more powerful than the 4 Divine Beasts clan, but only by a bit." Sekera no longer dared to say a word. West Miluo Island. The Bagshaw clan's residential area. Linley's estate. Elder. At the estate, 2 servants respectfully saluted Linley. Linley was currently dressed in a long red robe. All roving island guards, upon seeing Linley, would be extremely respectful. Linley gave orders to a nearby island guard. Go to room 306 of the island warriors' residential area. Bring Taras and Dylan over. Yes, Elder. An island guard said respectfully. Linley turned and returned to his estate. At present, Delia, Bibi, Caesar, O'Brien, and Olivier were all living here. In 3 steps, Linley reached the rear gardens. O'Brien, Olivier, and Bibi were chatting idly, but Caesar was in the corner of the garden, sitting there foolishly, thinking who knows what. Linley. Delia walked towards Linley from behind. Delia had also noticed the distant Caesar. Sighing, she said, "Most likely Caesar is still thinking about Cecily." Right. Linley nodded slightly. Most likely, Caesar would need a long period of time before he could escape this valley. "Hey, boss, you came." Bibi immediately rushed over and intentionally said a few words of congratulations. "Boss, I must say, that red elder's robe you are wearing looks quite fetching and handsome." Linley couldn't help but laugh. Linley's conversation attracted the notice of Caesar, who upon seeing Linley, immediately ran over, his eyes lighting up. He hurriedly said, "Linley, I want to ask something of you." "Caesar, if there's anything you need, just say it." Linley had always felt gratitude towards Caesar in his heart. Caesar said nervously, "For Sekera to suddenly attack me, I'm worried that possibly some sort of major conflict sprang up between him and Lily." Otherwise, how could Sekera have been in such a towering rage and have come for me? After all, the day before her wedding, Lily and I officially broke up. Ever since that day, we never met again, not once. Up till now, Caesar still didn't know that Cecily had become pregnant with his child. Linley, I want to ask you to go investigate and see what is going on with Lily. Caesar begged. Linley nodded. All right. Don't worry. I will go do a careful investigation. Linley knew a bit about Caesar and Cecily's affairs. The two of them, Caesar and Cecily, were actually truly in love with each other. Unfortunately, young Master Sekera had taken a fancy for Cecily. The Gaylord clan had thus immediately requested Cecily to marry Sekera, so as to win the favor of the Bagshaw clan, but how could Cecily disobey the orders of her clan? Thus, in great pain, she had to separate from Caesar. On the day before her wedding, she hardened her heart and told Caesar that they would never meet again. Alas, Caesar is really unfortunate. Linley sighed to himself. Miluo Island supposedly has 5 clans, but in reality, the master is the Bagshaw clan. The other 4 clans are just their subordinates. He could completely imagine how, in order to ingratiate themselves to Sekera, the Gaylord clan had forcibly required Cecily to do what had to be done. Beneath the ground. In a darkened tunnel. Sekera was walking with a cold look on his face. On each side of this tunnel were jail cells, each of them quite unusual. They were specially made to detain deities. This corridor had a black armored warrior on guard every 10 meters. Slut. Whenever Sekera thought about how his wife Cecily had someone else's child in her stomach, and had so excitedly run over to tell him about it, he felt humiliated. And today, he hadn't been able to kill Caesar because Linley had appeared. Linley! He shows up everywhere. Sekera truly detested Linley. He had first shown up in the Free Castle, and now here as well. Time to deal with it. Sekera took a deep breath. Cecily was the shame of his clan. She definitely wouldn't be permitted to continue living. Once this got out, the Bagshaw clan would become a laughingstock. He had come here to kill Cecily. Not because he wanted to, but because his father had ordered it. After arriving at a cell. Open it. Sekera said calmly, while at the same time showing his blood-colored Miluo insignia. In the dark, damp jail cell, Cecily was leaning against a wall, her long hair somewhat in disarray. Hearing the cell door open, Cecily couldn't help but turn to look. Seeing that it was Sekera, her face changed slightly. You killed Caesar? Cecily said in a low voice. Yes. I killed him. Sekera said coldly, as he emotionlessly stared at Cecily, waiting expectantly for that look of despair and agony on Cecily's face. He got what he wanted. Cecily's face instantly turned white. Soundlessly, her tears came dripping down. In the short few hours she had been imprisoned here, she had been worried about Caesar. She knew that Sekera would go seek revenge, and she also knew that Caesar wouldn't be able to stop him. But she had still held on to hope. Upon hearing Sekera's words, though, she lost all hope. Caesar. Cecily's mind returned to those happy scenes, those days she had spent with Caesar. She had been so happy, so free, without any restrictions from the clan. She could live as she pleased. But Sekera had taken a fancy to her. And thus, her destiny had been changed. In the face of her clan, she had lowered her head. Even after being married into the Bagshaw clan, she had always forced herself to remain smiling and happy. Sekera. Cecily suddenly raised her head to stare at Sekera, her eyes like death. If it wasn't because you are a member of the Bagshaw clan, you would be less than dog's hit. Do you know? Whenever I slept with you, I pretended you were Caesar. Sekera's face turned red and he roared angrily, "Slut!" With that explosive shout, he immediately launched a heavy, furious slap, smashing down on Cecily's head. Bang! Cecily's entire body trembled, and then she slowly slid to the ground. To the very end, Cecily had a strange smile on her face. She had said those words because she wanted to die. Death would be an escape. She would no longer have to continue to force herself to be happy every day. Wouldn't have to force herself not to think of Caesar every day. Slut, slut, slut. After having killed Cecily, Seikara's rage was still endless. In his mind, those final words echoed over and over. Do you know? Whenever I slept with you, I pretended you were Caesar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 26, Scryer Records. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 26, Scryer Records. Since he had promised Caesar, Linley naturally began to ponder as to what method he could use to investigate Cecily's situation. However, despite the fact that he was now a red-robed elder, he didn't have the authority to arbitrarily enter the residence of the clan leader. After having ordered people to bring Dylan and Taras over here, Linley began to investigate and see what he could find. Magnolia, Magianualia. Linley quickly strode forward to greet her. Magnolia. A red-robed elder of the Bagshaw clan. She was the one and only female red-robed elder of the three which Backwell had brought during the previous battle. Magnolia turned, her violet eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Mr. Linley, is there something you need? Magnolia, there's something I want to ask about. Linley said hurriedly. Go ahead. Magnolia was very courteous. Last time, Seikara was infuriated and wanted to kill my friend. It should have been for the sake of his wife. Do you know the current situation of young Master Seikara's wife? Linley asked directly. Magnolia furrowed her forehead, then shook her head. I'm not sure about that. Seikara and his wife both live in the clan leader's estate. I normally find it hard to go in there as well. I imagine that those who know of this situation are most likely the servants and the housekeepers of the clan leader's estate. Just those few. Linley frowned. The clan leader's estate was the most tightly restricted area in the entire Bagshaw clan. The people who lived there consisted of Backwell as well as his two sons. Those servants who lived there normally never came out. To investigate would be very hard. If you have the chance, you can just go ask Seikara or the Lord Clan leader directly. Magnolia advised. All right. Got it. Sorry for bothering you. Linley immediately left. Ask Seikara or Backwell? Of course Linley knew that was the best way. But Linley also knew that upon asking, Seikara or Backwell would definitely know that he was asking on behalf of Caesar, at which point, what would Seikara and the others think? At the very least, they would feel quite uncomfortable. Unless absolutely necessarily, Linley didn't want to act to make others irritated. After walking around for a bit, he asked quite a few people with high status, but he still didn't know anything about Cecily's current situation. Disappointed, Linley thus could only first return home. By the time he returned to his own estate, Linley saw Caesar at the gates. Linley, how did it go? Caesar hurriedly asked. Cecily lives in the clan leader's estate. Even I'm not allowed to just barge in there. Don't be hasty. I'll ask again in a while. Linley shook his head regretfully. A look of disappointment flashed past Caesar's eyes, and then he forced out a smile. I'm in no rush, in no rush. Linley sighed in his heart. Right. Taras and Dylan are here. Caesar said. They came? Linley immediately walked inside, and the nearby Caesar hurriedly said, Linley, you can't blame them. You know how bad the situation was. They didn't want to sacrifice themselves for nothing. I understand. In his heart, Linley didn't blame Taras or Dylan too much. Only, Linley was puzzled. Based on his understanding of Taras and Dylan, when that sort of dangerous situation had occurred, those two should have been the first to stand forward. But both of them actually retreated, naturally causing Linley to be filled with disbelief. Although there was nothing wrong with their decision, from an emotional standpoint, it was still rather hard to accept. Walking past the corridor, he passed through the courtyard door. Linley saw Dylan and Taras, currently seated. "Boss." Bibi stood up, then muttered disdainfully from the corner of his lips, "These two came." Linley just glanced at Bibi. Although he wasn't happy, there was no need for them to stomp on their face like that. Dylan and Taras both immediately stood up as well. The two of them were rather embarrassed. But Linley laughed as he walked over. "Dylan, Taras, sit and chat, sit." Linley himself was the first to sit. Dylan and Taras exchanged a glance. "Linley, about today, it was our fault." Dylan took the lead to speak. Shaking his head, he said helplessly, "I'm sorry. At the time, we both thought that resistance just meant death, and so, Taras nodded as well. When a person felt guilty, they would be timid when speaking. This was how Dylan and Taras were right now. "I don't blame you." Linley laughed. After all, in the end, Caesar's still fine. Linley could tell that Dylan and Taras both felt ashamed. Since they were capable of feeling shame, there was no need for him to say anything else. Taras and Dylan both felt relieved. "Linley." Taras couldn't help but feel puzzled, and so he asked, "I heard that you, by yourself, killed many island guards, and that you even defeated a red-robed elder?" "That was luck," Linley said. Taras and Dylan looked at each other. They lived here on Milio Island, and knew how powerful the red-robed elders were. Each red-robed elder had the power of a 7-star fiend. But this god in front of them, Linley, had actually defeated a 7-star fiend. Back when they were in the Yulan continent, Linley was only just a demigod. "Linley, are you a god or a high god?" Dylan asked again. It wasn't Dylan's fault for asking this. Linley's performance had simply been too astonishing. "No need to discuss this. You can just consider me a 6-star fiend." Linley shook his head. "Taras, Dylan, I want to ask you about something. I hear that the victors of 100 battles in the arena can enter the secret area in the western part of the island. Do you know what is inside the secret area?" The red-robed elders were qualified to enter the secret area of Milio Island as well. What exactly did the secret area of Milio Island have? Linley was puzzled as well. The secret area? Dylan and Taras were both surprised and puzzled. "Ask Taras." "I'm not sure." Dylan shook his head. "Weren't you a victor of 100 battles in the god arena?" Linley didn't understand. Dylan explained, "After entering the secret area, you also need to undergo a test within the secret area. Only if you are considered to be qualified will you be allowed to go in for a viewing. I was refused outside the door." Linley was startled. There was an inspection for whether or not a person was qualified. Linley turned to look at Taras, who sighed emotionally and said, "The only thing I was able to see in the secret area was a series of scryer recordings." "Scryer recordings?" Linley was astonished. Linley was very familiar with scryer recordings. They were created from a simple floating scryer technique, a very simple water-style spell. That year, before Linley had broken up with Alice, Linley had purchased 2 memory crystals that had been filled with scryer recordings. He had used the memory crystals and filled them with many memories to give to Alice. Only, after they broke up, Linley had smashed the memory crystals. Scryer recordings? Linley didn't understand. These scryer recordings could record many memories, but why would the Bagshaw clan treat them as a treasure? What exactly did these images record? Right. Scryer recordings, Taras said with a sigh. Recordings of experts who battled each other. Every single Scryer recording has recorded some truly astonishing duels, with the experts who were in the duels at least of the 7-star fiend level. Lindley's eyes lit up. For many people, viewing a duel between true experts was of great benefit in helping them to make breakthroughs and gain insights. Normally speaking, it was extremely rare to see a pair of 7-star fiends do battle. How many duel recordings are there? Lindley was eager as well. Very many, at least thousands. Taras sighed in praise. There are so many experts in those recordings. Also, there are explanations and introductions to each of those ultimate experts, including the 6-winged fiend, the blood violet fiend, the snow fiend, the silver moon fiend. It truly was astonishing. Lindley's eyes were shining as he listened. So many 7-star fiend duels? However, my strength was insufficient. I was only allowed to go to the second secret room to do a viewing. Taras shook his head. In the second viewing room, the vast majority were 7-star fiend level battles, not just here in the infernal realm, but also including experts who are in the other higher planes as well as the divine planes. I hear that the Scryer recordings in the first room are truly exciting. Taras' eyes were shining. There are recordings of Azura level experts, and supposedly, there are recordings of interplanar battles. And even, Scryer recordings of a sovereign showing his might. Lindley sucked in a cold breath. Recordings of a sovereign showing his might? However, that's all in the first room. Taras shook his head. Generally speaking, only red-robed elders or 7-star fiends are permitted to go view them. In addition, that's only at the invitation of the Bagshaw clan. Lindley remembered quite clearly how Backwell had said that as a red-robed elder, Lindley was qualified to enter the western part of the island's hidden area. The recordings of so many experts engaging in battle is a priceless treasure. Azura-level battles, interplanar battles, and even sovereigns attacking? Lindley's heart was blazing. What did those high and mighty sovereigns look like when they attacked? He had been a red-robed elder for 2 days now. During these 2 days, Lindley hadn't found any hint of information regarding Cecily. Boss, the secret area actually has so many exciting recordings. Can I go take a look as well? Ever since they had learned information 2 days ago regarding the secret area, Bibi had also been desirous of going to take a look. I don't have that authority. That's the treasure of the Bagshaw clan. Lindley then frowned. Only, I rather don't understand. The Scryer recordings of ultimate experts battling against each other definitely can be considered a priceless treasure. But why is the Bagshaw clan willing to open it up to the public and allow the red-robed elders and the victors of 100 battles to go for a viewing? Lindley was puzzled. Logically speaking, these recordings should be kept secret. Bibi rubbed his nose, then muttered, maybe it's because the Bagshaw clan is confident in their strength, and so intentionally put on a show of being generous, so as to attract more experts to go to the arena to fight. That is their lure. Lindley nodded slightly as well. Suddenly, footsteps rang out from behind them. It was a black-armored guard. Elder. The black-armored guard bowed respectfully. Per the orders of the clan leader, tomorrow morning, please gather tomorrow morning at Suncutter Peak in the western part of the island. At that time, you will meet with victors of 100 battles in the arena and go into the secret area together. Lindley's eyebrows lifted up. Ha, it came just as we were discussing it. Bibi laughed loudly. Hey, can I go too? The black-robed guard couldn't help but be startled, and then he immediately, courteously withdrew. No sincerity. Bibi snorted. He was uncomfortably curious, but Lindley still wasn't able to take him in to do a viewing as well. Enough, don't be impatient. In the future, you'll have a chance to look. What are you talking about? Why so happy? Delia walked in from her room. Ha! Bibi immediately leapt up in excitement. I was a fool. Victors of 100 battle are all qualified to go in. Although I'm a god, I can go win 100 victories. Bibi was uncontrollably excited. Last time, I won 10 victories. I'll continue. Miluo Island. Suncutter Peak. Suncutter Peak was a very ordinary mountain peak, just 1,000 meters tall. Currently, 8 people were gathered at the peak, with Linley being the last one to arrive. As Linley arrived and looked at the other 7. 3 high gods. 2 gods. 2 demigods. Linley instantly could tell. Those who were allowed to enter the secret area were all victors of 100 battles. Thus, even demigod victors would be allowed in. Him. Linley instantly noticed that person. A skinny body, a long black robe, and long black hair, with a warblade on his back. It was Lomeo Bornson. Currently, Lomeo Bornson had seen Linley, and he was staring at him, his eyes shining. You are Linley, right? Lomeo had accepted the invitation of the Bagshaw clan, and then had asked around for some information regarding that battle. He had also learned Linley's name. Linley felt rather astonished. Lomeo actually recognized him? I saw the battle between you and that red-robed elder the other day. Lomeo's face, normally so hard that it looked as though it had been carved out by a knife, was currently revealing a hint of a smile. His gaze was akin to one who was staring at a precious item. Firmly and forcefully, he said, your power is very great. Once we leave from the secret area, I hope we can have a competition. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This Lomeo was utterly insane. Whenever he met an expert, he wanted to fight them. Everyone, you are all here? A familiar figure walked over. His tall form, his short red hair, it was the young master of the Bagshaw clan, Sekara. Sekara glanced at the 8 people, his gaze pausing momentarily on Linley, then said loudly, all right. I'll lead all of you to the hidden area, everyone. Just stay behind me, and remember, on the way over, don't make trouble. If you are killed by the guards in the hidden area, don't blame others. Sekara. Linley suddenly said. Sekara frowned slightly. He didn't have any good feelings towards Linley at all, but he still opened his mouth. Elder Linley, what is it? I'd like to ask, how is Cecily doing? Linley asked directly. This question caused Sekara to be quite embarrassed, but Linley didn't have any other choices. After all, he couldn't enter the clan leader's estate. For Caesar's sake, he had to ask without consideration for his face. You ask me about this? Sekara's face was frozen into a frown. He could guess that Linley definitely was asking on behalf of Caesar. Once again, Cecily's dying words echoed in Sekara's mind. When I slept with you, I pretended you were Caesar. Sekara's rage began to rise, and he couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. Knowing Linley's power, however, he knew that attacking meant humiliating himself. She left Miluo Island. Sekara said coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 27, Secret Area. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 27, Secret Area. Left Miluo Island? Linley was suspicious as soon as he heard this. Only a few days had passed since that last great battle, and Cecily had married Sekara not too long ago. How could she suddenly leave Miluo Island? Even if she had truly left, others should have seen it. But in the past few days, he had asked many people. None of them knew anything about Cecily, nor had they seen her. He is lying. Linley decided. Why was he lying? Instantly, Linley had a terrible premonition in his mind. Everyone, follow me. We're heading out. Sekara's face was extremely sinister looking right now. After speaking, he led the group of people deep towards Suncutter Peak. Although Linley felt suspicious in his heart, he still followed. Suncutter Peak. Linley's group of 9 floated into it. Moments later, Linley's group arrived at a deep cavernous tunnel, without a hint of sunlight within it. Sekara was the first to enter the deep tunnel, while Linley's group of 8 hesitated slightly, then entered as well. Young Master Sekara, a high god said through divine sense. Where exactly is this secret area? This tunnel seems to be bottomlessly deep. Just follow me, Sekara said calmly. Linley and Lomio followed quite calmly. What was there to fear? This Sekara was right in front of them, and either of them could easily kill Sekara. They didn't need to fear Sekara playing any tricks at all. In addition, Linley had learned from Taras that the hidden area contained scryer recordings. Linley! A voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley turned to glance at the nearby Lomio. Just now, the one who had sent him the mental message was Lomio. Lomio's lips curved upwards, and he continued to chat through divine sense. When I saw you fight, I became certain that the 4 Divine Beasts clan really lives up to its fame. Might I ask how strong the other 3 branches of the 4 Divine Beasts clan are? Why so many questions? Linley responded. In truth, Linley himself knew very little regarding the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Right. There's no need to ask. I'll know once I've truly fought with them. After we exit this secret area, let's first have a little spar. Afterwards, I'll head to the Indigo Prefecture of the Bloodridge continent to seek out the experts of the other 3 branches of your 4 Divine Beasts clan and compete with them. Although Lomio's face was calm, his eyes were shining. Lomio was very eager to battle against other experts. Linley couldn't help but feel a headache coming. As soon as he left the secret room, he would have to compete against this madman? It wasn't that Linley didn't like to compete, it was that Linley knew his own strength and weakness. It wasn't so bad if he ran into an expert who specialized in material attacks, but if he encountered an expert in soul attacks, it would be terrible. Linley cursed inwardly, this guy, ugh. He's even crazier than that Learmonth was. As soon as he encounters an expert, he wants to challenge them. While chatting with Lomio through divine sense, given the speed at which Linley was advancing, they had gone multiple kilometers. The strange thing was, however, that despite having gone down many kilometers into the cavern, there was still no end in sight. Given this depth, we should be deep within Miluo Island. Linley guessed to himself. Suddenly, Linley discovered that the corridor beneath them was completely filled with water. It's all water down there. Are we still going down? Someone couldn't help but ask. Just follow me and cut out the chit-chat. Sekara was feeling very unhappy right now. Linley's words at Suncutter Peak had made his mood turn terrible. Those words which Cecily had said before dying made him feel even more insulted than when he had discovered that Cecily had another person's son in her womb. Drip, drip. Linley's group followed Sekara into the water, and the 8 of them all formed protective coverings around their bodies, easily blocking the water. Back then, I should have asked Taras in detail as to what place the secret area actually is. Linley felt puzzled. This waterlogged passage had cave walls covered with green vegetation. Clearly, this passage had been filled with water for a long, long time. Suddenly, the tunnel beneath them became smooth, and at the end of this smooth tunnel, a faint glow could be seen. We finally reached the end. Linley couldn't help but feel a sense of celebration. As soon as they exited the tunnel, however, they saw a world of endless, boundless water. The secret area is actually in the middle of the ocean? Linley couldn't help but speak out in astonishment. Sekara sneered. Are you puzzled? Linley discovered that ever since he asked that question, Sekara's face had continuously been ugly to behold, and his temper had turned irritable as well. Linley couldn't be bothered to reply. Arguing with Sekara was something that simply wasn't worth it. After flying at the bottom of the sea for some time, Linley was stunned. Off the distance, an enormous black castle that was dozens of kilometers in circumference had been erected at the bottom of the ocean, like a massive monster lying in wait. The amazing thing was, countless, densely clustered figures could be seen around the castle on patrol. The number of people here was extremely high. "This is the secret area of our western part of the island," Sekara said proudly. "The secret area of my Bagshaw clan. You are very lucky to have the chance to come here." As he spoke, from the distance, a squad of black armored warriors dressed with black cloaks flew over. Seeing this squad, Linley and the others all felt a sense of shock in their hearts. These 10 guards all naturally emanated a baleful aura, and their faces were all expressionless and cold. "Each of them is an expert." Linley was incomparably shocked. Compared to the warriors of Miliuo Island, these black-armored and black-cloaked guards gave off a far more powerful, valiant, remorseless aura. Even Lomio narrowed his eyes, looking carefully at the distant black castle. A single clan actually has so many forces. Linley felt stunned. He could see, with the naked eye, thousands of people, each of them high gods, and excellent high gods at that. They weren't on the same level as the island guards, who were made up of just any high gods who wanted to join. Young Master Sekara, the leader of the squad, bowed. They all came. "Let's go," Sekara said calmly. The 10 black armored guards immediately guided Linley's group towards the Black Castle. The gates to the Black Castle were open. This Black Castle had existed for unknowable amounts of time, deep at the bottom of the sea. The strange thing was, the Black Castle seemed to have a sort of strange energy. It actually was able to keep the waters of the sea at a distance, making all the seawater unable to get within a kilometer of the Black Castle. It was as though a translucent barrier was protecting the castle, keeping all the seawater at a distance. And thus Linley's group suddenly entered a waterless area. "Hey!" Everyone was astonished, while Lomio's eyes lit up in excitement as well. Linley turned to carefully look, but he wasn't able to find any special barrier. There really are all sorts of marvels in the world. As he entered the Black Castle and saw the many guards within the Black Castle, Linley was stunned. "This is most likely the true power of the Bagshaw clan," Linley said to himself. Within the Black Castle, an empty plaza. Linley's group of 8 was waiting here. "Wait here a while. Later, people will come," Sekara said emotionlessly. "You'll have to be tested to see if you will have the chance to enter the secret area." After speaking, Sekara himself turned and left. His assignment was complete. Tested? Some people were instantly puzzled. Wasn't it said that as long as we can win 100 victories, we'll be able to go to the secret area for a viewing? Why is there a test? Hearing this discourse, Lomio and Linley both maintained their silence. Linley knew all along that there would be a test, and he stared at the area around him. The buildings around this plaza also had roving patrols of black armored guards, and the entire castle was like a military fort, under extremely tight guard. Just moments later, the ancient, dark blue gates in front of the plaza that were 10 meters tall rumbled opened. Kriok! The opening of the dark blue gates caused a very unpleasant, scraping sound. 6 people walked out from inside the gates, the leader a man with white hair, a white beard, red armor, and a red cloak. The 5 behind him were all black armored warriors, but they too wore red cloaks. "Welcome!" The white-haired elder immediately strode forward and laughed clearly. "Welcome to Castle Henzi, Handisai. Let me introduce myself. My name is Uriah, Ulai." "Castle Henzi?" A hint of suspicion arose in Linley's heart. Although all victors of 100 battles in the arena can come to this secret area, Uriah laughed, the scryer recordings within the secret area aren't just shown to everyone. If you want to view them, you must undergo testing. "Scryer recordings? Of what?" Lomio said. "Battles of 7-star fiends. Battles of Azuras. Interplanar wars. Even scryer recordings of a sovereign showing his might. Uriah smiled. This has been accumulated by my Bagshaw clan over countless years. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Lomio's eyes were shining. Linley sighed to himself. These scryer recordings of experts doing battle was indeed a very alluring prospect. Now, all of you come, one at a time, to compete against our people. Based on your performance, I will judge if you are qualified to go in for a viewing. Uriah glanced at a person next to him, and immediately, a callous bald man wearing black armor and a red cloak strode forward. Uriah stretched out with his hand, pointing towards one of the high god victors. You first. Fine. That high god who had won 100 arena victories chuckled twice, then stepped forward. If I kill him, don't blame me. This high god was dressed in a blue robe and had thick eyebrows. If you can kill him, feel free to. Uriah laughed calmly. Immediately, this blue-robed high god and the bald man moved to the center of the plaza. The two faced each other. You can start now. Uriah gave the order. Boom! The blue-robed high god instantly transformed into a flash of fiery light that didn't emit flames, with the scorching heat causing even the air to crackle. And then, the flameless firelight immediately formed into a fiery arrowhead, which hovered there in midair in the plaza, emanating a heart-shaking power. Swoosh! The arrow of flame suddenly shot out like a meteor. Humph! The bald man gave a low snort, his entire body immediately becoming covered by an earthen yellow armor. His enormous fist began to be covered with rippling light, and he astonishingly landed a direct punch towards that fiery missile. Bang! A low, rumbling sound. Even the arena itself trembled. The rippling light on the fist of that bald man had been shattered, and even his fist had been blown apart. Even the layer of earthen yellow armor on his body was cracked, and he couldn't help but take several steps back, cracking the ground as he did. The fiery red missile collapsed as well. That blue-robed high god's face was ashen, but he was still standing there. Not bad. The white-haired Uriah nodded. You are qualified to enter the second secret room. The second secret room? The blue-robed high god was puzzled. Right. The secret area is divided into two rooms, the first room and the second room. The first room has more scryer recordings, and the experts in those recordings are more powerful. Uriah said calmly. Then what must I do to be qualified to enter the first room? The blue-robed high god was rather unwilling to accept this. Kill him in one blow. Uriah pointed towards the bald man. The blue-robed high god instantly gave up. Hearing this, Linley was stunned. Can it be that the leader of this castle doesn't treat life as having any value? He can so casually sacrifice even his own people? You are next. Uriah pointed to a god. Enough of this. A cold voice rang out. Lomio directly strode forward, looking calmly at Uriah. Let me go first. Didn't you say that if I could kill him with one blow, I can enter the first room, right? Uriah glanced at Lomio in surprise, then laughed. You are Lomio, right? Lomio nodded calmly. You don't need to be tested. Uriah shook his head and laughed. Of the 8 of you, you and red-robed elder, Linley, don't need to be tested. You can go directly to the first room for viewing. Linley couldn't help but laugh. However, opening the secret room is a very important matter. We have to make a request to the master of the castle, and then find a good time. You can go rest for now. We will soon notify you. As he spoke, Uriah arranged for people to guide Linley and Lomio away. As Linley was led away by the black-armored, red-cloaked guard, he now understood. It isn't that the leader of the castle doesn't care about the lives of his men. It is that when a real expert comes, there's no need for a test. Linley was quite eagerly anticipating that moment of viewing those scryer images coming as soon as possible. The black castle was very large. It had thick, sturdy walls, and a very complicated layout of many corridors. Captain Mobiu, I've been here for nearly a month. Why isn't his lordship willing to meet me yet? Don't be in such a hurry. If his lordship wishes to meet you, he will. Otherwise, just wait here. Hearing this voice from a corridor up ahead, Linley couldn't help but frown. This voice is so familiar. In front of Linley were 4 corridors. 2 people headed out from one of the corridors, and one of them was a man who wore a long green robe and had fish scales on his face. He was currently with another man, one dressed in black armor and a red cloak, who the first man was constantly speaking to. And then, the 2 of them entered another one of the corridors. Ganmonten? Linley's face was filled with disbelief. Why is he here? This person was the exact same person who had waylaid and attacked Linley's group in the Starmist Sea, the person who had wanted to offer Olivier to his Lord Commander. Ganmonten. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 28, The Secret. Book 16, Starmist Sea, Chapter 28, The Secret. Originally, Ganmonten had wanted to forcibly take Olivier away, but Linley had refused. Thus, Ganmonten and Linley had battled against each other. At that time, Linley had relied upon his Blackstone space to execute Ganmonten's Divine Wind clone, but who would have thought that Ganmonten actually had a Divine Water clone as well? Ganmonten naturally hated Linley to the core. Linley still clearly remembered Ganmonten's dying bellow. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lord Commander will definitely kill you. Ganmonten had, back then, used the so-called Lord Commander to threaten Linley. He went to find the Lord Commander? And he is now here. Can it be that the Lord Commander is right here? Linley frowned. This mysterious seafloor castle, Castle Henzi. The white-haired elder who had welcomed him had once said, opening the secret room was a matter of great importance. We need to request permission from the master of the castle. Master of the castle? Linley pondered. The people which Uriah had brought were all roughly around the level of 6-star fiend in power. Then Uriah's power. The power of the master of the castle. Ganmonten's so-called commander. The master of the castle? In that instant, Linley suddenly thought of a possibility. As soon as he thought of this possibility, Linley only felt a sense of terror fill his mind. His entire body couldn't help but tremble, and his face instantly turned white. Can it be, that I'm like a lamb who has delivered himself into the mouth of a tiger? That I've come to throw my life away? Linley pondered. From the number of experts at Miluo Island and the number of experts on display here at the seafloor Castle Henzi, Linley could tell that this master of Castle Henzi was, without a doubt, an ultimate expert who possessed astonishing power. In the infernal realm, a person who had great status had to have an equivalent, matching amount of power. Otherwise, others wouldn't submit to them. Lomeo, who was traveling alongside Linley, naturally noticed that Linley currently seemed rather off. He glanced at Linley, puzzled. What had caused Linley to lose his bearings like this? Fortunately, the person leading them didn't turn to look at Linley, and didn't know what had happened. Milords, once we arrive at the guest houses, we'll be nearly there. The black-armored red-cloaked warrior laughed as he spoke, his words causing Linley to be startled awake from his pondering. Linley immediately began to adjust his mindset. After all, the situation hadn't become utterly disastrous yet. Even assuming that the master of the castle was the commander, which he might even be, this person had never met Linley. One thing at a time. Linley said to himself. The seafloor Castle Henzi was like a small city, filled with intersecting corridors that divided it into many areas. Generally speaking, guests all stayed in one area, which had a number of two-story buildings that were all built in a similar fashion. These small buildings were built with a type of rice-yellow stones, and made one feel quite comfortable within the Black Castle. Lord Lomeo, you will stay here in room 26. Lord Linley, you will stay here in room 27. The black-armored, red-cloaked warrior said respectfully. When the time comes, someone will deliver food to you. As for when you will enter the secret room, please don't be impatient, me lords. When the time comes, there will be people who will come notify you. Lomeo frowned. Are we just supposed to wait here indefinitely? Linley felt rather uncomfortable as well. My lords, don't worry. Based on our long-established rules, in roughly half a day or so, you'll be invited to the secret area. At the slowest, it would only take 3 days. The guard smiled as he spoke. Right. Lomeo nodded calmly. At most, 3 days? Lomeo wouldn't mind. But Linley minded. You can go now. Linley stepped back from the guard, feeling rather concerned, because the more time he spent here at Castle Henzi, the more dangerous it was. After all, Ganmonton was within this castle. Linley, I'll go to my room for now. If you need anything, you can come find me. Lomeo said, then immediately turned and entered his room, not giving Linley a chance to reply. Lomeo was normally a very arrogant, solitary figure. It was only because he had seen Linley fight and wanted to spar with Linley that he was now so courteous. Otherwise, why would he say so many things to Linley? But Linley's mind was preoccupied with Ganmonton, and so he didn't have any energy to bother with Lomeo. He turned and went to his own room as well. Taking a meditative stance on the stone bed, he looked through the window to the outside. I had wanted to come watch the scryer recordings of battling experts, but who would have imagined that Ganmonton was here? Linley sighed to himself. At this time, footsteps rang out from outside, followed by a knocking on the door. Enter. Linley said calmly. The door opened. Immediately, 2 beautiful women dressed in bright yellow robes walked into Linley's room, carrying a large platter of food. You can just leave it on the table. Linley said calmly. Yes, me lord. The 2 maids were very respectful. They gently set down the platter of delicacies, but Linley suddenly raised his head to look at them. Has the examination of those who had come alongside us concluded? One of the maids said respectfully, Yes, me lord. The examination is complete. Of those 6 lords, 2 of them have already returned to Miluo Island, while the other 4 are living here, not too far from you, me lord. Oh. Linley understood. Of the 6, 2 were like Dylan, they had been refused and shut out, and weren't going to be permitted to enter the secret room. You can go now. Linley instructed. The 2 maids curtsied, then left. As for the platter of delicacies, Linley didn't take a single bite. He didn't have any appetite or desire to enjoy delicacies right now. Whether fortune or disaster, if it's a disaster, I won't be able to avoid it anyhow. Linley shut his eyes, quietly meditating. Castle Henzi. Currently, that red-armored, red-cloaked old man with white hair, Uriah, was currently walking on a tightly controlled and restricted corridor. Rumble. A great door covered with all sorts of mystical runic carvings swung open, revealing a narrow walkway. Uriah continued in. And then, the 2 guards at each side of the door immediately closed it again. The walls on each side of the walkway had some carvings, either of thousands of soldiers doing battle, or 2 figures dueling each other in mid-air. At the end of the walkway was a wide, empty throne room. On one end of the throne room, there was an enormous fireplace. Uriah walked to the end of the fireplace and pressed a button, immediately causing a wide corridor made completely from a blood-red stone to be revealed. This blood-red corridor had a deathly aura about it that made one's heart tremble. Uriah took a deep breath, then stepped into the wide, hidden tunnel. The tunnel wasn't very large. At the end, there was a blood-red door with black edges that was 10 meters tall and 6 meters wide. The entire gate faintly emanated a red glow. Uriah didn't dare take another step forward. "Teacher," Uriah said in a low voice. The examination is done?" A low, gentle voice rang out from past the door. Uriah said respectfully, "Teacher, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The other 6 didn't have any special abilities or potential. However, teacher, those 2 you paid attention to should be very strong. I, your disciple, personally witnessed Lomeo's battles in the arena. He is definitely on a 7-star fiend level. As for that red-robed elder, Linley, he was able to easily defeat the red-robed elder, Boslow. There's no need to say anything further." The person inside made a non-committal sound. Uriah hesitated a moment, puzzled, then asked, "Teacher, that Linley is a descendant of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, but—" 4 Divine Beasts clan? The low voice suddenly began to laugh. "Ha, if this was 10,000 years ago, I'd be concerned. However, the 4 Divine Beasts clan, at present, wouldn't dare come irritate me. There's no need for me to be concerned. However, for him to possess a drop of Sovereign's might means that this Linley should be an important figure within the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Unfortunately, the present is the present, not 10,000 years ago. Tomorrow, bring Linley and Lomeo in to see me. Let Lomeo come in first, then let Linley come in," the low voice instructed. "Yes, teacher," Uriah said respectfully. After waiting a few moments without any response, Uriah added respectfully, "Then I'll leave now." "You can go." Uriah immediately bowed, then left, not worried about his teacher at all. Sovereign's might? A drop of Sovereign's might was indeed powerful, but his teacher was at the highest level one could be at, beneath the Sovereign level. Forget about just a drop of Sovereign's might. Even that ultimate expert, Lord Akins of the Redbud continent, who was able to refine Sovereign's might from inkstones, was someone his teacher didn't fear. Sovereign's might, in the hands of different people, have different amounts of power as well. Uriah clearly remembered the words his teacher had once said to him. At present, Linley was seated with his eyes closed, while people would occasionally cross by from outside on the street. Most were maids and guards. But of course, occasionally some guests would pass by as well, and each time they did, Linley would open his eyes. Ganmonton is a guest. He should live in this area as well, Linley said to himself. Judging from his conversation with that captain, Ganmonton clearly is waiting to see that so-called Lord. Quietly, silently, time flowed on. Although they were at the bottom of the sea and unable to tell whether it was day or night, Linley could clearly calculate in his mind if it was time for the sun to rise or the sun to fall. It was night, now. Suddenly, footsteps came from the street, outside the window. Linley still opened his eyes, looking outside the window carefully. A figure walked past the window. Linley's eyes instantly lit up. Him. Although he only caught a glimpse of the man, Linley immediately recognized him. It was Ganmonton. With but a thought, a human figure appeared in Linley's room. It was one of Linley's death god golems. Swoosh! The death god golem instantly appeared outside the door, looking towards the street. The death god golem wasn't a living creature. It only had a hint of Linley's consciousness within it. At the doorway, it stared at the distant Ganmonton, who didn't notice anything. But of course, if it had been Linley himself staring at Ganmonton, he would have noticed. A death god golem, in the end, wasn't a living creature. It was just an object. Who would care about an object? I didn't expect that this Ganmonton would be here as well. Linley, through the death god golem, could clearly see Ganmonton enter a little 2-story building that was 800 meters or so away from them. It made sense. Ganmonton had arrived a month earlier, after all. It made sense that he lived here. A killing look flashed past Linley's eyes. Ganmonten hasn't yet had a chance to meet with his lord. It's best to remove this potential source of disaster early on. If Ganmonten was allowed to remain alive, it would be very dangerous for Linley as well as Olivier. It was better to remove him immediately. The roving patrols of Castle Henzi didn't keep a very strict patrol watch on the guest living area. In addition, even if they kept strict watch, it didn't matter. Whoosh! The Death God Golem entered the interspatial ring, while Linley himself instantly arose, his body immediately fusing with the ground. World walking. Linley didn't dare to emanate any hint of an aura. Immediately using world walking, he reached the window below that two-story building, but as soon as he arrived, Linley heard Ganmonten cursing loudly. Humph, a group of bastards. They knew that my divine wind clone was destroyed, so they all looked down on me. After talking to them for so long, all of them are still delaying. Most likely his lordship doesn't even know that I'm here. Ganmonten had a belly full of fire right now, and thus was currently cursing in his room. He came here wanting to meet the Lord Commander, but now that his power had greatly dropped after losing his divine wind clone, those old friends of his all looked down at him. It was like pressing his warm face against their icy buttocks. How could he possibly not be upset? Mother Fasterus Kerr, it's all that Linley's fault. Ganmonten would forever remember Linley, who had destroyed his powerful divine wind clone. Once the Lord Commander knows that there is a soul mutant god, he will definitely intervene. That Linley will definitely die. Ganmonten ground his teeth. All right. I'll have the Lord Commander use his soul seed to control Linley and live for millions of years without freedom, and then be killed. Linley, hearing Ganmonten's cursing from outside the window, felt his heart tremble. Soul seed control? Linley clearly remembered that when he had been at the Yulan continent, his old friend, Boss Yale, had once been controlled in such a manner. People controlled through a soul seed had their own memory, but were completely devoted to serving their master. Soul seed control? Thoughts flashed like lightning through Linley's mind. He instantly thought of a possibility. Why would Miluo Island be so generous as to allow the victors of 100 battles in the arena to come here and look at the precious scry recordings of their clan? Why would Miluo Island permit the red-robed elders to come to this secret area? This Ganmonten is hunting for experts with great potential for his Lord Commander. Why does this Lord Commander want experts with high potential? If he was to train them, how could he be assured of their loyalty? Also, why are so many 7-star fiends willingly serving Bagshaw's clan? Why are 7-star fiends so loyal to the Bagshaw clan? And also, Taras and Dylan. When Caesar was about to be killed by Sekera, why had they actually, unbelievably, chosen to throw their lots in with the Bagshaw clan side? In addition, the two of them just so happened to have come here before as well. Linley's face instantly turned white. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 29, Unable to Leave. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 29, Unable to Leave. Trap. Linley felt his heart turn cold. What an enormous lie. Linley began to shudder. Demigods. Gods. High gods. Generally speaking, all those capable of winning 100 battles had high potential and some special abilities. In addition, after arriving at Castle Henzi, they had to be tested. Only after their potential was verified would they be allowed to stay, while the others were deported. All those who are allowed to stay have special potential, but wait. If that's the case, how can we explain Dylan? Linley, based on the series of events and on the fact that Dylan and Taras had chosen the Bagshaw clan side, was now certain that Dylan had been controlled as well. Linley immediately came up with a possibility. It's not just those who pass the test who are spiritually controlled. Even if they don't pass, most likely they will still be controlled. Only, a subordinate will do it instead. Linley understood this. After all, how could any 100 battles victor of the arena be weak? The more the merrier, as far as soldiers for one's forces. Pondering this from the viewpoint of the master of Castle Henzi, instantly understood, the so-called examination is most likely to divide people based on their power. After determining how powerful an opponent is, they'll know what level of expert is needed to control that person. The more powerful a person was, the harder they would be to control. For the likes of Lomeo, a 7-star fiend, it would be incredibly difficult to control him. Lomeo and I didn't need to be tested at all. This means, very possibly, this master of the castle, the so-called Lord Commander, will personally deal with us. Thinking of this, Linley couldn't help but be frightened. Even in Miluo Island, there were quite a few red-robed elders. Within Castle Henzi, there were multiple 6-star fiends and 7-star fiends. Even 7-star fiends have been effortlessly controlled. Then the power of this Lord Commander. Linley frowned. For the Lord Commander to be able to control 7-star fiends meant one thing: this person was extremely powerful with regards to the soul. But what Linley feared the most was precisely this: expert skilled in soul attacks. When I encounter this castle master, I won't be able to resist at all. Can it be that I will have to use my sovereign's might? Linley immediately thought back to how the clan leader, Backwell, had destruction-type sovereign's might himself. This master of the castle is clearly the true power behind the Bagshaw clan. Even Backwell has sovereign's might, how can the master of the castle not have it? Someone capable of letting Miluo Island stand proud and independent in the infernal realm. The power this master of the castle possesses is at a level which I definitely cannot take on. Linley immediately came to a conclusion. Flee. He had to flee. Linley turned to look at the window. Ganmonten was currently resting in his room. Ganmonten now only had his divine water clone, and it would be very easy for Linley to kill Ganmonten. Cannot kill him. If I kill him, I would attract attention, and they will definitely keep a close watch on me. If I want to leave, it will be very hard. Linley, after having come to this understanding, couldn't possibly remain here and wait for death. He had to flee quickly. Just consider yourself lucky. Linley glanced at the window, then immediately utilized the World Walker technique and entered the ground. After having come to this conclusion, Linley himself felt shock in his heart. Based on what he knew, his hypothesis was most likely 99% correct. It no longer mattered whether or not this place truly had scryer records of experts, he couldn't remain. Having one's soul controlled was a fate worse than death. On the city walls that were 40 meters tall, there were a large number of patrolling black armored guards. Occasionally, there were some red-cloaked guards amongst them. This place was more severely guarded than any other place Linley had ever seen. All of the black armored guards were silent, not daring to make a sound. However, the red-cloaked guards would occasionally chat, as though quite relaxed. Each time arena victors are sent here, even we have to come over and be on patrol. 2 red-cloaked warriors were walking alongside each other while chatting and laughing. Actually, all we need to do is capture anyone we see fleeing. The real task of oversight isn't for us to worry about, it's that thing over there. One of the red-cloaked warriors pointed to the core of the city. You are talking about the water element heart? Naturally. The water element heart controls the vast water around this area. If anyone dares to exit our boundaries, the water element heart will easily detect it. By then, we'll just have to act. The roving guards were quite relaxed. It was impossible for anyone to secretly flee. Forcibly flee? That depended on if they were strong enough. If they were, those patrolling guards would be dead. But suddenly, the enormous city wall glowed with the colors of the rainbow, and the multicolored light even blinked twice, immediately startling awake all of the patrolling warriors. Someone is fleeing. Dozens of the nearest black armored guards and red-cloaked warriors all flew directly towards the direction of the disturbance. They clearly could tell that the person who had charged out was the red-robed Linley. Good heavens, a city wall that has a circumference of tens of kilometers is actually protected by an enormous magic formation? And which seems to have all types of elemental energy. Linley stared at the massive city walls and the flashing, multicolored magic runes. He tasted sourness in his lips. He wasn't able to flee. Currently, a large number of black armored guards were staring at this place, and many red-cloaked experts descended from the skies as well. A red-robed elder? These red-cloaked warriors were startled, and then one of them said in a sonorous voice, "You dare to abscond?" Humph. Linley glanced at the group of red-cloaked warriors. Previously, during the testing, Linley had seen a red-cloaked warrior attack. They were roughly on a 6-star fiend level. A group of 6-star fiends? Linley laughed bitterly to himself. There was no way for him to forcibly escape any longer. I am a red-robed elder of the Bagshaw clan, Linley. I have something important that I must immediately return to handle. I didn't want to disturb you. Now, please step aside and let me return to Miluo Island. Linley's voice rang out. The leader of the red-cloaked warriors said calmly, "Oh, Elder Linley? The rule of our castle Henzi is that unless we have permission, no outsiders are ever permitted to leave. I have something important to do." Linley said angrily. "Please, Elder Linley, just wait a while." One of the red-cloaked warriors said. "If you want to force your way out, then don't blame us." Actually, these red-cloaked warriors, upon seeing that it was a red-robed elder of the Bagshaw clan, didn't want to attack either. This was because red-robed elders were all 7-star fiends. Once battle began, their group of people might be able to obtain victory through numbers, but it would assuredly be a Pyrrhic victory. Linley was frustrated. Neither acting firmly nor speaking softly works. If I try to force my way out, most likely all the experts from the castle will pop out. Linley, why are you in such a rush to leave? A familiar voice rang out. Linley turned and saw that white-haired elder with red armor and a red cloak fly out. It was that expert named Uriah. Uriah laughed as he looked at Linley. "Linley, you haven't even gone to the first viewing room yet." "Mr. Uriah," Linley said hurriedly. "There's nothing that I can do. Just now, I received a soul message from my servant. I really do have something important I must handle, and so I have to leave. As for the first viewing room, how about I return tomorrow?" "Oh?" Uriah frowned. "Makes sense." Uriah laughed. "Linley, since you really do have an important task to handle." Linley's heart leapt up. "Then I won't force you to stay. However, I've already reported your arrival to the master of the castle. I don't have the authority to let you leave. How about this? You wait here for a while, and I'll make a report to the master of the castle. I trust that he won't make things difficult for you." Uriah laughed. "Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Uriah," Linley said. Uriah laughed calmly, then immediately flew away. Linley's face sank. Ask the master of the castle? This is going to be troublesome. Linley glanced at his surroundings. There were tens of red-cloaked experts staring at him, and on the walls, there were many black armored guards watching as well. How can this castle Henzi have so many experts? Linley was helpless. Originally, in Royal Wing City, even 6-star fiends were very rare. As for 7-star fiends, they were virtually nowhere to be seen, as they were usually hidden throughout the infernal realm. But this castle Henzi had a pile of 6-star fiends and even quite a few 7-star fiends, and a seemingly even more powerful master of the castle. Moments later. Linley's face changed. From afar, with Uriah at their head, 3 red-armored and red-cloaked experts flew over, with the black-robed expert, Lomeo, with them. Red armor, red cloak? The other two people have roughly the same status as Uriah. Most likely, they are here to keep me from fleeing. But, why did they bring Lomeo? Linley was puzzled, but Lomeo had a rare smile on his face. Mr. Uriah, you have news? Linley said clearly. Uriah and the others landed alongside Lomeo, and Uriah laughed. Good news, good news. The master of the castle is truly considerate towards you, Linley. Linley was startled. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? The master of the castle was going to be so kind as to let him leave. When he learned that you, Linley, had something important to handle, he agreed to let you and Lomeo go to the first viewing room right now. Going to the first viewing room and using your divine sense to view the scryer recordings is a very fast process. Uriah laughed. Linley's facial expressions couldn't help but congeal. Linley, since you could wait here for me, you also have enough time to go to the first viewing room and do a quick viewing with your divine sense, right? Uriah laughed. The other two red-armored, red-cloaked experts laughed as well as they looked at Linley. But Linley felt bone-deep terror from their stares. All right, then we'll go do a viewing first. This was the only thing Linley could say. Uriah immediately laughed. The three of them immediately led Linley and Lomeo towards the center of Castle Henzi. The path over there had multiple intersections, and patrols could be seen everywhere. Outsiders would probably find it hard to take a single step here, but as Linley was following Uriah, he wasn't barred or impeded at all. Lomeo, you need to thank Linley. If it wasn't for him, you'd probably have to wait until tomorrow before you can go to the secret room. Uriah laughed. Lomeo had a rare smile on his face. Clearly, he was in an excellent mood due to the prospect of about to see so many experts doing battle in those scryer recordings. Linley, it is quite rare for the master of the castle to let you go to the secret room early. Uriah said to Linley. Right. I truly need to thank the master of the castle. Linley said, but in his heart, he was cursing non-stop. That master of the castle clearly had no good intentions. While walking on the path, Linley was paying attention to his surroundings. But the deeper into the heart they went, the more patrols there were, and in addition, he had those three experts around him. Flee? Hard. Rumble. The great door covered with mysterious carved runes swung open, revealing a corridor which had many carvings on each side. Linley and the others thus began to walk towards the end of the corridor. Linley didn't have any time to enjoy the sculpture. As they reached the throne room at the end of the corridor, Uriah walked to one side of the throne room, against a brazier, and opened up a mysterious, wide corridor. The corridor was made completely from blood-red stones, and emanating a heart-shaking, deathly aura. How mysterious! Linley frowned. Lomeo frowned as well. The silver-haired woman by Uriah's side laughed and said, "This is the place where the scryer recordings are held. Naturally, it's rather hidden. The two of you, just follow me in." As she spoke, she was the first to enter. Linley and Lomeo naturally followed them in, while Uriah and the other followed from behind. At the end of the tunnel, they reached that black, patterned door with the blood-red edges. They came to a halt. "Teacher, Lomeo, and Linley are here," Uriah said respectfully, while the others bowed as well. Lomeo raised an eyebrow. "There's someone else inside?" "A place as important as this naturally must be guarded." Uriah laughed as he explained. Linley just narrowed his eyes, musing to himself, "It seems this so-called teacher is the master of the castle. Fine. Let Mr. Lomeo be the first to enter for the viewing." A low, gentle voice came from within the door. Immediately, the large door swung open slightly, revealing a crack that was enough for one person to enter. "Lomeo, go on in." Uriah and the other two looked towards Lomeo. Lomeo was a bold, courageous expert. He immediately was about to head in, but Linley gave a soft cough, then hurriedly sent via divine sense, "Lomeo, be careful." The person within the room will most likely take sinister action against you. Beware his soul attack. Lomeo glanced at Linley in surprise, but then with a laugh, he still entered. Regardless of whether this is true or not, thank you. If someone inside really does attack, I'd actually be quite happy. Lomeo's voice rang out in Linley's mind, while he himself entered past the door. Bang! The great door once more slammed shut. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 30, Sledgehammer. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 30, Sledgehammer. The Blood-Red Corridor. The Blood-Red Gate. That overpowering aura of death. I need to flee. How can I flee? Linley was incomparably frantic. The three experts around him were all guarding him, while past the door was the master of the castle, a person of astonishing power. Most likely, even if he used Sovereign's might, it would be hard for him to flee. Calm down. Calm down. Linley strove to find a chance to escape, but no matter what he thought of, in the end, there was only one possibility. I can only entrust my hopes to Lomeo. Lomeo will be on his guard. He might be able to escape. If he had a violent battle with that master of the castle and attract the attention of those three, I'll be able to seize an opportunity to flee. Linley understood that for the master of the castle to be willing to allow Lomeo enter meant that he was confident in being able to easily defeat and mentally control Lomeo. If it really was that simple, though, then even this final chance Linley had for escape would be gone. Although he was frantic, Linley still watched carefully for any chance, and was prepared to explode forth and flee at any moment. Linley, are you impatient? Uriah chortled. Don't be impatient. Lomeo needs a bit of time in the first viewing room to view those Scryer recordings. It'll be your turn soon. It'll be my turn soon? Linley felt that Uriah's laughter was so vile. Uriah clearly knew that this was a lie, a trap, but was still trying to lie to Linley, even now. Boom! Suddenly, the entire floor trembled violently, and even the great door in front of them shook forcefully. The tremor caused the walls around them to begin to crack, with scattered rocks falling down and smashing onto the corridor. Linley's group of four swayed, and they were all astonished. Good. Linley was overjoyed. Lomeo, indeed, hadn't let him down. He had indeed caused a disturbance. Uriah and the other two were shocked. They looked at each other. Given the master of the castle's power, how could such a huge commotion have been caused? Although they were shocked, they still kept watch on Linley. Linley put on a puzzled look. Mr. Uriah, what is going on inside? I'm not sure. Uriah laughed calmly. Perhaps Lomeo, when watching those Scryer recordings of ultimate experts, was suddenly so excited that he wanted to test out a technique. Right. Linley, after you enter the secret room, no matter what, don't wildly test out techniques. Got it. Linley had to admit that Uriah's dissembling abilities were top-notch. Right at that instant. Rumble, it was as though heaven was collapsing or the earth was shattering. A terrifying explosive sound rang out, and the entire corridor and great door blew apart, with countless pieces of rubble flying everywhere, each one containing lightning-type energy. Chaos. The faces of Uriah and the other two changed. They hadn't imagined that Lomeo, in front of their teacher, could cause such a huge disturbance. Excellent. Linley was overjoyed. This is the moment. Just as Linley was preparing to use the Whirl Walker ability to leave. Swish! Uriah and the other two immediately moved, forming a three-point triangle and surrounding Linley. Uriah laughed calmly. Linley, don't be impatient. Perhaps Lomeo did something to anger teacher. Linley, seeing that he was surrounded by these three, frowned. Ha, kid, it looks like I underestimated you. The low, rich voice rang out in the air above Castle Henzi, and Linley couldn't help but to raise his head to look up. In the air above the shattered building, Lomio's blood-splattered black robe fluttered in the wind. He held a black warblade in his hands, and his entire body was surrounded by crawling lightning serpents. His eyes were flashing with electricity, and he looked to be the very picture of a true thunder god. Facing Lomio was a man that was nearly 2.5 meters tall. The man had short red hair that looked as though it were made out of metal, and he wore a very ancient unadorned set of armor. His thick, massive arms were a bronze color, seeming to hold a vast amount of strength, while in his right hand, he actually held a large black sledgehammer. He is the master of the city? That commander? Linley said to himself. But then, Linley stopped paying attention to the skies, instead focusing on the three around him. He hoped that one of them might relax their guard, allowing him to flee. From high up in the sky, Lomio's voice rang out once more. I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made yet another breakthrough. You want to kill me? You are far from being able to. The three of you, keep watch on Linley. The sledgehammer-wielding red-haired man said calmly. Yes, teacher, master. Uriah and the other two said. Indeed. Linley became all the more certain. They actually address him as master. I didn't expect that amongst these three, two are under the control of the master of the city. Although surprised, Linley was still searching for his chance to flee. Linley's face changed. Uriah, what is going on? Linley asked angrily. Uriah laughed. Teacher wishes you to stay, so as to let you be able to view the first secret room. Why do they address him as master? Linley asked another question. We have been followers of master since we were demigods. The silver-haired woman said calmly, while Linley just smirked coldly. Two demigod subordinates had actually both become 7-star fiends? Whatever abilities you have, use them all. Lomio said with incomparable valor. In midair, that sledgehammer-wielding red-haired man let out a loud laugh. You were able to take a few punches from me. Not bad. Now, let's see if you can withstand my sledgehammer. The red-haired man agilely swept out with the massive black sledgehammer in his hand. It made no sound at all. The sledgehammer struck out, and as it did, a very bizarre ripple spread out, with the sledgehammer at the center. Everywhere the ripple passed through, the stone structures all transformed into fine powder. Thus did this sledgehammer slam down with no sound. It seemed slow, but in reality it arrived next to Lomio in an instant. Bang! Lightning appeared out of the blue skies. As the thunder roared, a saber's shadow clashed with the sledgehammer. Rumble, the sledgehammer seemed to tremble slightly, with the surface of the sledgehammer rippling as though the sledgehammer was made of water. Lomio's warblade actually trembled as well, and then completely shattered. A silent, soundless sledgehammer blow. But even Lomio's weapon had been destroyed. Linley, stunned, raised his head up to watch, his mind filled with that soundless blow that he had just seen. It seemed so graceful and gentle, and yet in reality the sledgehammer blow had carried trillions of kilograms of force. That amazing, miraculous curving blow caused Linley's soul to be stirred. Linley had never been able to understand the description of the strength profound mystery of the laws of the earth, but suddenly, Linley had the feeling. It was as though a seed in his mind had suddenly begun to bloom. Strength, boundless, massive. Linley had been training hard in the profound mysteries of strength, but had yet to make any headway. However, this time, upon seeing that sledgehammer blow from this castle master which seemed to hold a hint of the profound mysteries of strength. Although in reality, this master of the castle used the way of destruction, every single path had some similarities. For example, the laws of lightning and the laws of light all had mysteries pertaining to speed. The speed of lightning had some similarities with the profound mysteries of light speed. Impossible. Lomio had been thrown far away, and he landed in a pile of debris, his face filled with disbelief. He had just made a breakthrough, and so he felt he was now strong enough to battle against an Asura. But why was it that despite his power, he still wasn't able to withstand that sledgehammer? At this moment, Uriah and the others all glanced slightly at Linley. Seeing that Linley wasn't running, they immediately returned to watching this battle. This battle, to them, had quite the allure. If Linley is to flee, with so many people in the castle, he has nowhere to run. Uriah and the others were very confident. The natural ability of my Bloodrun Titan clan, when matched with the way of destruction, did you think it was something to be trifled with? The red-haired man said loudly. Standing in midair, he was like a celestial divinity, causing people's hearts to be filled with fear. Ah, why am I standing here like an idiot? I need to flee, that's what matters. Linley instantly came to his senses and stopped his pondering. The sudden starting and stopping of his pondering actually only took a very short period of time. These three are actively watching this battle. Linley felt a surge of joy in his heart, then turned his head to stare at the distant master of the castle and Lomeo. The moment the master of the castle attacks is the moment that I'll flee. The attack of the master of the castle would definitely be carefully scrutinized by Uriah and the other two, while the master himself wouldn't have any time to bother with catching Linley. You managed to eat one of my sledgehammer blows without dying. You can be considered a peak 7-star fiend, approaching the Asura level in strength. The master of the castle laughed loudly, and then transformed into a bloody shadow, instantly slashing through the sky. Linley's eyes lit up. This is the moment. World walking. Very suddenly, Linley disappeared from within the rubble, while Uriah and the other two, in a triangle surrounding Linley, were focused on watching this battle in the sky. An instant after Linley escaped, Uriah and the other two noticed from the corner of their eyes that Linley had disappeared. Fled? Uriah and the other two were dazed, but they quickly recovered. He used world walking. Uriah immediately shouted. Hurry up and fly into the sky. He won't be able to flee from the ground. He'll have to go into the skies. Deep under Castle Henzi as well as on the walls surrounding it was that enormous magic formation. There was nowhere to flee. Only by flying through the skies or by going through the gates would one be able to leave. The three powerful experts immediately flew into the air while simultaneously shouting towards the other warriors to be on the lookout. All of you, watch closely. If you are capable of world walking, hurry into the underground and find Linley, quick! Uriah immediately shouted. One black-armored warrior after another began to use world walking, merging into the ground. Uriah and the other two were floating in the sky. At the same time, other experts were hovering in the sky as well, all of them staring in every direction. This Linley actually dared to flee. Uriah couldn't help but feel infuriated. After this event, his teacher would definitely censure him. Underground, Linley had fused with the earth elemental essence and was traveling through the ground. There's no way I'll be able to flee the castle from underground. Linley had previously tested it already. I'll first run to an unassuming place in the castle, then quickly fly into the air and flee. Linley immediately flew at high speed towards the northwest corner. But the strange thing was... Linley could easily sense that there was a living aura from up ahead. Linley was shocked. There are others using world walking as well? That living aura immediately drew near at high speed, even spreading out a divine sense. Lord, Linley is here. A voice rang out, echoing in the castle. Linley himself immediately fled hundreds of meters away, and then ignored all else, immediately emerging from the ground. Swoosh, Linley immediately flew into the skies, his entire body transforming violently, with azure gold draconic scales covering every part of him and fierce spikes sprouting out as well. Linley's speed increased yet again, and like an azure gold flash of light, he flew upwards at high speed. Seize him! The distant Uriah bellowed. Instantly, from every direction, a large number of black armored guards and red cloaked guards swarmed over towards him like locusts. Linley let out a mighty roar, and then with Linley at the center, a sphere of nearly 500 meters in diameter formed. Blackstone space. Ha! All of the black armored guards and red cloaked guards who charged into this region found out to their astonishment that they were forced to retreat. What a powerful repulsive force! Those people were astonished. Pincer him from every direction. Trap him. Uriah bellowed, while he himself was hurrying over as well. Linley's dark golden eyes were focused up above himself, but from up above, a large number of black armored guards had already gathered, completely sealing off his escape routes. It's your own fault for seeking death. Linley's eyes turned cold. Instantly, the world began to glow with an earthen yellow color, and earth elemental essence suddenly gathered at high speed. Divine earth power flowed about, and instantly, an enormous cube that was 400 meters tall appeared out of nowhere. Those black armored guards which were struck by the cube were directly swallowed into it. Bang! Dot! From afar, the red-haired man once more exchanged blows with Lomeo. Lomeo's face was ashen, but then, with a sudden bellow, he transformed into a ray of black lightning, disappearing into the horizons at an astonishing speed. The master of Castle Henzi raised his head, watching with resignation. This fellow trains in the laws of lightning, he's actually so fast. He's even a bit faster than me. Lomeo's speed was so great that even the master of the castle couldn't catch him. There's still another one. The master of the castle turned to look. Currently, Linley's cube had collapsed. After having suffered the combined attacks of 4 7-star fiends and many 6-star fiends, Linley's cube had immediately blown apart, while Linley himself continued to fly up at high speed. Teacher, his gravitational space is very bizarre. We are unable to catch him alive. Uriah said hurriedly. Hoof. A cold snort, and then the master of Castle Henzi, holding his sledgehammer, transformed into a bloody shadow as he chased towards Linley. The master of Castle Henzi was so fast that he was only just a hair slower than Lomeo, and far faster than Linley. He was quickly drawing nearer and nearer to Linley. Kid, why don't you stay? A loud laughter rang out. Linley lowered his head to look. The master of the castle? With a flip of his hand, a drop of sovereign's might appeared, but Linley didn't immediately use it, because Linley was still confident in his gravitational space. Crackle, as the bloody shadow passed through the area of the gravitational space, its speed lessened dramatically. Ha, this gravitational space isn't bad. As he spoke, the master of Castle Henzi laughingly waved the sledgehammer in his hand. Multiple rays of black energy coiled out from the sledgehammer, as though countless strands or ropes had been spun out, filling the entire gravitational space. Catch! The countless rays of black energy entangled Linley, making him no longer able to flee. What is this? Linley frantically struggled and was able to break dozens of strands through brute force, but even more black strands entangled him. Linley's face changed, and he was about to immediately use his sovereign's might. But right at this moment. Your strength is decent, and the gravitational space isn't bad either. Unfortunately, the difference between you and Reesgem is still quite great. A gentle voice rang in Linley's ear. Linley was stunned. Reesgem? Gem? Linley thought back to that adorable juvenile amethyst beast in the Amethyst Mountains. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 31, Purgatory Commander. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 31, Purgatory Commander. Linley remembered the name Reesgem very, very clearly. Back in the Amethyst Mountains when Linley had been testing out world walking, he had fallen into the hands of that juvenile amethyst beast, who had announced his name and that he was a Purgatory Commander, wanting to overawe Linley. Unfortunately, Linley had no idea what purgatory was and thus had no idea what it meant for a person to be a Purgatory Commander. Crackle! Countless black energy strands surrounded Linley, and they were incomparably stiff, causing Linley to be completely unable to move. Even though Linley's strength was massive and inexhaustible, the speed at which he destroyed the black energy bindings was slower than the speed by which they increased. Kid, don't use your sovereign's might. You'd be wasting it if you did. The low, gentle voice continued. Linley turned his head in astonishment. Fortunately, the black energy strands didn't cover Linley's head as well. Linley could clearly see that ancient armor, and that red-haired man standing in mid-air, holding that massive sledgehammer. What do you want to do? Linley chuckled. What, you want to dominate my soul? You even know about this? The master of Castle Henzi was quite surprised. While the two were chatting, the master of the castle had set up his god realm, completely blocking out their conversation, while those who were watching from afar couldn't see a single thing. Come with me. Let's have a nice chat. The master of the castle actually flew downwards. Follow him? Linley was stunned. The master of the castle, seeing that Linley wasn't moving, turned and glanced at him, then laughed calmly. Given your soul strength as a god, you are far from being my match. Controlling you would be utterly effortless. There's no need for me to play any tricks. If there's something you want to say, you can say it here. Linley said. The master of the castle glanced at him, amazed, then began to laugh and nod. Fine. I'll do as you say. For so many years, nobody had ever dared to speak to him in such a way. And so, the master of the castle began to chat with Linley in the air above Castle Henzi. First, let me introduce myself. I am Mosi, Moasai, Bagshaw. The master of this Castle Henzi. The master of the castle had a hint of a smile on his face. The master of the castle was of the Bagshaw clan as well. Linley had noticed that the master of the castle, so valiant in battle, actually spoke in a very soft, gentle voice, and his smile was quite friendly as well. He didn't give off any aura of being a rude bore at all. Linley replied, I am Linley. Can you tell me what your relationship is with Reese Gem, for you to actually convince him to make a soul-protecting divine artifact for you? The master of the castle, Mosi, laughed calmly. Reese Gem made me a soul-protecting divine artifact? Linley was astonished. Isn't that the case? Mosi laughed calmly. I've heard of your combat prowess. You were able to kill so many high gods, and also defeat Boslo. Your soul protection must be very strong. However, you were only a god. How powerful could your soul possibly be? The soul of a god, in terms of quality, is simply far too inferior compared to high god souls. It is true that I have a soul-protecting artifact, but what of it? No matter what, Linley wouldn't dare say that he had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Otherwise, most likely this Mosi in front of him would be unable to resist being greedy. There we go. Mosi laughed. It is exceedingly hard to create a soul-protecting artifact. You must understand, first of all, a person who wants to make this must have an exceedingly high level of accomplishment with regards to the soul. In the entire infernal realm, there are very few people capable of making a soul-protecting artifact. Reese Gem, however, is one of them. You are able to utilize his trademark special skill, the amethyst space. You definitely were taught by him. Thus, I said that your soul-protecting artifact must have come from him helping you make it as well. Mosi said very confidently. Linley shook his head. My gravitational space did indeed originate from him, this is true. But the soul-protecting artifact wasn't made by him. Oh? Mosi glanced at Linley in surprise, then laughed. I must say, you are quite mysterious, kid. Your body is so incomparably tough, even amongst the 4 Divine Beasts clan, this is exceedingly rare. And you also have a soul-protecting artifact, and have some sort of a relationship with Reese Gem. Linley frowned. This Mosi had talked with him for so long. Why? But it seemed as though the man didn't have the intention to kill him. Mosi, seeing the look on Linley's face, couldn't help but laugh, then said comfortingly, "Kid, don't worry. Even if it were just for the sake of giving Reesgem face, I won't kill you. Only, I feel you are quite the curiosity, kid, so I want to chat with you a bit." Linley let out a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect that because of that juvenile amethyst beast, I dodged a catastrophe today." Linley had great faith in this castle master Mosi, as the man's power far outstripped his own. There was no need for Mosi to lie to him if he wanted to kill him. "Why are you so certain that I am a god?" Linley asked. Mosi immediately began to laugh. "Kid, forget about the infernal realm. Even if you were to search the entire 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes, you would at most find 10 who are superior to me in terms of the soul. However, although they are slightly superior to me, there's no way they could possibly completely conceal their strength in front of me." Linley was secretly shocked. For higher planes and 7 divine planes, in all those combined planes, there were no more than 10 people who were superior to Mosi in terms of the soul? Then that meant, in the infernal realm, Mosi's soul power should rank in the top 3. The infernal realm had existed for countless years, and it contained experts beyond number, while many of the Azuras had received their position after many of the original Azuras had retired and gone into seclusion. Experts were as common as the clouds. But this Mosi was actually able to rank in the top 3 as far as souls went? Terrifying. But of course, there's another possibility. Mosi laughed. "You might be a sovereign. That's the only way you could possibly deceive even me." As he spoke, Mosi had a sudden thought, and the black energy strands retracted. His freedom returned to him. Linley felt more kindly disposed towards Mosi. "Castle Master Mosi, dare I ask, what's your relationship with Reesgem?" "Him?" A hazy look flashed through Mosi's eyes, as though he were thinking back to many things that had happened in the past. And then, his gaze firmed once more, and he sighed, "Reesgem and I are both commanders of Purgatory." "As I thought." Linley was now completely certain. The Lord Commander which Ganmontan had spoken of was this Mosi. What is Purgatory? What does being a Purgatory commander mean? Linley asked, puzzled. What is Purgatory? Mosi glanced at Linley in surprise. You don't even know this? As Mosi saw it, given how many secrets Linley seemed to have, he should know about what Purgatory was. But Mosi still answered. Purgatory is a very special place in the infernal realm. In that place, experts are as common as the clouds. Many retired Azuras, reclusive experts, and others will enter Purgatory. In that place, there are simply too many experts. And a Purgatory commander? Linley continued to ask. Purgatory has a total of 108 commanders. Mosi laughed. 108 yet again? Linley was astonished. Right. The infernal realm has 108 Azuras, and Purgatory also has 108 commanders. The Azuras in the infernal realm all control a prefecture, while the Purgatory commanders command an army. Mosi explained. Oh. Then, which is more powerful? Azuras, or Purgatory commanders? Linley continued to ask. Mosi glanced at Linley. The Azuras of the infernal realm and the commanders of Purgatory, you can't quantify one as being superior to the other. This is because every person capable of becoming an Azura or a Purgatory commander is close to the very peak of power possible for a high god, and all have their own special ultimate attacks. There are quite a few 7-star fiends in the infernal realm, but the number of Azuras and commanders is forever limited. In addition, they often engage in challenges, and upon losing, retire. The stronger will take the position. Linley couldn't help but nod. However, comparatively speaking, the 108 Azuras of the infernal realm have it easier. They control an entire prefecture, and don't face too many challenges. But Purgatory commanders are different. Battles and slaughters are commonplace. Mosi sighed. Linley had to admit that having been in the infernal realm for so long, he had seen quite a few seven-star fiends, and here at Miluo Island had seen quite a few seven-star fiends. Generally speaking, high gods capable of fusing 4 profound mysteries could become 7-star fiends. But in truth, there were some who had fused 5 or even nearly fused all 6 types. But of course, there were those experts who had fused 6 types of profound mysteries and become paragons. There were some who were soul mutates, while others were divine beasts who had innate divine abilities. Some were of strange races that also had innate abilities, while other experts were in possession of sovereign artifacts or sovereign's might. Only the most extraordinary of people were capable of becoming Asuras of the infernal realm or commanders of purgatory. My gravitational space is already so powerful, but if utilized by the juvenile amethyst beast? In addition, that's his innate ability. When using it, it's definitely 10 times or 100 times more powerful than mine. Linley still remembered how the entire Amethyst Mountains had an enormous gravitational space that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers in circumference. Over the course of this conversation, the relationship between Linley and Mosi grew significantly friendlier. "Castle Master Mosi, there's something I wish to beg of you," Linley said sincerely. Taras and Dylan were definitely under soul control. This sort of life, where they had lost their own will, was a life worse than death. Linley naturally wanted to be able to free Taras and Dylan and allow them to regain their own will. "Oh, speak," Mosi said. "I have 2 friends who were both arena victors. I believe they are under soul control. I hope you, Castle Master Mosi, can let them regain their freedom." Mosi paused for just a moment. Linley was rather nervous. Soul control was one of the techniques this person specialized in. Linley could only hope that this person would give him face and release the 2 of them. "Fine, then. Tell me their names." In the end, Mosi nodded. "One is a high god named Taras. The other is a god named Dylan," Linley said hurriedly. Mosi sighed. "Taras. I personally controlled him. He has quite some potential. As for Dylan, one of my subordinates should have controlled him." Mosi paused momentarily. "Don't worry. By the time you return to Miluo Island, you will have discovered that the 2 of them have regained their free will." "Castle Master Mosi, I'm incomparably grateful." Linley truly was rather grateful. If this person didn't want to give him face, there was nothing he could have done. Mosi just laughed calmly. He controlled quite a few 7-star fiends. Naturally, he wouldn't care too much about minor figures such as Taras and Dylan. "Let's go. Now, you can go down with me, right?" Mosi said. Linley laughed as well, then followed Castle Master Mosi down, back towards the castle. At this moment, those damaged parts of the castle were currently under repair by a large number of black-armored warriors, who had brought black stones over and were working at high speed. "Teacher, Master." Uriah and the others drew nearer respectfully. Castle Master Mosi nodded in acknowledgement, then flew downwards with Linley. "Who is this Linley?" Uriah and the others were puzzled. As they saw it, their teacher was one of the truly peak figures of the entire infernal realm, and yet he was actually so friendly towards Linley. This was truly inconceivable. Linley and Castle Master Mosi flew downwards, but suddenly, "Milord, milord!" a frantic voice rang out. Linley turned to look. He couldn't help but frown, as he saw Ganmonten flying over frantically while calling out, "Milord!" "Oh, Ganmonten." Castle Master Mosi immediately recognized Ganmonten, then was puzzled. "Ganmonten, your divine wind clone?" Ganmonten was one of his more senior subordinates. Ganmonten immediately bowed respectfully, then said angrily, "Milord, he destroyed my divine wind clone." As he spoke, he pointed at Linley. "Eh?" Castle Master Mosi frowned. How did you and Linley end up in a fight? Castle Master Mosi said. Ganmonten said hurriedly, "My lord, I discovered a god-level soul mutate, so I immediately went to capture him to offer him to you, but who would have imagined that this person was Linley's friend? Linley thus attacked and destroyed my divine wind clone, but... A god-level soul mutate?" Castle Master Mosi's eyes lit up. The potential of a soul mutate was higher than that of even a divine beast. "Castle Master Mosi, that god-level soul mutate is my brother." This was all that Linley could say. "My lord, you must get revenge for your subordinate," Ganmonten said hurriedly. Castle Master Mosi frowned and was momentarily silent. For a moment, neither Linley nor Ganmonten knew what Mosi was thinking. "You can go now," Castle Master Mosi said calmly. Ganmonten was stunned. His face couldn't help but turn ashen. He knew Castle Master Mosi's temper very well, however, and so he immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lord." Ganmonten didn't dare to say a single word more. He immediately left. Linley let out a secret sigh of relief. Castle Master Mosi turned to look towards Linley. Laughing, he said, "Linley, want to go to my first secret room and take a look at the scryer recordings of experts doing battle? That place even has recordings of sovereigns showing their might. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 16, Chapter 32, The Might of a Sovereign. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 32, The Might of a Sovereign. There really are scryer recordings? Linley couldn't help but be interested. Ever since he had found out that those so-called recordings of experts doing battle served as a trap, Linley had doubted whether or not Castle Henzi had scryer recordings or not. But from Castle Master Mosi's words, it seemed as though there really were such things. "You'll know once you go take a look, right?" Mosi said mysteriously. Castle Henzi. Underground. Within a mysterious, wide throne room. The two sides of the throne rooms had quite a few bookshelves, only the bookshelves didn't have books on them. Instead, they had many fist-sized crystal balls. Linley and Mosi were currently in the throne room. There are a total of 1628 crystals here, each one of which contains a scryer recording, Mosi said leisurely. In addition, the crystal balls all have introductions and explanations regarding the battle and the techniques used. Linley, staring at the many crystals balls stored on the bookshelves, couldn't help but stare with shining eyes. These were all scryer recordings of ultimate experts doing battle. In this first room, most of the recordings are those of peak 7-star fiends doing battles. There are also recordings of Azuras and Purgatory commanders doing battle. As for the scryer recording of a sovereign showing their might, Mosi pointed to a corner of the room, where a rectangular pillar was located which had a glowing gemstone placed at the very top of the pillar. The scryer recordings of sovereigns are located there, within that pillar. The pillar is hollow. You can open it like a door. Linley couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm himself down. Good heavens! Recordings of sovereigns showing their might? He had only heard legends of sovereigns, but had never ever seen one. Everyone said that the might of a sovereign was inviolable, but who knew exactly how powerful a sovereign was? I'll start from the 7-star fiend battles. Linley walked over to the bookshelves. After walking forward, Linley discovered that on the surface of every single crystal ball that was placed on a bookshelf had 2 names recorded down. This is to simplify the process of finding the recordings one wants to watch. Mosi walked over and said with a laugh. Understood. Linley swept the racks of bookshelves and the dozens of crystal balls, then suddenly his gaze fell upon a crystal ball which had several names atop it: Blood Violet Fiend dueling the Ironleaf Fiend. Blood Violet Fiend? Linley immediately drew closer. This crystal ball contains scryer recordings within. One could use divine power to cause the scryer recordings within the crystal ball to emerge from it and appear in midair. That way, multiple people could watch at the same time. However, a person could also use his divine sense directly enter the crystal ball, which would make the watching process extremely fast. Linley immediately filled the crystal ball with his divine sense. In a desolate desert, thousands of people were battling everywhere, while in midair, two people were staring at each other. One of them was completely covered in black scale armor, with long black hair that glowed with a blue light. The other person had a long violet robe, long violet hair, and a violet long sword in his hand. The familiar figure was one which Linley had seen long ago. It really is him. The Blood Violet Fiend. When Linley had first used his divine sense to enter Blood Violet, he had seen many different images, and the primary subject of every single image was this person. But only now was Linley completely, 100% certain. That long sword is Blood Violet. Only today was Linley completely convinced and certain that the original owner of his Blood Violet sword was the legendary figure, the Blood Violet Fiend. There was no sound at all from the battle scene, only the images recorded down. The Ironleaf Fiend and the Blood Violet Fiend both specialized in speed. Linley just saw two experts instantly transform into two blurry shadows. Wherever the Ironleaf Fiend passed by, space itself began to emit a strange, rippling spatial vibration. When looking at all the vibrations at once, they actually formed a flower that was blooming. A devilish violet light was repeatedly flashing. Whoosh! A ray of violet light filled the skies, and the spatial ripple flower transformed into two halves, and many spatial cracks appeared. Only now did the Ironleaf Fiend's body grow clearly visible, and he dropped down from the skies, while the Blood Violet Fiend's expression didn't change at all. These two people were all terrifyingly fast. The Blood Violet Fiend's sword attacks are much more powerful than even Learmonth and Boslow. When he strikes, he shows no traces of his actions at all, and the power is tremendous. He doesn't need to build up his power at all. Linley could just barely understand the intricacies of this battle. Just from the Scryer recordings, he could tell that the Blood Violet Fiend's material attacks were tremendously powerful. Far greater than the material attacks of those other 7-star fiends which Linley had seen. After the recording was completed, there was some information regarding this battle. This explanation is quite detailed. Linley, after reading it, sighed in praise. This explanation actually gave a detailed explanation of the techniques used by both people. Only now did Linley understand, so the Blood Violet Fiend is actually most powerful in the way of destruction. Linley opened his eyes. How do you feel? Mosi, seated on a distant chair, laughed as he looked at Linley. There are many 7-star fiends, but the weakest of them have fused 4 profound mysteries. The most powerful are comparable to the Asuras of the infernal realm or the commanders of purgatory. Very powerful. After seeing the explanation of this battle, only now did Linley understand how frightening the Blood Violet Fiend was. If he were to encounter the Blood Violet Fiend, he would most likely be finished. The Blood Violet Fiend is extremely famous, and his power is more than enough to compete against most Asuras of the infernal realm or commanders of purgatory. His accomplishments in the way of destruction are at a very high level, and he is also a soul mutate. He truly is powerful. Mosi shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, this astonishing, dazzling figure went to a material plane 10,000 years ago and was killed. In his heart, Linley knew that the Blood Violet Fiend was killed in his own homeland. Could it be that Lord Beirut was the one to kill him? Linley wondered to himself. Linley didn't overthink things. He seized the opportunity to immediately go watch the Scryer recordings of other experts doing battle. They included the Blood Violet Fiend, the Royal Wing Fiend, the Blue Jacket Fiend, the Silvermoon Fiend. Aside from these, there were also Scryer recordings of ultimate deity-level experts from other higher planes engaging in battle. Asuras of the Infernal Realm, commanders of Purgatory, Scryer recordings of figures at this level. There's even a Scryer recording of Riesgem engaging in battle. Linley didn't recognize virtually any of the figures who did battle, so when he saw Riesgems, he was naturally delighted. The scryer recording had Riesjem in a human form. He looked like a very handsome youth, quite similar with Bibi. Only, Riesjem's entire body was covered in an amethyst armor, and in battle he relied on his hands and feet. Clean and blunt. The gravitational space formed from violet light which Riesjem used was far more powerful than Linley's. So powerful. Linley stared, slack-jawed. Another Purgatory commander was fighting Riesjem, but the battle was one-sided. Linley watched nearly 1,000 scryer recordings, finally arriving at the pillar at the corner of the throne room. Pulling open the pillar door, he saw that inside, there were 3 memory crystals. You only need to see a single one of these 3 crystal balls. Mosi finally stood up and walked over, laughing. The 3 crystal balls are all recordings of a sovereign dealing with a high god, and the technique they used in each is essentially the same. Understood. Linley took a deep breath, then sent his divine sense into the first crystal ball. It was a vast, endless sea. In the air above, there was a black-robed middle-aged man. This person was currently laughing with his head raised towards the skies, but tears were streaming down his face. His lips were moving, as though he was saying something. The strange thing was, in the air above the sea, a blurry, enormous face appeared, which was completely formed from elemental essence. The black-robed man immediately pointed angrily at the enormous face, his lips moving non-stop. A hint of annoyance passed through that enormous face, and its lips moved slightly. The black-robed middle-aged figure's body trembled, and then he fell down from the skies, while the enormous face vanished. That's it? Linley looked at the explanation for this scryer recording. And that black-robed figure was an Azura of the infernal realm? Linley withdrew his divine sense from the crystal ball, his mind still numb. That enormous face was a sovereign? Linley turned to look at Mosi. Mosi nodded. Right. All the sovereign had to do to kill an Azura of the infernal realm was just move his lips? Linley felt that this was simply too incredible. Mosi sighed. The will of a sovereign is inviolable. Even someone as powerful as an Azura, with but a thought by a sovereign, will be easily killed. In front of a sovereign, even the most powerful of high gods will be unable to resist. Linley couldn't help but be astonished. Not being a sovereign, Linley couldn't understand how sovereigns could be so powerful. Kill an Azura with just a thought? The might of a sovereign is irresistible. Linley said to himself. Compared to those countless deities, sovereigns were high and above them, capable of effortlessly killing any high god. Sovereigns are very remote and distant from us. As long as you do not anger sovereigns, they won't lower themselves to kill you. Mosi laughed. Linley nodded slightly. After having viewed so many scryer recordings, Linley was quite stunned. After calming himself, Linley said, Lord Mosi, I've disturbed you for so long. I should return now. I truly am grateful to you. Mosi laughed and nodded. Linley suddenly thought of something, and he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Lord Mosi, there's one last thing. Oh? Mosi furrowed his forehead. During that battle at Miliuo Island, I promised Backwell to serve as a red-robed elder for 100 years, and that I wouldn't leave the island without his permission. But I truly long for my homeland and want to go back sooner, Linley continued to explain. The next day. The Bagshaw clan's estate. Linley's residence. Currently, Linley and Uriah were walking towards the gates of the estate. Elder. 2 guards at the side of the gate to the resident immediately bowed respectfully. Linley instructed, go to the island guard's residential area and have Taras, Dylan, and Dylan's 2 children come over. This guard had gone last time, so he knew exactly where Taras lived. Yes, Elder. The guard immediately left. Mr. Uriah, sorry to trouble you. Linley turned and laughed. It's no trouble. Uriah was very courteous as well. After Linley returned from the underwater castle Henzi to Miliuo Island, he had brought Uriah with him. Uriah's was on official orders from the master of Castle Henzi to order Backwell to permit Linley to leave. Linley, then I'll go speak with clan leader Backwell now. Uriah immediately left. Just as Linley entered his residence, he saw Bibi, Delia, Olivier, Caesar, and the others all come welcome him. Boss, did you just say we are about to leave? Bibi was the first to run over. Linley looked at Bibi, Delia, and his friends. Although he had only gone 1 or 2 days without seeing them, during the past 2 days, he had walked to and from the brink of death, and had learned many secrets in the process. Yes. We are about to leave. Linley laughed as he rubbed Bibi's head. Delia. Linley turned to look at Delia. If it weren't for the fact that the master of Castle Henzi was giving face to that juvenile amethyst beast, I probably really would have been done for. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but tremble. Linley couldn't help but immediately pulled Delia into his arms, tightly holding her. Linley? Delia asked softly. She could tell that Linley seemed to be in a strange mood. I missed you. Linley said softly. Delia's face couldn't help but turn red, and she said softly, Olivier and Caesar and them are all here. Linley released Delia. Seeing her bashfulness, he couldn't help but begin to laugh loudly. Sekara was walking alongside the road. When he arrived at the gate to Linley's residence, he heard the loud laughter coming from within. Oh, that Linley's back? Sekara recognized Linley's voice, and then he chuckled. He was so arrogant in front of me. But in the end, hasn't he become just another dog for my Bagshaw clan? Sekara, as the young master of his clan, knew that those red-robed elders were all under sole control. Sekara immediately entered Linley's residence. The guards at the door didn't dare to bar Sekara's path. Linley was currently laughing and chatting with Delia, Bibi, Olivier, and the others. Linley! A voice suddenly rang out. Linley turned to look. The newcomer was Sekara. Sekara raised his jaw slightly, and with a cold laugh, flipped out his blood-red milieu insignia. See this? Linley was puzzled. Blood-red-colored milieu insignia. What of it? Linley said, puzzled. This time, the master of Castle Henzi had given him a great deal of face, and had satisfied every request he had made. Linley didn't want to cause any more problems with this Sekara. Come here. Sekara said coldly. Frowning, Linley walked over. Kneel. Sekara shouted. Linley's face couldn't help but turn dark. In the name of the blood-red-colored milieu insignia, I order you to kneel. Sekara shouted with cold fierceness. Hurry! In the Bagshaw clan, the red-robed elders who had been controlled served, above all others, the master of the castle. After that, they would obey holders of the blood-red-colored milieu insignia. Currently, Sekara just wanted to thoroughly humiliate Linley. As for killing Linley, he wouldn't do that. As he saw it, Linley was now an obedient dog for his clan. How could he bear to kill him? Sekara, what are you doing? Linley felt that this was absolutely ridiculous. You dare disobey? Sekara was enraged. Nobody whose soul had been controlled had ever dared to disobey the blood-red-colored milieu insignia. You have brain damage. Bibi immediately shouted angrily. Sekara! Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. Sekara turned his head and saw his father, Backwell, currently walking over alongside Uriah. Sekara immediately walked over and said angrily, Father, that Linley actually dares to disobey my orders. He needs to be properly punished. Shut your mouth. Backwell was so furious, his face was turning red. Sekara was stunned. Backwell immediately turned to look at Linley, squeezing out a smile. Mr. Linley, over the past few days in this place, I haven't been a very good host. I'm truly sorry. Hearing these words, Sekara stared, slack-jawed. Father, why are you? Sekara didn't understand. Why the need to be so courteous to a completely devoted person whose soul had been dominated? Shut your damn mouth! Backwell shouted angrily. After Uriah had conveyed the order, Backwell and Uriah had chatted in detail. Backwell now understood that Linley's status was truly extraordinary. If Linley was simply a mere descendant of the Four Divine Beasts clan, his ancestor, Lord Mosi, definitely wouldn't have stayed his hand. Father, Sekara was completely lost. Whap! Backwell launched a vicious slap directly on Sekara's face. I told you to shut your damn mouth. This slap from Backwell finally brought Sekara to his senses. Sekara immediately stood off to one side, not daring to make another sound. Mr. Backwell, no need to be like this. Linley now could guess that Sekara had probably taken him for someone who had been spiritually controlled. Backwell forced out a smile. Linley, my son sometimes is so arrogant as to consider everyone else beneath him. It's only proper that he be disciplined on occasion. Linley, I've already learned everything from Uriah. Alas. You haven't even stayed here at my place for more than a few days, but you are already going to leave. What a true pity. There's nothing I can do. I really do have something I must be doing. Linley said. Fine, then. I won't try to further dissuade you from leaving, Mr. Linley. Mr. Linley, you can leave whenever you wish, but of course, if you ever return to my place, my Miluo Island welcomes you at all times. Backwell said in a very friendly manner. Definitely, definitely. Linley laughed. Linley suddenly turned his head, and he saw that Taras, Dylan, and Dylan's two sons were currently walking over. Taras and Dylan, upon seeing Linley, were overjoyed and embarrassed. Their emotions were extremely complicated right now. They wanted to say something, but with Backwell present, they didn't know what to say for now. Ha, Dylan, Taras. Linley immediately laughed and walked over. No need to say too much. It is all over now. Right. It's all over now. Taras and Dylan had unshed tears in their eyes. They had been under soul control, but now they had regained their freedom. This freedom which they had lost then regain would cause even the toughest of men to feel emotional. What's more, they knew that the reason why they had regained their freedom was due to Linley. Ha, let's go. It's time to head out. Linley stared into the distant southeastern skies. Indigo Prefecture, time to go back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 1, Training Speed. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 1, Training Speed. Rumble, the waves of the Star-Mist Sea struck against the shores of Miluo Island. The clan leader of the Bagshaw clan, Backwell, watched alongside Uriah and the others as Linley's group boarded their metallic lifeform, beginning their journey towards the Bloodridge continent. The metallic lifeform had once more transformed into a ship. On the front of the ship. We finally left. O'Brien let out an emotional sigh. Right. We left. Caesar repeated. I'll forget this place. Forever. Linley glanced at Caesar. Previously, Caesar had asked him to help investigate what had happened to Cecily. Although Linley had discovered that the situation seemed off, and that it was uncertain whether or not Cecily was still alive. He still told Caesar that Cecily was perfectly fine and still living in the clan estate. Perhaps this way, Caesar will feel a bit better. Linley said to himself. We're finally leaving. Father, we're finally leaving. The elder six-eyed golden Anilion, Cleo, was extremely excited as well. In the past, he and his brother had no idea that their father had been under soul domination. Only now did they know. They felt a surge of terror just thinking about it. Right. We're leaving. We've escaped. Dylan stared into the distant southeastern skies, not turning at all. He would most likely never return to Miluo Island ever again. Screech! An ear-piercing sound suddenly shook the heavens. Linley turned to look. It was Taras. Taras' head was raised, and he was emitting an ear-piercing screech, his entire body trembling. After a long time, he finally ceased his howling. Taras turned to look at Linley, his eyes slightly red. Linley! I won't say too much about this great kindness you have shown me. Thank you. Someone who had never been soul-dominated would never understand how Taras and Dylan were currently feeling. Let's go. Let's go to the Bloodridge continent. Let's go to the Indigo Prefecture. Linley held Delia by the hand. Their trip over the Starmist Sea was very calm. They occasionally met a few bandits, but given the power of Linley's squad, the high gods amongst them only had to show themselves and the bandits were immediately terrified and would flee. This trip was an uneventful one. Within the ship cabin, Linley was seated in the meditative stance in a corner. His original body as well as his 3 divine clones were all in this state. After this last experience, Linley realized what his greatest weakness was. His soul. It wasn't that his profound mysteries in terms of soul defense was weak. At present, he had fused the throbbing pulse of the world, gravitational space, and the essence of the earth. His soul defense, in terms of profound mysteries, wasn't weak. The biggest problem was his foundation, in other words, the strength of his soul. The power of a god's soul, in quality, was far weaker than that of a high god's soul. Although Linley, through using soul-related profound mysteries, had soul defense comparable to that of an ordinary high god, and also had the damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact, it was precisely because of that sovereign artifact that Linley was able to roam the Starmist Sea, slay Ganmontan, and slay so many high gods. If he didn't have it, how could Linley, a mere god, possibly be so strong? Sovereign divine artifacts were simply too powerful. Right now, my number one target must be to reach the high god stage as soon as possible. Linley knew where he needed to develop himself. Once I become a high god, I can once again refine a large amount of amethysts, and with amethysts as well as the natural high god boost, my soul power will increase tens of times over. Once that happens, as long as I only need to defend that flaw in the soul-protecting sovereign artifact, I won't need to be afraid of even a 7-star fiend skilled in soul attacks. Linley knew all of this very well. It might perhaps be easier for someone at the god level to fuse profound mysteries, as upon reaching the high god level, the difficulty level would rise greatly. But at the same time, fusing a large number of profound mysteries as a god also took an astonishing amount of time. For example, the world-walking profound mystery of the laws of the earth, up till now, still hadn't yet even begun to be fused with any of the other 3 profound mysteries, much less completely fused. I currently have 3 types of profound mysteries. If I need to fuse 4 of them, it seems that I would have to thank my lucky stars to be able to fuse them in even 10,000 years. Right now, I've gained a basic understanding of the profound mysteries of strength. I need to hurry up and master the profound mysteries of strength, and then I'll train in the final vitality mystery. Once all 6 are completed, I will be a high god. By then, my power will grow dramatically. In terms of material defense or soul defense, I won't have any glaring weaknesses. I'll be able to deal against most 7-star fiends. Linley knew that upon becoming a high god, it was still possible to fuse profound mysteries. Only, the difficulty level would rise exponentially. Once I become a high god, I can continue to slowly fuse them. As long as one became a high god on one's own, there was still hope for fusing. I need to thank Mosi. If it hadn't been for his sledgehammer blow, who knows how long it would have been before I would have gained basic insight into the profound mysteries of strength? Linley quieted his mind, allowing his original body as well as his divine earth clone to wholeheartedly delve into training in the profound mysteries of strength. Right now, Linley was favoring the laws of the earth. As for the elemental laws of the wind, Linley had only begun to train in 5 profound mysteries. He had 4 more that he needed to train in, and the amount of time that took was astonishing as well. As for the elemental laws of fire, Linley's divine fire clone, till now, was still not even at the god level. Training in the elemental laws of fire is simply too slow. Linley now had an even greater appreciation for the importance of talent. If one was talented, then one would train faster, such as Linley with the laws of the earth and the laws of the wind. In less than 1,000 years, Linley had reached the level of learning 5 of the laws of the earth. But if one's talent was poor. Although there was no bottleneck yet, Linley still had yet to even master a second profound mystery of the elemental laws of fire. Breaking through bottlenecks required insights, luck, and comprehension ability. However, normal training was reliant on talent. Linley's elemental affinity for earth and wind, based on the test that had been done when he was young, was exceptional. As for fire, it was only average. As for the others, his affinity was very low. Clearly, Linley had the greatest chance of becoming a high god soon through his divine earth clone. His divine earth clone's power was clearly more powerful, and so naturally, with even his original body training in the laws of the earth, his training speed became even faster. The Star Mist Sea. Endless and boundless. Occasionally, an island would be seen. Rumble, the metallic lifeform, continuously advanced through the waves. Linley and Delia were currently shoulder to shoulder, staring towards the southeast. Next to them was Olivier, Bibi, O'Brien, Dylan, Taras, Caesar, and others. They all had smiles on their faces. From afar, they saw a hint of a line that was extremely long. The line was ashore. The Blood Ridge continent. We finally arrived. Linley was incomparably excited. After heading out from Miluo Island, they had traveled for 23 years, and now, they were finally at the Blood Ridge continent. We're at the Blood Ridge continent now. The Indigo Prefecture won't be far away. Bibi's eyes were shining. Boss, I remember that on that map, it seemed as though the Indigo Prefecture wasn't too far away from the seashore. Oh ho ho, after nearly 700 years, we are almost there, finally. Linley and Delia held each other's hands tightly, staring towards the shore. Linley, once we arrive at the Blood Ridge continent, shall we head directly for the Indigo Prefecture, or to accept another escort mission headed towards the Indigo Prefecture? Olivier looked at Linley. After all, this was what Linley had done in the past. No need. Linley shook his head. In the past, I was weak and was afraid of trouble. Now, we'll head straight for Indigo Prefecture. No need to fear anything on the way over. Linley was now extremely confident in himself, and his squad had quite a few high gods. In addition, Taras was an expert on the level of a 6-star fiend as well. The metallic lifeform moved forward at a very fast pace. Soon, it reached the continental shelf. Immediately, the ship-shaped metallic lifeform transformed into a panther shape, flying in the air above the Blood Ridge continent. The Blood Ridge continent was similar to the Redbud continent. Various tribes were scattered everywhere, and bandits were scattered everywhere as well. Battles could occur at any moment. But of course, no bandit squad would dare offend Linley's squad. Linley, how is your training progressing? Taras laughed. On the way over, Taras and Dylan had finally learned that Linley was only a god. As for how a god could release such astonishing power, Linley just gave a fairly general explanation. However, Taras and Dylan could tell that this all had to do with the Amethyst Mountains. Not bad. I've reached the later stages of the profound mysteries of strength. Linley revealed a hint of a smile on his face. Unfortunately, I still haven't even gotten a basic understanding of the profound mysteries of vitality. This was what frustrated Linley the most. Vitality. Based on the book which had given him a general description of the various profound mysteries, the vitality mystery was one of the unique profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, and was exceedingly hard to gain insight into. For each profound mystery, getting basic insights as well as breaking through the final bottleneck to mastery was the two hardest steps. If one was slow, one could be stuck for 1,000,000 years, and that would be considered normal. No rush. Perhaps you'll gain a sudden insight soon. Taras laughed. Linley laughed and nodded as well. It was true. For example, he had suddenly gained an insight into the profound mysteries of strength, and so he had gained a basic understanding. Your training speed is already very impressive. You've trained for less than 1,000 years, and yet you've gained insights into 5 of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. And, more importantly, you fused 3 of them. Taras was quite admiring of Linley. Taras himself had only fused 2 profound mysteries, and had relied on his innate divine ability, along with those 2 profound mysteries, to reach the power level of a 6-star fiend. Hey, Taras, that goes without saying. My boss has always been awesome. Bibi walked over as well and said arrogantly, look at you. You've been training for I don't even know how many years, but you've only fused 2 profound mysteries. Poof. Taras couldn't help but laugh. Bibi, don't be so smug. You train in the laws of darkness, right? I want to ask you, of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of darkness, how many have you trained in, and how many have you fused? As I recall, you've been training with Linley for about the same length of time, Ha, the nearby O'Brien and Caesar both began to laugh. Linley couldn't help but begin to laugh towards Bibi as well. Everyone knew that Bibi didn't have any patience for training. At most, he'd be able to calm his mind and train for a year or so, after which he'd begin to get restless. With an attitude like that, no matter how talented he was, if he didn't work hard, how could he improve? Taras, you know that's just how Bibi is, and yet you ask him this question? Dylan said. Bibi was so angry, even his nose was trembling. Right. I haven't even fused a single profound mystery. Bibi, enough. Don't be angry. Linley laughed as he patted Bibi on the shoulder, but Bibi raised his head proudly. But of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of darkness, I, Bibi, have gained insights into 4 of them. Everyone within the cabin immediately fell silent. Linley wondered if he was hearing things. He couldn't help but look at Bibi. Bibi, what did you say? Linley remembered quite clearly that Bibi hadn't spent much time training. Normally, he would just mess around, and only occasionally would he train. Bibi, say it again. I suspect I misheard. Taras said, and even Dylan and Olivier were looking at Bibi. Neither Dylan nor Olivier had, as of yet, successfully mastered 4 profound mysteries. Listen up, and listen clearly. Bibi raised his eyebrows smugly, then said loudly, I, Bibi, despite not having fused a single profound mystery, have already mastered 4 of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of darkness, and am currently training in a 5th. Linley himself had only mastered 4 of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, and was currently working on the 5th. Bibi, it's fine if you were slow in training, but you can't just make things up. Caesar said. Make things up? Bibi was so angry, his eyes bulged out. Bibi flipped his hand, and darkness-type elemental essence swirled around, forming a black serpent which wrapped around Bibi's arm. It even emitted a hissing sound, as though it were real. This is the essence of darkness, Bibi said smugly. See it, Dot? You knew that one all along. Olivier laughed. Bibi's body flickered, and instantly, dozens of doppelgangers of Bibi appeared within the cabin. Everyone remained calm, they all knew that Bibi was in possession of the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique. Poof! Bibi suddenly let out a cold snort. Very bizarrely, one black tentacle after another emerged from Bibi's body. Instantly, Bibi had become like an octopus, with the area around his body being filled by dozens of long, icy-cold tentacles. The black, misty aura they emanated was exceedingly bizarre. Linley was surprised, and everyone else was stunned. Laws of darkness, the profound mysteries of evil. That was the third. This is the fourth. Bibi's body flickered, and those evil tentacles disappeared. Bibi reached out with his right hand, and from within it, a vortex appeared which seemed to be devouring everything around it, swallowing up even light itself. The area of darkness grew larger and larger. Laws of darkness, the profound mysteries of Devour. Everyone in the cabin was speechless. Olivier, up till now, had only mastered 2 profound mysteries of the laws of darkness, and was currently researching a third. As for Dylan, he had only mastered 3 and was currently training in a fourth. But Bibi had actually been faster than them. How is this possible? Oof. You actually didn't believe me. Bibi. Let me tell you, it's possible that tomorrow, I'll have mastered the 5th one. Bibi smugly adjusted his straw hat, his head raised proudly. Bibi, what's this all about? Linley was utterly puzzled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 2, Traveling to Indigo Prefecture. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 2, Traveling to Indigo Prefecture. From going from the Yulan continent to the Infernal Realm, Bibi had always been by Linley's side. Linley knew very clearly how hard, or not, Bibi had trained. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Bibi to have mastered 4 profound mysteries. However, Bibi had succeeded. This was a reality. Everyone had seen this. Bibi, how did you train? Dylan was in disbelief as well. How could you be so fast? Olivier, no matter how calm he normally was, had been stunned. They all stared at Bibi. Clearly, all of them wanted to know why Bibi was able to train so quickly, so as to see if they could also learn from this method. Bibi just laughed smugly. I told you so, but you guys didn't believe, earlier. Bibi said forcefully. We believe you now, but how did you do this? Taras asked as well. Even the greatest of geniuses had a process by which they trained. Linley had seized every moment to train, and his talent had been on full display in the Yulan continent. Everyone had watched him improve, step by step. But Bibi? Nobody had dared to believe that his training speed could catch up to Linley's. I'm Bibi. Bibi stared at the surrounding people. He said smugly, you didn't believe me. All I'll say is, it has to do with my grandpa Beirut. I won't say anything else. Lord Beirut? Taras and Dylan were mystified. Training was a personal matter. No matter how powerful Beirut was, he wasn't by Bibi's side. How could he help Bibi? Those smug looks on your faces just now, oomph. I won't tell you. Slowly ponder it on your own. I'll only tell my boss. Bibi turned to glance at Linley, then chortled and said through the soul, Boss, are you surprised? I am indeed surprised. Linley couldn't understand either how Bibi had trained so quickly. Bibi smiled mysteriously, then said through his divine sense, Boss, do you still remember how Grandpa Beirut had said that to help me train faster, he had paid a very heavy price and obtained many treasures to help me break through faster? He said that I was very slow to have taken 20 years before mastering the essence of darkness and reaching the god level, and that if it had been you, most likely a single year would have been enough. Linley immediately recalled this. Beirut had indeed said such a thing. Back then, Linley hadn't yet entered the infernal realm, and so he didn't clearly understand how powerful Beirut was. After arriving in the infernal realm, however, Linley finally realized how mighty Beirut was. Beirut had created that Godspark weapon for Bibi, then infused it with that pearl. The power of that attack had actually destroyed the divine artifact of Elquin, a 7-star fiend. If it had been Lord Beirut himself, he most likely would have easily killed that 7-star fiend. Linley still remembered how the master of Castle Henzi, Mosi, had said that there were very few people in the infernal realm capable of creating soul-protecting divine artifacts. But Lord Beirut had made a soul-protecting divine artifact for Bibi. Linley mused to himself, God's Park weapons are priceless items in the infernal realm as well. They are exceedingly costly. Even if all he did was sell off a few God's Park weapons, Lord Beirut would be a person of astonishing wealth. In addition, he is a sovereign's emissary. Despite having been in the infernal realm for so long, Linley had yet to hear of someone else who was a sovereign's emissary. To be selected by a sovereign, naturally, only absolute topmost high gods would be selected. Lord Beirut said that he had spent an enormous price to acquire some treasures. Given Lord Beirut's power, for even him to say that the price was enormous, what treasure could it have been? Linley understood that even 1,000,000,000,000 inkstones, to Lord Beirut, was nothing. A single God's Park weapon, in and of itself, was worth far more. What sort of treasure could possibly cause Lord Beirut to say that it had cost him an enormous price? He hadn't realized this earlier, but now that Linley thought of this, he became all the more curious. Bibi, what sort of treasure is it? For even your grandpa Beirut to say it cost an enormous price, and for it to be capable of helping you train so quickly, Linley hurriedly asked through their spiritual bond. Bibi laughed. Boss, that treasure is soul fragment strips. Soul fragment strips? Linley didn't understand. Right. Grandpa Beirut knew that I didn't have the temperament to slowly train, so he came up with this idea. Grandpa Beirut went to the infernal realm and spent an enormous price to invite a major figure to gather the souls of countless prime saints and fragment them into strips. He completely peeled out all of the fragments containing profound mysteries of the laws in the souls of those saints. Linley was stunned. Peeling off strips from the soul? When Linley had been in the Yulan continent, he had seen the then Grand Magus Necromancer, Sassler, execute a soul scour on a soul. Only, that just removed a portion of a soul's memories. There was no one to clearly sense the insights within a person's soul. Grandpa Beirut said that peeling off soul fragment strips is very hard. In addition, a deity's soul is fused with his divine spark, and so it's impossible to carve out soul fragment strips from them. The only choice for doing this is with saints. Bibi continued to chat through divine sense. To completely peel off the portion of a soul with insights into the profound mysteries of a law is something which only a very few people in the infernal realm can do. Grandpa Beirut said that he himself couldn't do it either, so he had to pay an enormous price to invite an expert to help out. Linley was secretly surprised. In places such as the Black Sand Castle and the Redbud Castle, Linley had never heard of soul fragment strips being available for purchase. These things were simply priceless. Most likely, only major personages like Beirut were capable of acquiring them. When I became an adult, I naturally became a deity, and so gained insight into the shadow-shaped doppelganger mystery. Grandpa asked some of his friends to help out and acquire 4 pieces of soul fragment strips for me, which contained 4 of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of darkness. Bibi said resignedly, Grandpa Beirut said that most prime saints had only gained insights into very ordinary profound mysteries, such as the essence of darkness. Very few have insights into devour or evil. Grandpa's friends also were forced to spend an enormous amount of effort and to very carefully peel off those soul fragments. It is extremely difficult to completely peel off the part of the soul with the insights into a profound mystery. In the end, he managed to acquire 4, which he gave to me for fusing. Bibi sent mentally. Linley was completely stunned. Souls were very unique things, and even soul attacks were hard to develop. To completely peel off the part of a soul which contained insights into the profound mysteries of a law, one could imagine how hard it was just thinking about it. To reach this level, how deep must one's mastery with regards to the soul be? Linley felt this was almost unbelievable. Beirut himself was capable of making soul-protecting divine artifacts, which meant that Beirut had already reached a very high level of accomplishment with regards to the soul. But even Beirut was not capable of this, and had to pay a huge price to invite others to do it for him. One could imagine how hard peeling off soul fragments was. Lord Beirut's friends are truly amazing. Linley sighed to himself. There was no way one could peel any fragments from the soul of a deity, so it had to be done to prime saints instead. Who knows how many prime saints were killed for these soul fragments to be acquired? Linley sighed to himself, but he also understood that in the infernal realm, the mighty were respected. In the infernal realm, many tribes raised saint-level magical beasts, then butchered them and retrieved their body parts for sale to restaurants. In the infernal realm, saints were treated as humans treated wild rabbits in the material realms. They could be killed at leisure. Alas! Prime saints are all people who have gained some insights into a single profound mystery and have reached a bottleneck and are just one step away from completion. BB sighed. Thus, with regards to these 4 profound mysteries, I've gained insights all the way through to the bottleneck. For breaking through the bottleneck, though, I still have to rely on myself. In the Yulan continent, it only took me 20 years to break through in the essence of darkness. In the infernal realm, it's been 700 years. I've occasionally gained some insights, and broke through to obtain mastery in the Devour and Evil profound mysteries. Right now, I've completely mastered 4 types, while I'm at a bottleneck for the 5th. As for the 6th, I'm completely blind and have no idea as to what it is about. Linley completely understood. BB was a divine beast. As soon as he reached adulthood, he would naturally master one type of profound mystery and become a deity. This was the first profound mystery, shadow-shaped doppelganger. Afterwards, Lord Beirut, knowing that BB had no patience, didn't want BB to become a high god through fusing with a divine spark. Thus, he had paid an enormous price to procure those 4 strips of soul fragments to have BB fuse them, and thus naturally reach the bottleneck stage in those 4 profound mysteries. As soon as he gained an insight into one of them, he would reach mastery. He didn't need to train at all. No wonder. No wonder. Linley let out 2 sighs. Sometimes, one could be angered to death when looking at others. Linley had spent every day and every night training, but BB had spent all his time fooling around. When, for some reason, he gained a sudden insight, he would achieve mastery. This was simply too easy. However, in Linley's mind, he was still very happy for BB. Lord Beirut truly has taken exceedingly good care of BB. Linley sighed. Beirut had a very high status, while BB was the second god-eater rat in his lineage. Beirut naturally viewed BB as a treasure and doted upon him to an unbelievable extent. For BB's sake, he had been willing to exhaust himself and run throughout the infernal realm to ask friends to help out. From this alone, Linley could tell how powerful and vast Lord Beirut's connections were. Peeling off soul strips, that's hard work and careful work. For that powerful figure to actually be willing to do this for the sake of Lord Beirut, Linley now understood how influential Beirut himself was. The metallic lifeform continued to speed towards Indigo Prefecture. As for the secret regarding why BB had trained so quickly, in the end, BB only told Linley and Delia. The others didn't know. Clearly, in BB's heart, Linley and Delia were closer to him. After they had reached the Bloodridge continent, the metallic lifeform had flown on for 3 years. Boss, look. Stonesward Mountain. BB pointed through the translucent window towards the east. Linley looked carefully. In the distance to the east, there was an exceedingly tall mountain, its peak seeming to pierce through the heavens. The upper part of the peak was shaped like a heavy sword, and at the peak of this sword-shaped mountain, the clouds swirled about. Stonesward Mountain. We finally reached the Indigo Prefecture. Delia said with excitement. Stonesward Mountain was one of the important landmarks in the maps of Indigo Prefecture. Linley felt the blood surging throughout his body. Finally here. We're finally here. Indigo Prefecture. The place which his dreams and his very soul had been focused on. When in the Yulan continent, Linley had learned of Indigo Prefecture. He knew that his ancestors, the elders of the Baruch clan, had all come to Indigo Prefecture. Linley thus had embarked on this one-way trip to the infernal realm. From the Redbud continent all the way over to here, they had encountered countless tribulations. The battle at the Castle of Sand. The volcano range. The breakthrough in the Amethyst Mountains. The shocking danger of Miluo Island, and now finally, after passing through the Starmist Sea, they had arrived at the Bloodridge continent, arrived at Indigo Prefecture. Indigo Prefecture. Linley took a deep breath. Currently, he was unbearably eager to go meet the ancestors of his Baruch clan. "Boss, we don't know the exact location of the 4 Divine Beasts clan," BB said. "It's simple." Linley was all smiles. "Let's first go to the nearest city, Fancy City. The 4 Divine Beasts clan should be extremely famous in the Indigo Prefecture. To find the place where the 4 Divine Beasts clan live should be quite simple." The metallic lifeform sped directly for Fancy City. Fancy City was the first city which Linley's group would be entering upon reaching the Indigo Prefecture. After flying for many days, Linley and everyone else was drinking wine and chatting idly in the living room of the metallic lifeform. As they were about to reach his ancestral clan, Linley was very happy. In this final stage of the journey, Linley was, for once, not training. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful vibration shook out from the skies, shaking Linley's metallic lifeform. The metallic lifeform trembled. What a powerful wave, dot. "Hey, what's going on?" Linley and the others stood up, looking out through the window. The metallic lifeform flew very fast, and soon, Linley's group saw something which utterly stunned them. In the distant skies, nearly 100 high gods were fleeing in panic. They were currently being slaughtered by 3 white-robed men. "Ha, you won't be able to flee." A white-robed figure laughed loudly. The 3 white-robed men all had long golden hair, golden eyebrows, and were as handsome as any fairies which Linley had ever seen. The 3 white-robed men flashed about at high speed, and the high gods on the other side all fell down from the skies. Those high gods were terror-struck. "Flee!" With a furious shout, those dozens of lucky survivors immediately dispersed in every direction. "You won't be able to." A calm voice rang out. One of the white-robed men whose long hair fluttered in the air suddenly had a pair of golden wings that were 10 meters long grow out of his back. This enormous set of golden wings was covered with a hazy golden light, and holy energy spread out in every direction. The golden-winged man, his entire body wrapped up in golden light, seemed so holy and beautiful. "I sentence you to death," the white-robed man said softly. A translucent golden ripple spread out in every direction, and those dozens of fleeing high gods, no matter how fast they had been fleeing, were unable to move faster than this ripple. Immediately, those dozens of high gods who had been fleeing in every direction fell down from the skies. Only the original leader of those 100 high gods remained, and he stared in terror and rage at the 3 white-robed men in front of him. So strong. Linley, Taras, and the others were all stunned. "He trains in the Edicts of Fate," Taras said in a low voice. "Judging from his power, that white-robed man, if not a 7-star fiend, must at least be a 6-star fiend." Edicts of Fate? In the infernal realm, Linley rarely encountered experts who trained in the Edicts of Fate, because most of them had gone to the celestial realm of the 4 higher planes. The few he had actually seen weren't very powerful. A high god that trains in the Edicts of Fate. Linley was secretly startled. From midair, a bellow rang out. "Why? We have never offended your Bolin clan. Why must you be so ruthless, to kill us all and spare not a single one of us?" The lucky survivor, the leader, couldn't help but bellow out in rage. Those 3 white-robed men all faintly glowed with golden light. "Why? Aren't you on assignment for the 4 Divine Beasts clan?" One of the white-robed men laughed coldly. "4 Divine Beasts clan?" The surviving leader said, stunned. "All who serve the 4 Divine Beasts clan will die." The white-robed man who had the pair of golden wings said, then he pointed out with his right hand and a ray of golden light shot out. The leader wasn't able to dodge in time. The golden light struck into his body, and he fell down from mid-air. The white-robed man with the golden wings cast a sideways glance at Linley's distant metallic lifeform, then let out a disdainful snort. "Let's go." The three white-robed figures transformed into three rays of light, disappearing into the horizon. "All those who serve the four divine beasts shall die?" Within the metallic lifeform, Linley murmured to himself, momentarily speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 3, Azure Dragon Clan. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 3, Azure Dragon Clan. According to what Linley had learned on the way, as well as what he had heard from Beirut, as Linley saw it, the Four Divine Beasts clan was extremely powerful. At Miluo Island, after seeing the many Scryer recordings, he had mentioned to Castle Master Mosi the fact that he was headed for Indigo Prefecture, and Mosi had discussed the Four Divine Beasts clan. From what Mosi had said, it seemed as though the Four Divine Beasts clan had fallen on hard times. But even despite that, it should still be almost comparable to the Bagshaw clan. The Bagshaw clan, at Miluo Island, is in complete control. No one dares offend them. Despite countless years having passed, Miluo Island's fame remains widespread. There's no way something like this could happen at Miluo Island, where those who serve the Bagshaw clan will be killed. Linley really couldn't believe it. The Indigo Prefecture could be said to be the main headquarters for the Four Divine Beasts clan. How could something like this happen within the borders of the mighty Four Divine Beasts clan? How could a truly powerful clan allow something like this to happen? Anyone who thought about it for even a moment would understand. If a truly powerful clan encountered something like this, they would definitely eradicate the entire Bullen clan, killing them as a warning sign to frighten others. The situation doesn't make sense. Linley narrowed his eyes. The joy he had felt upon arriving at his clan's territory instantly evaporated, and Linley began to worry. It seemed as the situation the Four Divine Beasts clan was in wasn't what he had thought it would be. In the metallic lifeform, Taras, Bibi, Delia, and the others were all mystified by what they had just seen. Taras said with a solemn look, "Linley, it seems as though the Four Divine Beasts clan doesn't have much power within Indigo Prefecture." When Linley had invited Taras and the others to Indigo Prefecture, he had said that within the Indigo Prefecture, given the strength and influence of the Four Divine Beasts clan, they shouldn't encounter any more dangers. But now, it seemed. "I don't understand either." Linley's face was solemn. After all, he had never gone to the Four Divine Beasts clan before. All he knew, he gained from outside sources of information. "I'm sorry. It seems as though I've caused everyone to enter a dangerous situation." Linley couldn't help but say towards Olivier, Taras, and the others. When he had invited them to come with him, he had wanted for all of them from the Yulan continent to be together and that there wouldn't be much danger. As he saw it, there shouldn't be any dangers in the main lair for his clan. But it seemed he was wrong. Dylan laughed. "Linley, don't worry about it. No matter what happens, my life can be considered to belong to you. What have I to fear? Let's go. Even if someone wants to kill us, first they have to have enough power to do so," Taras said. Linley nodded. If the Four Divine Beasts clan was comparable to the Bagshaw clan, then, as an incredibly powerful force, there was no way they would simply be destroyed. As the saying goes, a camel which died of starvation is still larger than a horse. Mosi's words implied that the weakened Four Divine Beasts clan was still comparable to the Bagshaw clan. But before its downfall? How could such an originally incomparably powerful clan possibly be completely destroyed? Let's go to Fancy City first. Fancy City was a city in the eastern part of Indigo Prefecture, and was the first city which Linley's group was heading towards in Indigo Prefecture. Fancy City was just like every other city in the Infernal Realm. It was very bustling. The streets were rowdy and filled with people everywhere. "Boss, where shall we go to find the location of the Four Divine Beasts clan?" BB asked, puzzled. The war god, O'Brien, laughed. Any place works. For example, the Fiend Castle. We can just ask some people there. There are definitely people here in the Indigo Prefecture who know quite a bit regarding the exceedingly famous Four Divine Beasts clan. Asking around at the Fiend Castle was indeed an excellent idea. No rush. Let's go to the Bloodridge Castle first, Linley said. The Redbud continent had Redbud castles, while the Bloodridge continent had Bloodridge castles. The two were the same, they both purchased and sold large quantities of items. Why are we going to the Bloodridge Castle? Dylan asked. BB, do you still remember how we had gone shopping for books that time in the Redbud Castle? Linley turned to look at BB, who hurriedly nodded. I remember. That time, we went to buy some books regarding the geography of the Infernal Realm. Right. Last time, we only went to investigate the general geography of the Infernal Realm, which is why in the books we bought, the information regarding each of the 108 prefectures was very brief. But that time, however, we did see quite a few books which discussed each prefecture in detail. There had been 5 or 6 centimeter thick books that discussed each prefecture. Those detailed books each focused on one prefecture, and naturally would discuss and point out some of the unique areas in a prefecture, as well as provide some very detailed information on some of the most powerful clans. Most likely, even some ultimate experts would be described within. Delia's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. By one which goes into detail regarding the Indigo Prefecture. The Four Divine Beasts clan is very famous in Indigo Prefecture. It will definitely be described in detail, and the location will be clearly mentioned as well. Linley laughed and nodded. If they asked others might point them to a specific place which they didn't even know was located where. After all, they had never had a detailed map of the Indigo Prefecture. They only knew the rough geography of the place. By buying a detailed book regarding the Indigo Prefecture, they would even get a clear understanding of the geographical information in the Indigo Prefecture. Buying books? I've never gone book shopping in the Infernal Realm. Taras laughed. You normally lived on Miluo Island. Why would you need to buy books? You'd only go buy them when you needed them. Linley said, then headed towards the Bloodridge Castle. The 3 castles in every single city were bustling with activity. Following the flow of people, Linley's group quickly reached the Bloodridge Castle. At the gate to the Bloodridge Castle, there were Bloodridge Army soldiers standing guard. Heh, I must say, the uniform of the Bloodridge Army is quite stylish. It's much better than that of the Redbud Army and the Starmist Army. BB said softly as he looked at the Bloodridge Army soldiers at the gates. Linley glanced at them. The baleful aura it emanates is rather heavier than that of the Redbud Army and the Starmist Army. Let's go. As he spoke, Linley led the group into the first floor of the Bloodridge Castle. The way the Bloodridge Castle was organized was quite similar to the Redbud Castle. Linley's group easily found the room which specialized in selling a large number of books. In the room, there were only 3 people, one of whom was the staff member. What do you want to buy? Seeing Linley's group walk in, and that most were high gods, the staff member immediately came to welcome them. Which book has information regarding the location of the Four Divine Beasts clan? BB was the first to say. But Linley said, this place should have a detailed description of the entire Indigo Prefecture, right? Give me that book. We do. The female staff member withdrew an enormous, black-covered book that was 2 fingers thick, then walked over and handed it to Linley. This one should be the book with the most complete introduction to the Indigo Prefecture. Linley immediately accepted it and began to flip through it. This book, in its table of contents, was divided into geography, dangerous areas, famous people, clans, and so on and so forth. From the table of contents, Linley easily found the top-ranked Four Divine Beasts clan. Page 158. Linley couldn't help but grow excited. The first thing which drew Linley's attention was the Four Divine Beasts clan was actually the general term for four mighty clans of divine beasts. They were the Azure Dragon clan, the Redding, Lading, clan. The Vermilion Bird clan, the Nemo clan. The White Tiger clan, the Leisi clan. The Black Tortoise clan, the Bowen clan. The Four Divine Beasts clan was led by the Azure Dragon clan, the Redding clan. The four great clans were joined together into one, and were spread throughout the four higher planes. While reading the detailed information regarding the Four Divine Beasts clan, Linley couldn't help but begin to sweat. The history of the Four Divine Beasts clan simply astonished Linley. So originally, the Four Divine Beasts clan wasn't just limited to the infernal realm. Divine Water Plane, Divine Earth Plane, Divine Fire Plane, Divine Wind Plane, and the four higher planes of the Celestial Realm, Netherworld, Infernal Realm, Life Realm, they all have branches of the Four Divine Beasts clan. Linley was completely thunderstruck. Based on the description within the book, the Four Divine Beasts clan was considered an extremely, terrifyingly powerful clan throughout the four higher planes as well as the seven divine planes. They were spread everywhere, but of course, in the Infernal Realm, Indigo Prefecture was a headquarters for the Four Divine Beasts clan. They are so powerful? Linley found it hard to believe. Boss, let me see. Bibi, seeing the look on Linley's face, couldn't help but snatch the book over from Linley and begin to read it carefully as well. As he read, Bibi's eyes began to grow round. Wow, boss, the Four Divine Beasts clan is really badass. Delia leaned over to look as well. They really are quite formidable. Delia was stunned as well. We can leave now. I now know where the Four Divine Beasts clan is located. Linley couldn't help but smile. The Four Divine Beasts clan was the root and foundation of his own Baruch clan, which could only be considered one of the many branches. Naturally, Linley was delighted at how powerful the main clan was. Wait. Linley suddenly frowned. If the Four Divine Beasts clan truly was so powerful, then why was it that when he came, he saw that member of the Bolin clan, the one who could grow golden wings, be so arrogant and unbridled? You are looking for the location of the Four Divine Beasts clan? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Linley's group turned to look. The speaker was that female staff member. The female staff member laughed and said, "If you want to just follow the information in the book to look for them, there's no way you'll find the Four Divine Beasts clan." Eh? Linley was stunned. Why not? Is the book fake? Bibi immediately asked. The female staff member shook her head. No, the descriptions in the book are real. If they are real, then why can't we find them? Bibi said. The female staff member laughed. This book is in general circulation and for sale in every single city in the Infernal Realm. Because the Infernal Realm is too vast, just sending it out to each location will most likely take 1,000 years. Linley nodded. To send it throughout the Infernal Realm, it would indeed take upwards of 1,000 years. Because the shipping process alone takes so much time, the geographical information in the book will be re-evaluated and updated once every million years. This book is several 100,000 years old, and it described what the situation was like for the Four Divine Beasts clan hundreds of thousands of years ago. The female staff said. The Infernal Realm was vast and endless. 1,000,000 years, in the ancient history of the Infernal Realm, really wasn't much. Are you saying? Linley began to understand. Right. The female staff member laughed. If you asked others, they might not know, but since I've always lived in Indigo Prefecture, I'm quite familiar with the Four Divine Beasts clan. The Four Divine Beasts clan, roughly 10,000 years ago, underwent a huge change. The branches that had been located in the Divine Planes or the other higher planes all returned and regrouped here in the Indigo Prefecture of the Infernal Realm. Linley now understood. Lord Beirut had not deceived him. The current Four Divine Beasts clan really was in Indigo Prefecture? Delia asked, puzzled. What caused the Four Divine Beasts clan to summon and concentrate all of their branches here in the Indigo Prefecture? Delia didn't understand. I'm not sure, the female staff member said with a laugh. That year, a large number of experts of the Four Divine Beasts clan returned, but when they did so, they shook the entire Indigo Prefecture, because when they returned, they brought countless battles with them. Countless battles? Linley was stunned. Right. The female staff member nodded, then laughed. But of course, I'm just a minor figure, and what I know is limited. All I know is that back then, the battles were quite fierce. Afterwards, the Four Divine Beasts clans that had been scattered throughout Indigo Prefecture all came together at one location. One location? Linley still clearly remembered what that book he had read had said. As that book had described it, in the Four Divine Beasts clan, each of the four clans was located in one of four locations. Right. The Four Divine Beasts clans are living quite close to each other now. The place they live is known as the Skyrite Mountains, the female staff member said. Hearing this, Linley immediately thought back to when he had first read the book giving a general introduction to the geographical features of the Infernal Realm, and the information it had regarding the Skyrite Mountains. The Skyrite Mountains were a very famous area within the Indigo Prefecture. It could, in fact, be described as the mountain range which symbolized the Indigo Prefecture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 4, Seize Them. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 4, Seize Them. After leaving the city of Fancy, Linley's group immediately rode on their metallic lifeform to head towards the Skyrite Mountains. The Skyrite Mountains are located within the northern borders of Indigo Prefecture. From Fancy City, there is a distance of nearly 200 million kilometers. To fly there will take half a year. Linley felt rather relaxed. After knowing where the Four Divine Beasts clan was, Linley also understood, most likely, this place is too far away from the Skyrite Mountains, which is why the Bullen clan dared to be so arrogant. This was Linley's guess. Another half year to go. Bibi stretched lazily, letting out a long sigh, then looked at Linley. Haha, boss, let's have a contest and see who will be the first to master a fifth profound mystery. What do you say? Linley had already reached the late stages in training in the profound truths of strength. As for Bibi, he had already reached a peak with regards to this fifth profound mystery of darkness, and as soon as he gained an insight, he would break through. But insights were something that one could hope for but not count on. Who knew how long Bibi would take? Linley immediately calmed down and began training. While training, time passed extremely quickly. Linley was only awakened from his training on 3 occasions. By the 4th time he opened his eyes, they were only a few 100,000 kilometers away from the Skyrite Mountains and were about to arrive. The metallic lifeform's front became transparent, and Linley's group could completely see through the metallic lifeform to the front. Skyrite Mountains. The Four Divine Beasts clan. Linley felt that his breathing was growing ragged. The blood in his body was beginning to boil. He had come all the way over here from the Yulan continent. Finally, he was returning to his own clan. I can see it. The Skyrite Mountains are up ahead, Delia said in delight. Linley's eyes were shining. One massive mountain peak after another could be seen piercing through the clouds and the sky, each of them astonishingly high. The reason why this area was known as the Skyrite Mountains was precisely because so many mountain peaks here were so tall. That is. Linley's eyes couldn't help but light up. He saw an enormous bird of almost the same size as a mountain peak that looked as though it was about to take flight, its entire body surrounded by flames. Its feathers were fiery red, and it had green plumage on its forehead. Linley and the others could all feel the dominating aura which emanated forth from it. What an enormous sculpture! Linley couldn't help but be amazed. It has to be at least 100 kilometers tall. The tallest mountain peaks of the Skyrite Mountains reached upwards of tens of thousands of meters. This enormous sculpture was comparable in height to the tallest of mountain peaks. From the book he had read half a year ago, Linley had gained a better understanding of the Four Divine Beasts clan and had learned that the Four Divine Beasts referred to the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. Just from the names Azure Dragon and White Tiger, Linley was able to understand what the creatures represented. But Linley had never heard of a vermilion bird or a black tortoise. After carefully reading through the book as well as reviewing some of the pictures in the book, Linley learned that a vermilion bird was a fire-type divine beast that was similar to a fire phoenix, but which was far more powerful. As for the black tortoise, it was an earth-type divine beast that seemed quite similar in appearance to the dragon turtles which Linley had seen before. Even the divine beast Azure Dragon was not like those enormous winged dragons that he had seen on the Yulan continent, nor was it like the tyrant Wyrms. It was a dominating, noble, and utterly perfect, true divine beast. The most powerful water-type divine beast, the Azure Dragon. The southern parts of the Skyrite Mountains should be where the Vermilion Bird clan resides. Linley immediately controlled the metallic lifeform, ordering it to fly towards the northeast. Indeed, the eastern part of the Skyrite Mountains was where the Azure Dragon clan lived. In midair, staring afar at the distant site of the Azure Dragon's Redding clan, Linley was stupefied. Even Delia, Bibi, Olivier, Taras, and the others were so shocked, they couldn't speak. An enormous, coiling dragon that was over tens of thousands kilometers long was within the mountain range. Of course, it wasn't a real dragon. This enormous coiling dragon covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, and carved atop of its massive body were giant draconic scales. At the same time, it was also, in and of itself, a long passageway in the mountains, and the entire passageway emitted an azure light. From afar, it truly looked like an enormous, terrifying azure dragon. To build an enormous edifice of tens of thousands of kilometers long in the infernal realm is unbelievable. Taras sighed in shock. Look carefully. The entire body of this azure dragon is actually one long passageway, with many castles and residences around that passageway. Dylan said loudly. Linley was completely lost in the awe-inspiring sight before him. A dragon passageway that was tens of thousands of kilometers long and which coiled through the mountains, with castles and estates surrounding its perimeter and which formed a perfect whole with it. In front of the dragon's head was an enormous golden castle, which looked like a dragon pearl. The aura and majesty alone far surpasses any clan that I've ever seen. Linley was truly stunned. The Four Divine Beasts clan had originally dominated the 4 higher planes and 7 divine planes. Even after their fall, they wouldn't forget the former glory of their clan. Naturally, they cared deeply about the construction of their clan's headquarters. Although they had seen it from afar, Linley's group had to fly for quite a while before arriving at the base of the Skyrite Mountains. Standing at the base of the mountains, Linley's group stared afar through the dragon passageway, staring at the many patrolling soldiers dressed in azure armor. For a moment, they felt their hearts clench. At a glance, the warriors here were more than 10,000 in number. But Linley's group could tell that every single one of them was a high god. So many experts. Taras sighed in amazement. The Four Divine Beasts clan really lives up to its name. At least in the number of high god warriors, it isn't the slightest bit inferior to the Bagshaw clan. This is a true, powerful, great clan. Dylan sighed in amazement as well. Salomon's Boyd clan had been decent, but these clans, when compared to the Bagshaw clan or the Four Divine Beasts clan, were nothing at all. Look at the Bagshaw clan or the Four Divine Beasts clan, every single soldier in their clan army was a high god. This is the Azure Dragon clan. Linley felt his blood pumping. My roots, the roots of my Baruch clan, ... This seemingly endless dragon passageway gave Linley such a familiar feeling, one which made the blood in his veins thunder. It was a feeling akin to when the prodigal son returned home. The sense of belonging was extremely strong. Linley. Delia held Linley's hand. Linley turned to glance at Delia. The two, looking at each other, couldn't help but laugh. They had experienced nearly 7 centuries of turbulence. When they had first come to the infernal realm, Linley was just a demigod. But now, he could effortlessly kill ordinary high gods. They had made their way over. And now, finally, they had reached their destination. The root and foundation of the 4 supreme warriors. The legendary 4 divine beasts clan's gathering point, the Indigo Prefecture's Skyrike Mountains. Who goes there? A loud shout from up above. From the wide dragon passageway, 10 soldiers who had previously been on patrol flew over, and the captain of the squad barked, "This is an important area of my Azure Dragon clan. You need to leave immediately." Laughing, Linley replied, "Gentlemen, I myself am a branch member of the Azure Dragon clan. I have been in the infernal realm for a very long time, but I've finally made it here. Hurry up and welcome us," Bibi said loudly. "It's been so long, and we've really been exhausted." "You belong to a branch of my Redding clan?" The captain looked at Linley dubiously. "Kid, the members of my clan returned a long time ago." The other members of the patrol didn't quite believe it either. "You should know that our Azure Dragon clan is capable of dragon forming," one of the patrolling soldiers said. Linley laughed. Crackle, immediately, azure golden draconic scales sprouted from everywhere on Linley's body, and a spike emerged from his forehead. Linley's dark golden eyes stared at the captain. "Now, do you believe me?" Those patrolling soldiers all began to laugh as well. The captain was also all smiles. "Indeed. And judging from your body's aura, it seems as though you come from a fairly pure lineage. But how come you have those spikes on your back? Still, there's no mistaking that aura." Dragon forming was a very simple way by which one could tell if one was a member of the Azure Dragon clan or not. The draconians of the Beastmen race were completely different from the dragon form of the Azure Dragon clan. In terms of both power as well as aura, the difference was tremendous. They just looked a bit similar. "Ah, brother, you've had an arduous trip." The captain immediately laughed and went to welcome them, saying in a sincere voice, "When our clan retreated from the various planes, we really were in too much of a rush. Most likely, at that time, you weren't able to come back with everyone else at the time." The captain let out a long sigh. "At that time, our main army returned as well, but it was disastrous. That year, my brother died in battle." Tears glimmered at the corner of the captain's eyes. "Let's go. Let's go home. At home, you'll be safe." The 2 words, "go home," caused Linley to tremble with emotion. "These friends of mine came alongside me," Linley said. "Them?" The captain frowned. "What is it?" Linley was puzzled. The captain said with a frown, "These are your friends, and you plan to live with them?" "Right." Linley nodded. "They risked life and death to travel with me. It would be good if we can live together." "What, is that forbidden?" "It's not that it cannot be done." The captain reflected for a moment, then said, "The administrative rules of our clan are quite strict. If it was just you by yourself, you would receive a superb welcome, but if you want to bring them in, you'll have to live in a fairly distant, remote part of the Skyrike Mountains." "Remote is fine with me." Linley shook his head. "That's fine then." The captain nodded, then laughed. "Come, go with me to register yourself. We'll investigate what branch you belong to. Hey, you guys can come along as well." The captain addressed Taras and Bibi and the others. Linley's group immediately flew in along with the 10 patrol soldiers. "Brother, my name is Ear. I came back from the Divine Fire Plane." "Which plane are you from? How could your lineage be so pure?" While walking, the captain asked in a warm, friendly manner. Right, which plane are you from? The other patrolling soldiers laughed as well. I'm from the Yulon plane. Linley laughed. The captain's expression instantly hardened, and the same thing happened with the other soldiers. Seize them! Captain Yeer shouted icily, and immediately, the other 9 patrolling soldiers moved aside as fast as lightning, immediately surrounding Linley's group of people. From higher up the dragon passageway, many patrolling soldiers who saw these going-ons immediately flew over as well. Linley's group was stupefied. Hey, what's this all about? DB immediately shouted. Linley just looked at the captain. Captain Yeer, what's going on? Why are you suddenly seizing me? Captain Yeer said calmly, sorry, brother. The Azure Dragon Redding clan, although spread out across many planes, is only spread out across the higher planes and the divine planes. I've never heard of a Yulon plane. Aren't I a member of the Azure Dragon clan? Linley asked. You are. I'm certain of this. Yeer nodded. However, if we can't be completely certain of your history and which lineage you belong to, then you can't be completely trusted either. The captain said emotionlessly. Some members were scattered across the universe when they were young, and were raised by other clans, who trained them and then sent them back to be spies. This has happened more than once. In the past 10,000 years, the Azure Dragon clan had become exceedingly cautious. Because they had suffered too much previously when they weren't. You suspect me of being a spy? Linley found it hard to believe. Captain Yeer, if I were a spy, I wouldn't say I'm from the Yulon plane. I would make up a perfect identity and status. Linley said urgently. Delia spoke out as well. Captain Yeer, you might not have heard of the Yulon plane lineage, but that doesn't mean others in your clan haven't heard of it either. Please go investigate first. Oof. Which lineage am I unaware of? Captain Yeer was extremely confident. What's going on here? A bark rang out from above, and a middle-aged man dressed in light gray robes flew over. Captain Yeer, upon seeing this person, immediately said with respect, "My lord, there is a person here who claims to be a member of our Azure Dragon clan, and indeed, he has the lineage of the Azure Dragon clan. However, he claims he is from the Yulon plane lineage. I have never heard that our clan has a branch in a Yulon plane." Oh? The middle-aged man looked towards Linley's group in astonishment. The Yulon plane branch? The middle-aged man looked towards them. Who? Me. Linley stood up. The middle-aged man laughed. Right, our Azure Dragon clan does in fact have a branch on the Yulon plane. Captain Yeer and the other soldiers were all surprised. This was something from 6,000 years ago. Not many people know this. The middle-aged man said with a calm laugh. Their branch called themselves the Baruch clan. Quite peculiar. Nobody knows which elder ended up starting up this branch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 5, Baruch. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 5, Baruch. When Linley heard them mention the Baruch clan, his heart relaxed. His ancestors in the Baruch clan were in the infernal realm after all, and they really were here. For a moment, 100 emotions mixed in Linley's heart. Right. The Baruch clan. DB was unspeakably delighted. Boss, we finally found them. Linley. Delia felt happy for Linley as well. The nearby Olivier, O'Brien, Taras, and Dylan were all smiles as well. The Baruch clan, in the Yulon continent, was so very famous, but this was the first time they had heard others speak of it in the infernal realm. Linley, congratulations. Dylan laughed. There's no mistaking it this time. Caesar and the others laughed as well. Linley was jubilant. He had been guided by the teachings of his clan since he was young, and Linley clearly knew what the ancestors of the clan had done. And now, today, he was finally going to meet with the ancestors of his clan. "Milord, I belong to the Baruch clan. Please hurry and take me to see the ancestors of my clan." Linley couldn't help but say. "Impudence!" Captain Year let out a cold snort. Linley was startled. "Do you know what status his lordship has? Him, personally take you there?" Captain Year was very unhappy that this person in front of him didn't understand the differences in status between them. "As for whether or not you belong to the Yulan branch, everything will be made clear soon. Don't be too happy too early." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Year, you can make the trip yourself." After speaking, the middle-aged man turned and flew away. Year looked coldly at Linley's group. "All of you, listen up. Later, when we enter the inner reaches of the Skyrite Mountains, don't fly around randomly. Follow me. If you bump into or disturb the high-level members of our clan, when they look for someone to blame, I won't be able to protect you." Understood. But Linley could sense how strict ranks were within the Four Divine Beasts clan. "Follow me." Year flew up ahead, while Linley's group immediately followed. The Skyrite Mountains were exceedingly vast, and the eastern part of them was the place where the Azure Dragon clan's clansmen lived. Linley and the others traveled through the Dragon Passageway. The Dragon Passageway was 50 meters wide, while the edges of it were carved draconic scales. This tens of thousands of kilometers long, coiling Dragon Passageway rose and fell as it winded through the mountains. Countless estates and castles were erected by the side of this Dragon Passageway, with human figures visible within all of them. "Boss, there's so many people here." BB's eyes rolled in their sockets. "As I see it, the Azure Dragon clan has to have at least 1 million people in it." "Boss, as I recall, your clan seems to be unable to produce many children." Linley chuckled. "Indeed. The more powerful a race or clan was, the smaller their population was. But as time goes on, the accumulated population will still be a large figure." Linley said casually. "Hypothetically, a new generation might be born every 100 years. Each member might have 1 or 2 children. As time went on, especially as hundreds of millions of years passed, how many clan members would a clan have? After all, upon reaching the saint level, one wouldn't die of old age. Only by being killed. After being born, we still have to survive." Captain Year said from up ahead. "In the past, our Four Divine Beasts clan was very powerful and was capable of protecting all of our descendants. Naturally, our population grew greater and greater. But now, it isn't so simple." Linley couldn't help but grow puzzled. What exactly had caused the Four Divine Beasts clan to fall? "That castle is so beautiful," Delia said gently into Linley's ears. Linley turned and saw a completely blue castle, with only variations in the deepness or lightness of the coloration, creating a very unique, beautiful appearance that was indeed quite mesmerizing. "Remember, just fly on Dragon Avenue and don't fly elsewhere," Year warned. BB snorted, and Linley couldn't help but look towards BB and laugh. "BB, our clan's rules are a bit strict. When we are back to our own residence, things will be better." Linley was currently in a very good mood. "I know," BB sent back through divine sense. While chatting, Linley, under the guidance of Year, arrived through Dragon Avenue at a very ordinary 2-story building created halfway up a mountain. This 2-story building had a white-haired elder slouching over a chair with half-lidded eyes, seemingly quite relaxed. "Hanuman, Hyaneman." Year laughed. The white-haired elder opened his eyes, then laughed and stood up. "Oh, Year, it's you. Why'd you come to my place today? We just met a member of our clan who has our lineage. Please help out by going with us for an investigation and a registration." Year explained. "Which one?" The white-haired elder turned to look at Linley's group. "Him." Yer pointed at Linley, who laughed and said to the white-haired elder, "Mr. Hanuman, I am Linley. I come from the Baruch clan of the Yulon Plain." "Oh, Baruch clan? The branch from the Yulon continent. I know." Hanuman's eyebrows danced, and he began to laugh. "Our Azure Dragon clan is also known as the Redding clan. Virtually all of our branches refer to ourselves as the Redding clan, and only a very few branches who don't know the real name will casually choose a name for themselves. Your Baruch clan is one of them." Linley could only grin. The first generation of his clan, Baruch, didn't know of the Azure Dragon clan, nor that they were members of the Redding clan. Thus, he had founded his Baruch clan. For you to be able to report that you are a member of the Baruch clan, I trust that you are a member of our clan. Hanuman shook his head helplessly. However, the clan has rules. We must undergo a strict test, therefore, I need you to go meet with your ancestors. Meet with my ancestors? Linley was beginning to grow excited. Right. You have to meet them in order to completely ascertain your identity. Hanuman then looked towards Yer. Yer, your role is done. You go take care of your business. I'll accompany them. Yer nodded, then left. It's rare to encounter a lost clan member who returns to us, even in a 1,000-year span. Hanuman sighed. Let's go. Follow me. Let's go meet the ancestors of your branch. Linley hurriedly followed him, while the group behind Linley began to chat amongst themselves. The 4 supreme warriors of the past, the Dragonblood warrior, Baruch. It's been nearly 6,000 years since I've seen him. Caesar had a rare smile on his face. I wonder how those old fellows are doing these days. O'Brien nodded as well. Old fellows? Hanuman, walking up ahead, turned and frowned. The oldest member of the Yulon continent branch is just 6,000 years old. And you call him an old fellow? In our clan, I don't even know how many members have trained for hundreds of millions of years. The Yulon continent branch, in our Redding clan, is a very young branch. Very young branch? Linley's group looked at each other. In the Yulon continent, thousands of years of history definitely could be considered a very long history. But in the infernal realm, thousands of years was just very young. Compared to the other branches, which were hundreds of millions old, they were indeed very young. Old sir, BB called out, we see many castles and estates everywhere throughout the mountain ranges, with so many people. Old sir, do you clearly remember where the Yulon continent's branch lives? How could I not? Hanuman stared. Even with my eyes closed, I, Hanuman, can easily find the residences of any of our Redding clan's various branches or of our ultimate experts. But we've been flying on this Dragon Avenue for so long. How come we aren't there yet? BB muttered. Hanuman couldn't help but frown at BB. Kid with the straw hat, in this group, it seems you are the most talkative. BB. Linley said softly. Humph, BB let out a low snort, not daring to say another word. Only now did Hanuman say, the Yulon continent branch is a very weak branch. These weak, small branches are located deep in the border areas. That's why it takes some time to fly there. We haven't even flown 1/10 of the way there. After flying for a long time, and after having seen more than 100,000 patrolling soldiers, Linley's group finally reached their destination. Here we are. Hanuman immediately flew out of the Dragon Avenue. Follow me. Linley's group had also discovered that not too far away, there was a large gorge. Hanuman was flying straight for that gorge, and so Linley's group followed him in as well. The gorge had fog and mist within. While descending through it, they passed through the foggy mist and could vaguely see some small buildings up ahead. This place contains your Yulon branch, as well as some other branches. Hanuman said. This gorge has in total more than 10,000 people. Baruch! Hanuman suddenly shouted loudly. Baruch! 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 The entire gorge reverberated with this shout, and Linley's group was badly startled by Hanuman's sudden shout. They landed on the flat ground in the gorge. From afar, dozens of figures flew over at high speed, the leader being a muscular man with powerful, protruding chest muscles and a sleeveless shirt. His brown hair was rather mussed, and his eyes flowed with wisdom. "Ha, so it is Mr. Hanuman." The muscular, brown-haired man laughed in a loud voice. A group of people followed him from behind. Most of them had long brown hair, with a few having golden hair or blue hair. Linley stared at this group of people. "He is Baruch? The founder of my Baruch clan?" Linley's heart felt as though it had been struck by a massive hammer. The dozens of people who had flown over were mostly men, with a few women as well. Linley, seeing them, had a familiar feeling appear in his heart. "Baruch!" Hanuman laughed. "Today, I've come because a member of our clan says that he is from the Yulan continent and that he is from your Baruch clan." Linley's eyes were shining. Indeed, the man in front was Baruch, the founder of the Dragonblood warrior clan. From the Yulan continent? Baruch was stunned, and then wild joy appeared in his eyes. Someone came from the Yulan continent? And says that he is of our Baruch clan? A muscular, handsome youth by Baruch's side hurriedly spoke out as well, while at the same time, he swept the group of people behind Hanuman with his gaze. As though he sensed something, his gaze fell on Linley. This was the call of blood ties. But Baruch's gaze fell on another person, Caesar. "Caesar! It's you!" Baruch was amazed and delighted. "Ah, Baruch, I didn't expect that after you suddenly disappeared, you old fellow, you actually had run off to the infernal realm." Caesar laughed as well. "O'Brien?" Baruch then looked at the war god, O'Brien. "Baruch, long time no see." O'Brien greeted him as well. Hanuman intentionally said in an unhappy manner, "Hey? I'm here today to verify this person's status and see if he is a member of your clan. Baruch, give me a hand and help me confirm his identity." Oh. Only now did Baruch come to himself. "He is Linley." Hanuman laughed. "He says he is of the Baruch clan." As he spoke, he pointed towards Linley. Immediately, the group of people behind Baruch all turned their gazes towards Linley. These elders had gazes filled with incomparable ardor. They hadn't been back for thousands of years. The return of a descendant of their clan naturally made them excited. Actually, upon seeing Caesar and O'Brien, Baruch was already certain that this Linley should definitely be a descendant of his clan. "Please help verify him," Hanuman said. Baruch nodded, then looked at Linley. "Linley, right? If you are a member of my Baruch clan, then you should know that in our clan's ancestral hall, there are recordings regarding the generations of ancestors of the clan." Linley opened his mouth and began to speak. "Baruch, the very first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. In the year 4560 of the Yulan calendar, outside the walls of the city of Linan, Baruch did battle against a black dragon and a titanic frost Wirm. In the end, he slew both the titanic frost Wirm and the black dragon, causing his fame to be spread across the world. In the year 4579 of the Yulan calendar, along the coastline of the northern sea of the continent, Baruch did battle against a 9-headed serpent emperor. On that day, the waves crashed unceasingly and nearby cities crumbled, but after a vicious fight lasting a full day and night, Baruch finally executed the 9-headed serpent emperor. Finally, Baruch founded the Baruch clan, and became the first leader of the Baruch clan. Ryan Baruch. Hazard Baruch. Linley described the affairs of 3 ancestors in succession. Baruch and the group of people behind him were all so excited that their eyes turned moist. "Right. Right," Baruch said hurriedly. Baruch strode forward and immediately enfolded Linley into his arms. "Child, welcome home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 6, The Weakest, Smallest Branch. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 6, The Weakest, Smallest Branch. Welcome home. These words caused a hot feeling to gush forth from Linley's chest. Feeling the caring gaze of the Baruch clansman on him, Linley suddenly realized that the difficulties he had endured through the nearly 700 years he had spent in the Redbud continent, traversing the Starmist Sea, and hurrying through the Bloodridge continent was all worth it. After wandering in the infernal realm for so many years, he had finally returned home. Baruch released Linley, then looked at Linley, his fierce face hiding unshed tears. "Linley, you must have had a rough time of it." "Mr. Hanuman, thank you." Baruch looked towards Hanuman. "This Linley is indeed of my Yulan continent branch." "Ha, Baruch, congratulations. Here is the emblem of our clan. Let Linley bind it with blood." Hanuman handed out an emblem, then laughed and said, "I won't disturb you further." As he spoke, Hanuman flew away and departed. Baruch gave the emblem to Linley. "Bind it with blood?" Linley studied the emblem. "This shows your status as a clansman. All members of the clan have it." Baruch explained, and Linley immediately bound it with blood. In the instant that he did, Linley found out to his astonishment that he could actually sense the emblems which others carried. Indeed, by relying on this, one can easily differentiate whether or not someone is a member of the clan. Linley. Behind Baruch, that handsome youth was all smiles. "Do you know who I am?" Linley couldn't help but be startled. He had never before met any of the ancestors of his clan. How could he know their name or identities? "My name is Ryan," the handsome youth said. "You were talking about my affairs, just now." Only now did Linley understand, and he laughed. "Our first Golden Dragon Rider Saint of the Baruch clan." "Ah, Golden Dragon Rider Saint. Right. Ryan began to laugh loudly. "Just now, you mentioned myself and Hazard. Hazard, come here." Behind Ryan was a muscular man with light golden hair. "Linley, hello," Hazard said. Linley opened his mouth, but Linley suddenly realized that he had no idea how he should address them. Hazard was his great-great-great-grandpa? Whether it was Baruch or Ryan or Hazard, all of them were many generations senior to Linley. Seeing the look on Linley's face, Baruch was able to guess what Linley was thinking. He laughed. "Linley, in material planes, people's lifespan are not very long, so generational questions matter. In the infernal realm, however, there are many who have lived for over 100 million years. Caring about generations is no longer meaningful. Look, in our Azure Dragon clan, which has existed for countless billions of years, there might be a gap 100 million generations between an elder and a junior. Tell me, what's the point? Once things got to a certain level, it became pointless. For example, in the Yulan continent and the O'Brien Empire. The war god had many descendants. After 5,000 years, his descendants were simply too many, and so O'Brien himself didn't care much about them. Of the disciples he had accepted, the eldest were almost as old as him, while the youngest were comparable to Linley. There could be a gap of 5,000 years. But despite such a huge gap, they still simply viewed themselves as fellow apprentices. The Azure Dragon clan has set its roots and scattered its leaves in very many places. It's possible that two people who were born at the exact same time might be technically separated by countless generations in the family hierarchy. Baruch laughed. Thus, not just in our own family, in the entire infernal realm, which generation one is in doesn't matter much. Linley nodded in agreement as well. Boss, Grandpa Baruch and I are separated by I don't even know how many generations, but I still just call him Grandpa. Bibi said. Also, Beirut's 3 sons. I just call them by their names. Bibi was a member of Beirut's clan, after all. Technically speaking, he could be considered a descendant of Harry and his brothers. But because the difference between them in the generational hierarchy was simply too great, Bibi just addressed them by their names. Ha ha. Ryan laughed. Limley, at first, we had headaches as well over this matter, but now we are all accustomed to it. All members of the Azure Dragon clan just address each other casually. The only thing that matters for status is one's power. If one was powerful, one would be at a higher level in the clan. Even if one was very senior in terms of the hierarchy but had remained a god despite training for trillions of years while another had trained for just 10,000 years to become a high god, one had to bow respectfully when seeing that high god. You can just address me as clan leader. As for the others, you can call them by their names. Baruch laughed. Call them by their names? Linley felt that it was awkward. Of course. Hazard laughed. You've reached the god level, but most likely were born within the past 1,000 years. Dozens of years ago, I had another daughter. She is much younger than you. Are you supposed to address her as ancestor? Linley could only laugh. To these people who had unlimited lifespan, generational hierarchies really did become meaningless. Anyone who isn't directly within 3 generations of you can simply be addressed by name. Hazard said. Everyone, stop standing there. Come to the main hall. Baruch laughed, and Linley followed them deeper in, chatting with everyone while walking. Linley also introduced Delia and Bibi. Clan leader. Linley asked, how many people does our Yulan branch have? A few hundred people. Baruch laughed as he looked around. However, in this gorge, there are a few other branches as well. Our Yulan branch is a very small branch. But there was something which Baruch had not said. That his branch was the weakest, smallest branch. Baruch, you seem to be in a good mood? A teasing voice rang out. The faces of Baruch and the others immediately became rather unpleasant. Linley turned to look at the source of the voice. From not too far away, a few people walked over, the leader a youth with long green hair. The youth had a rather mocking smile on his face. What happy affair has happened? Tell us and let us hear it. Ignore them. Let's go. Baruch said in a low voice. Linley noticed as well that the other clansmen didn't look at that green-haired youth at all, continuing towards their residence. Baruch, I'm talking to you. Why the ugly face? The green-haired youth shouted with a frown. The youths behind the green-haired youth seemed to be quite dissatisfied with Baruch as well, one of them snorting, Baruch, what, are you going to be so arrogant, just because you have someone supporting you? You aren't going to even pay attention to us when we speak with you? The faces of Baruch, Ryan, and the others were exceedingly ugly to behold. In the Azure Dragon clan, the Yulan branch was the weakest one. When they had been brought over, they had all been saints. After undergoing the ancestral baptism and hard training, although they had made great improvements, the amount of time they had lived was simply too short, just a few thousand years. Even the strongest member of the Yulan branch was just at the god level. God. In the infernal realm, especially in an ancient clan like the Four Divine Beasts clan, if even the strongest person in a branch was still just a god, then it was all but guaranteed that this branch would be viewed in contempt, be mocked, be satire. The other branches all had many high gods. But yours only had gods? How could you compete against them? It'd be strange if you aren't mocked, for that matter. Although everyone in the gorge belonged to a fairly weak branch, at least the other branches had one high god. Mother Fasterus Kerr, what's with all your bullshit? Bibi shouted angrily. Taras's face had turned grim as well, and he icily swept these people. Where have you lot come from, and why are you saying so much bullshit in our place? Those people were stunned, and then infuriated. They had never imagined that in the weakest Yulan branch, the branch which they often mocked and insulted, there would be someone who dared to be so arrogant towards them. The leading youth began to laugh from rage. Baruch, your people are quite bold. They dare to insult me, Asru, Aclu. Asru himself was a high god. In the Four Divine Beasts clan, being a high god didn't mean much. On the way over through the Dragon Avenue, Linley had seen more than 100,000 patrol soldiers, all of whom were high gods. One could thus imagine how common high gods were here. But the Yulan branch didn't have a single high god. Thus, Asru, as a high god, could be arrogant and unbridled in front of the Yulan branch. As for Baruch and the others, they had to just endure it. Asru, don't go too far, Baruch said in a low voice. Today, we have guests. I go too far? Asru stared. Baruch, you're quite bold. You dare insult Lord Asru? The people behind Asru called out. By now, Taras and Bibi were unbelievably angry. Taras had never viewed an ordinary high god with any consideration. Kid! Shut your mouth! Asru pointed angrily at Taras. Taras was enraged. Asru laughed coldly. I know that you others are high gods. But you don't seem to be members of our Azure Dragon clan. You are permitted to stay here, where our Azure Dragon clan lives, which is already something you need to feel thankful for. But if you are to fight, the soldiers of the clan will be the first to exterminate you. Asru had noticed long ago that Taras, Caesar, and the others were high gods. But he wasn't afraid, because this was the territory of the Azure Dragon clan. Through the clan emblem, he had noticed long ago that these were outsiders. Caesar, you all, no matter what, cannot fight. Baruch shook his head and said mentally, the reason you can live here is partially due to Linley's status, and partially because our clan is located in a remote region. But if you were to fight, regardless of whether you were in the right or in the wrong, the clan soldiers will always favor our clansmen. Once you start a fight, they'll kill you. Linley, look after your people. Taras, Caesar, and O'Brien were all stunned. Don't worry, clan leader. Linley replied. Linley then turned to look at that Asru. Asru was a high god? But what was an ordinary high god to him? While in the Miluo Island, when he had used the Blackstone prison, he had committed wanton slaughter when surrounded by tens of thousands of high gods. He didn't even fear tens of thousands of high gods. How could he care about this Asru? Kid, what are you looking at? Asru shouted. Asru was in a very bad mood today. This weakest Yulan branch normally was shouted at and mocked by him as he pleased, without saying anything in response. But today, it seemed as though they were being rather arrogant. Asru, right? Linley laughed. Right. Asru raised his chin slightly. Linley, don't cause trouble. Baruch was rather worried, and he hurriedly sent through divine sense, the strongest member of our Baruch clan is just a god. Our branch is too weak. We can't fight with them. Clan leader, I'm a member of the clan. If I were to act against them, the army soldiers wouldn't favor them, right? Linley sent through divine sense. Baruch said, they won't favor them, but you are only a go. Linley immediately turned to look towards Asru. Asru, I advise you that in the future, after today, you had best not come annoy our Yulan branch. What did you say? Asru was flabbergasted. In the future, don't annoy us. Linley said grimly. Asru stared at Linley, speechless, then raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha! Even those youths behind Asru began to laugh loudly. The Yulan branch was the weakest one in the gorge. They were always picked on and mocked by the other branches. But they were too weak. They couldn't resist at all. Kid, listen up, Asru pointed at Linley, about to say something. But suddenly, rays of hazy earth and yellow light suddenly sprang up, enveloping Asru and the others. Blackstone space, supergravity. Asru's body hunched over and he immediately fell to his knees. The powerful gravity caused his entire body to shudder. The people behind him were even worse, they immediately collapsed at first before then just barely standing up. I told you. In the future, don't annoy my Yulan branch. Linley's face sank, and instantly, the earth in yellow light trembled. The downwards gravitational force transformed into a repulsive force. Boom! Asru and the others were thrown far away by that repulsive force. From far away, they stared at astonishment and fear towards Linley. Linley hadn't even moved, but he had been able to easily toy with them. The difference was too great. Linley couldn't be bothered to spare a single extra glance for Asru's group. He turned towards Baruch and said, "Clan leader, let's go back." In Miluo Island, Linley had slaughtered a path through tens of thousands of high gods. How could he care about a single ordinary high god? Linley! Baruch's group was completely stunned. They had yet to understand that from today onwards, the Yulan branch would never be mocked or humiliated again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 7, The Clan's Crisis. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 7, The Clan's Crisis. The Azure Dragon clan's Yulan branch simply had too short a history, spanning just a few millennia. A few millennia, in the ancient history of the Four Divine Beasts clan, could be considered a single drop of water in a sea. A short history resulted in weak power. In this gorge within the Skyrite Mountains, the other branches of the Azure Dragon tribe looked down on them and mocked them. This was very normal. Fortunately, the clan had very strict rules. Members of the same clan were not permitted to kill each other. This was a very severe rule. Nobody could violate it. Precisely because of this, although the Yulan branch had lived a life of some embarrassment, they weren't in any mortal danger. Baruch and the others could thus just endure it. After all, if they fought back, they would just be humiliated even further. They were weaker. There was nothing they could do. But this descendant of the clan who they were welcoming back, one who had returned from the Yulan branch, had effortlessly toyed with a high god and multiple gods. Baruch, Ryan, and the others all stared at Linley in disbelief. Linley? Baruch stuttered. Linley looked at Baruch, then laughed. Clan leader, let's hurry back. I still don't even know where I'll live? Right. Baruch recovered from his shock. Although he didn't understand how Linley could be so powerful, Baruch wouldn't ask right now. He immediately laughed, let's go back. The other clansmen of the Yulan branch all stared at Linley in amazement. This descendant was too strong. What are you looking at? Bibi's voice rang out. What? Can it be that after the lesson my boss just taught you, you haven't had enough? You want to test him again? Linley turned to look. Asru and the others were staring towards Linley with gazes full of shock and fear. They couldn't believe that this was real. Asru. Linley spoke out. You and I are both members of the Azure Dragon clan. We are all members of the Redding clan. Since we are all members of the clan, fighting amongst ourselves will just result in ridicule from others. Asru was stunned. The Yulan branch is also a member of the Redding clan. Linley laughed calmly. I'm a member of the Yulan branch, and also a member of the Redding clan. I don't want to see you causing trouble for us in the future. If something like that happens, then I wouldn't mind giving you a good lesson. O'Brien, Caesar, Taras, and the others were all laughing off to the side. They knew exactly how powerful Linley was. During the great battle at Miluo Island, Linley's power had been completely revealed and was unquestionable. Let's go. Linley held Delia's hand, then followed Baruch, Ryan, and the other members of the clan towards the abode of the Yulan branch. The only ones left were Asru and the others. Lord Asru, a youth behind Asru said, his face filled with disbelief, shock, and anger. Asru's face was gloomy. Who would have thought that an expert would appear amongst the Yulan branch? Asru said in a low voice. But he's just a god. Someone immediately said. Asru shook his head. Impossible. That gravitational space was powerful to an unheard of level. In such a powerful gravity, he would definitely be able to effortlessly kill us. Only an extremely powerful high god could possibly train the gravitational space to such a high level. How powerful! The gods behind him were all puzzled. 6-star fiend. Perhaps 7-star fiend. Asru said in a low voice. Immediately, those gods were completely stupefied. These people, when encountering a high god, were normally all very respectful. Generally speaking, high gods were at the 4-star fiend level of power. Anyone capable of reaching the 6-star fiend or 7-star fiend level had a high status in the clan. But we noticed that he was just a god. Another blue-haired youth said hurriedly. Asru turned and glanced at him mockingly, then turned and left, not paying attention to that god at all. What did I say wrong? The blue-haired man was still lost. Can't you guess that he was hiding his aura and just pretending? Another god snickered. Let's go. I can't imagine how this short-lived Yulan branch actually produced such a powerful expert. While still muttering amongst themselves, those gods all left. Linley knew very well that even two brothers of the same mother, much less branches of the same clan, would possibly struggle with each other for status. The weak would be looked down upon and embarrassed. This was normal. The high-level members of the Redding family don't care about this. First, it's not convenient to interfere. And secondly, they are probably satisfied with the situation. Linley understood that when the weak were viewed in contempt, this anger at being humiliated would serve as a powerful motivation for the clan to grow stronger. Perhaps an expert would appear. In the end, the rules of the clan prohibited clansmen from killing each other. With this rule in place, there would be no fear of the clan losing its power. Only when there is competition, when there is a differentiation between the high and the low levels, will there be improvement. Linley sighed. Unfortunately, his Yulan branch had become the weakest branch. Its roots were weak and its history was short. There was nothing that could be done. Linley, on the other side of the grass is our Yulan branch's residence. Baruch pointed towards the front. Linley, looking in that direction, saw that at the end of the short grass, there were multiple 2-story buildings, as all a palace which took up a very wide amount of space. When Linley's group passed through the grass, quite a few men and women came to welcome them, including 2 children. Clan leader. The group all hurriedly welcomed them. Hurry up and prepare a feast for celebrating Linley's arrival. Baruch laughed loudly. Clan leader, who is Linley? Nobody here recognized Linley. Linley looked carefully at this group of people. All of them had an aura which felt so familiar to his soul. These were people from his clan, people of his blood. Our Baruch clan has so few people in the Yulan continent, but in the infernal realm, we are much more populous. All of them in the infernal realm possessed unlimited lifespan. Naturally, their numbers would continuously grow. Who is Linley? Baruch immediately laughed. He is someone from our Yulan branch. He came over from the Yulan continent. Ryan added. Look closely. He is Linley. Don't misrecognize him in the future. As he spoke, he rested his hand on Linley's shoulder. Immediately, everyone looked towards Linley while a commotion broke out. He came from the Yulan continent? He actually came from the Yulan continent. Hey, Linley, how's our Baruch clan doing? Linley, do you know Bozart, Bosite? He's my son. The group of them all excitedly asked questions non-stop. In the infernal realm, they were the weakest branch of the 4 divine beasts clan. In the Yulan continent, however, they were the Dragonblood warrior clan which had dominated the continent. The humiliation which they now had to endure naturally made them think all the more of their glory days in the Yulan continent. They were filled with longing for the Yulan continent. If all of you ask questions en masse like this, how is Linley going to respond? Baruch snorted coldly. Enough of this. Hurry up and prepare a banquet. Today, every member of our Yulan branch is going to get together for the banquet. During the banquet itself, you can ask your questions. I'll go arrange the banquet. Immediately, a brown-haired woman laughed while flashing Linley a smile. Not just this woman, many of the other members of the clan were all smiling towards Linley. They naturally were very welcoming towards their clansmen who had come from the Yulan continent. The clan's banquet was attended by every single member of the Yulan branch. Hundreds of people thus squeezed into the palace, but fortunately, the palace was very large, allowing everyone a place to sit. During the course of the banquet, the atmosphere was very lively. After all, of the hundreds of people present, only a few dozen actually came from the Yulan continent. The others had been born in the infernal realm. They were thus very curious regarding the root of the Yulan branch, the Yulan continent. As for the ones who had actually come from the Yulan continent, such as Baruch, Ryan, and the others, they were also very interested in learning the situation of the descendants of their clan. This entire banquet all but turned into a storytelling time for Linley, Caesar, and the others, and Caesar and O'Brien talked non-stop regarding all sorts of matters which had occurred in the Yulan continent. At the same time, they also told the story of how Linley had risen to sudden prominence in the Yulan continent. Master Sculptor, Grand Magus Saint, Dragonblood Warrior. Linley's story caused many of the descendants of the clan in the infernal realm to be filled with envy. Although they, too, were powerful, in the Four Divine Beasts clan, they were just the bottom tier. How could they compare to Linley's resplendence? By the time the banquet concluded, it was dark. Only now did the group of clansmen part from Linley. Ryan led Linley and the others to their residence. Linley, these 3 buildings are for you all to live in. You make the arrangements for who lives where. Ryan said warmly. Right. No need to trouble you. I'll make the arrangements. Linley laughed. Ryan smiled, then left, while Linley, Delia, Bibi, O'Brien, the group finally let out sighs of relief. The banquet finally came to an end. O'Brien laughed, then let out a sigh. Despite having been in the infernal realm for so long, I've never spoken so much in one breath. Linley, these clansmen of yours truly are quite curious regarding the Yulan continent. The vast majority of them have never been to the Yulan continent before. Of course they are curious. Linley laughed. Enough. Everyone, go get some rest. Everyone can choose their own residence. In the end, Linley, Delia, and Bibi took one building, Olivier, O'Brien, Caesar, and Taras took a second building, while Dylan and his 2 sons took a building. A quiet night. Linley and Delia were in each other's arms on the bed, smiles on their faces. Linley, are you very happy right now? Delia said softly. Right. Thinking back to the banquet that day, and that scene of how those clansmen all asked him all sorts of questions, Linley couldn't help but laugh. When I was with those clansmen, I felt as though I returned to a large family. It truly was wonderful. If my father could see them as well, he definitely would feel very happy and very content. Linley still remembered how his father had dreamed all his life to restore the clan to glory. His dying wish was that the weapon of the clan leader, Baruch, be returned. Right. If your father knew, he would definitely be very happy. Delia said. If your father knew what you had done over these years, he would definitely be very proud. Delia rested her head against Linley's chest. Linley held Delia in his arms. I rather miss Sasha and Taylor. Delia said. Linley couldn't help but think of his own son and daughter. Who knew what was going on back in the Yulan continent? Delia. Linley suddenly said. What is it? Delia raised her head. Let's try and see if we can have another one, shall we? Maybe we'll succeed. Linley said slyly. Delia was startled, and then her face reddened as she looked at Linley. Linley chortled, then lowered his head to kiss Delia. Dawn. Linley got out of bed and headed to his residence's gate. The morning air is excellent. Linley watched as the fog swirled around in the gorge. From afar, various buildings could dimly be seen, and that coiling Dragon Avenue could be seen in the skies. Given his visual acuity, he was able to even see those patrol warriors on Dragon Avenue. This is my 4 Divine Beasts clan. Linley sighed in his heart. Linley suddenly had a feeling, and he turned to look. Not far away, a figure was walking towards him. It was the clan leader of the Yulan branch, Baruch. Baruch's face was covered in smiles. Linley. Clan leader. Linley hurriedly went to greet him. Come. Let's find a place to chat. There's something I need to discuss with you. Baruch said. How about right here at my place? Linley said. Baruch glanced around, then nodded. Might as well. There's no outsiders here at your place. No need to worry about others overhearing. Linley was rather surprised. From what Baruch was saying, it seemed as though they were going to discuss a rather important matter. Linley immediately led Baruch towards his own living place, then to a study within. Linley and Baruch both sat down. Clan leader, you can go ahead. Linley said. Baruch looked towards Linley. Pausing a moment, he then said, Linley, first tell me, are you a god or a high god? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 8, The Secrets of the Ancestral Baptism. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 8, The Secrets of the Ancestral Baptism. Asking about his strength. Linley looked at Baruch. After a momentary pause, he said, I am a god. A look of surprise appeared on Baruch's face, and then he immediately sighed in praise. Linley, you, a god, were able to effortlessly defeat that Asru. This is simply inconceivable. How did you accomplish this? Linley, for a moment, didn't know how to reply. The reason why he, a god, was so powerful actually had many components. Oh. Baruch seemed to have realized that he had asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. He laughed. Enough about that. Since you are so formidable as a god, once you become a high god, you will definitely become a true expert of our Azure Dragon clan. Since that's the case, there are some things which I will tell you in advance. Linley listened intently. These affairs, our Azure Dragon clan generally won't tell some of the weaker clansmen. Baruch sighed. Linley couldn't help but feel puzzled. Weak people? But the clan leader himself is just a god. How does he know? As Linley said it, in the 4 Divine Beasts clan, the Baruch clan was indeed a very weak, small clan. Baruch just continued. Linley, do you know how resplendent and glorious our 4 Divine Beasts clan was in the past? I know. Linley nodded. I read a book introducing the 4 Divine Beasts clan. In the past, the power of the 4 Divine Beasts clan spread across all 4 higher planes and multiple divine planes. But it seems as though 10,000 years ago, all of our clan's forces withdrew from the other planes and regrouped here in the infernal realm. Right. Baruch sighed. Our 4 Divine Beasts clan's power was spread across the 4 higher planes. But do you know why our clan was so powerful to begin with? Linley shook his head. Linley was puzzled about this as well. Why were they so mighty? Let me tell you. The reason our 4 Divine Beasts clan was, in the past, so strong, was because Baruch's eyes shone, and his breathing became more ragged as well. His face also turned red from excitement. The ancestors of our four divine beasts clan were four sovereigns. What? Linley felt completely stunned. Clan leader, what did you just say? Sovereigns? Did I mishear? Linley said hurriedly. Sovereigns were far above all other life forms, whom they gazed down at from up above. Even the most powerful infernal Asuras or purgatory commanders, in front of a sovereign, were like ants. With but a thought, a sovereign could kill an Asura. The ancestors of his clan were sovereigns? The ancestors of the four divine beasts clan were four sovereigns? Right. You heard correctly. Baruch said solemnly. The ancestors of our four divine beasts clan were four sovereigns. The four mighty sovereigns were a very tight-knit group, and the descendants of their four divine beasts clan, which they raised, were naturally powerful to begin with. When they were present, the assistance the four ancestors provided allowed their clan to dominate the major planes with utter invincibility. Linley felt as though his mind was in a state of chaos. Sovereign? And four of them. It must be understood that the seven elements of earth, fire, water, wind, lightning, light, and darkness, each only had 7 sovereigns. The sovereigns were scattered throughout the various divine planes and 4 higher planes. And, for creatures as proud as them, it was very hard for alliances to form. But 4 sovereigns had joined forces. It would be a strange thing if the 4 divine beasts clan wasn't mighty. Most likely, the other sovereigns also wouldn't be willing to offend these 4 sovereigns without a good reason. The ancestor of our Azure Dragon clan was a water-type sovereign. The ancestor of the White Tiger clan was a wind-type sovereign, while the ancestor of the Vermilion Bird clan was a fire-type sovereign. As for the Black Tortoise clan's ancestor, that was an earth-type sovereign. Baruch said solemnly. Linley's mind was reeling. Sovereigns were so far above them, and yet behind the 4 divine beasts clan, there had been 4 sovereigns. It would be impossible for the 4 divine beasts clan to be weak, even if they wanted to be. If that was still the case, our 4 divine beasts clan would still be invincible throughout the various planes. But all of this changed, roughly 11,000 years ago. Baruch said. Linley also knew that roughly 10,000 years ago, a tremendous change happened to the 4 divine beasts clan. What type of change, exactly, had caused his clan to fall? For all 4 of the sovereigns' clans to simultaneously weaken, there was, most likely, just one possible explanation. The power backing the 4 divine beasts clan had been destroyed. As he thought of this possibility, Linley found it to be unbelievable. Who could possibly defeat 4 mighty sovereigns? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although he thought this, he still looked at Baruch, waiting for Baruch's answer. The 4 ancestors are all dead. Baruch said hoarsely. Linley couldn't help but stop breathing. So that really was the case. 4 sovereigns, all died? How is that possible? Linley said hurriedly. To kill a sovereign, one had to at least be at the sovereign level, but the 4 ancestors of the 4 divine beasts clan represented 4 full sovereigns, but who could kill 4 sovereigns? They did indeed perish. Baruch said helplessly. Although we don't know the reason for their death, there is no question about the fact that the 4 ancestors are dead. And precisely because the 4 ancestors are dead, our 4 divine beasts clan's moment of crisis arrived. Crisis? Linley frowned. Right. Baruch furrowed his forehead in worry. The 4 ancestors were all on very good terms with each other. The 4 of them, all sovereigns, had existed for countless years, causing the 4 divine beasts clan and its members to be extremely arrogant and overbearing. Linley nodded to himself. With 4 sovereigns as ancestors, how could the 4 divine beasts clan not be arrogant? Wherever there are people, there are struggles. Because of their arrogance, because of their power. In the past, when the 4 divine beasts clan struggled against other clans, the 4 divine beasts clan would naturally be rather overbearing. Baruch said. Linley understood. After countless years, naturally there would often be battle and struggles. The Four Divine Beasts clan had a number of enemies, but the Four Divine Beasts clan never cared, because they were so powerful, they didn't fear their enemies. Baruch shook his head. But then, the four ancestors died. Baruch looked towards Linley. The clans which dared struggle against the Four Divine Beasts clan, even if they were weaker, wouldn't be too much weaker. Linley nodded in acknowledgement. Those clans, in their own planes, were all very formidable. But compared to the Four Divine Beasts clan, there was still quite some difference. After all, behind the Four Divine Beasts clan were four sovereigns. But once the four sovereigns died, Baruch shook his head and sighed. Linley began to understand. Those clans, in the past, had simply been humiliated too much by the Four Divine Beasts clan. Baruch shook his head. Once the four sovereigns died, these clans no longer had any more misgivings. They immediately, wildly began to assault the Four Divine Beasts clan. Linley took a deep breath. He could completely imagine the scene. Thus, the forces of the Four Divine Beasts clan immediately withdrew, and the descendants in all the planes immediately withdrew and regrouped to the infernal realm. Baruch said solemnly. 10,000 years ago, just during the withdrawal process, the number of high gods which died was an astonishing figure. Even many 6-star fiends and 7-star fiends died. Linley's heart shuddered. The Four Divine Beasts clan is strong, extremely strong. Baruch said. Originally, when the four ancestors were alive, they naturally cultivated their descendants, causing the Four Divine Beasts clan to produce many experts, 7-star fiends, and even Azura-level experts. Linley understood this. The four sovereigns had cultivated their descendants for countless years. Given that the Four Divine Beasts clansmen were naturally blessed with gifts to begin with, it made sense for them to be mighty. If they weren't mighty, how could they have dominated the many other planes? After all, to dominate the other planes, the power of the ancestors was just one aspect. The many powerful experts which the Four Divine Beasts clan held was another aspect. They were powerful, but they couldn't overcome the superior numbers of their enemies, and in addition, their enemies were also powerful. Baruch sighed. The worst part was, 8 of the clans who had held the deepest grudges against and had the most hatred for the Four Divine Beasts clan ended up actually slaughtering a path into the infernal realm. They attacked here in the infernal realm? Linley was astonished. Right. Those clans actually moved their entire clans to the infernal realm in pursuit of the Four Divine Beasts clan. Baruch said. Linley was completely stunned. Amongst them is the Barbary, Babiali, clan which attacked from the Divine Water Plane, the Din, Dinan, clan from the Divine Earth Plane, the Edric, Aidaliku, clan from the higher plane of the Life Realm, the Vena, Wana, clan of the Divine Wind Plane, the Ashcroft, Ashkaluafutii, clan of the Netherworld, the Chanel, Shengen Air, clan of the Divine Fire Plane, and also the Bullen clan of the Celestial Realm. Baruch said solemnly. Linley was completely dazed. The transportation fee for moving between high-level planes was astronomical. To move an entire clan would require an astonishingly amount of wealth, but these families were able to accomplish it, which was a testament to their wealth. In addition, they were willing to move from their own planes to the infernal realm. One could imagine how great their hatred was. There were, in total, 7 major clans. Aside from these 7 clans, in the infernal realm, there was one clan already present who had great enmity against our Four Divine Beasts clan. This is the Rainaless clan. Baruch said. Linley sighed to himself. They even had enemies on their own lands. Not a single one of these 8 major clans are weaker than our Azure Dragon clan. Baruch said solemnly. Linley felt bitterness in his heart. None of them were weaker than the Azure Dragon clan? Linley knew that in the Four Divine Beasts clan, the Azure Dragon clan was the leader. Even if theoretically all 4 of the Four Divine Beasts clans were equal in power, allied together, they still couldn't overcome the 8 clans of the enemies. The 8 clans joined forces. Doesn't that mean we shouldn't have been able to resist? Linley was puzzled. If none of them were weaker than the Azure Dragon clan, once the 8 joined forces, how could the 4 Divine Beasts clan possibly resist? Right. We couldn't resist, Baruch said. However, we had the help of the Lord Prefect of the Indigo Prefecture. The Lord Prefect of Indigo Prefecture? Linley was surprised. The Lord Prefect of a prefecture was an Azura. The Lord Prefect of Indigo Prefecture has 4 powerful emissaries under his command, each of whom is exceedingly powerful. In addition, the Lord Prefect of Indigo Prefecture also controls the prefecture army. Baruch said. The Lord Prefect forbade the 8 clans from attacking the Skyrite Mountains. If battles occurred outside of the Skyrite Mountains, however, he wouldn't interfere. Linley now understood. If the enemies had agreed, then the 4 Divine Beasts clan wouldn't be completely destroyed, at least. They had to just hide within the Skyrite Mountains. But the 4 Divine Beasts clan couldn't possibly stay forever within the mountain without leaving. As soon as they left, they would suffer attacks. The 8 clans obeyed the Lord Prefect of Indigo Prefecture? Linley was puzzled. Of these 8 clans, 7 came from other planes, and each of them was very powerful. These 8 major clans would care about a single Lord Prefect? But of course, behind the Lord Prefect was a large number of prefecture soldiers. The 8 clans obeyed. Baruch laughed. All these years, they truly have never attacked the Skyrite Mountains. Linley was secretly shocked at the influence of the Lord Prefect of Indigo Prefecture. The Lord Prefect of Indigo Prefecture was actually willing to assist our 4 Divine Beasts clan. Linley sighed to himself. I'm not clear as to the reason why, myself. There is probably a deep secret hidden within. Baruch said. Perhaps this was the reason why our 4 Divine Beasts clan withdrew back to Indigo Prefecture to begin with. Linley nodded. But our clan can't always be trapped within the mountains. Baruch sighed. Thus, battles still occur quite often. In addition, once they begin, they only end with one party's death. Either you die or I die. Linley remembered clearly that scene he had encountered when he had first arrived at Indigo Prefecture, where the Bullen clan had engaged in a wild slaughter. Only now did Linley understand that the Bullen clan was one of those 8 clans, and was from the Celestial Realm. Linley, you are powerful. Once you become a high god, you will definitely become a formidable warlord for our clan. Thus, I want to warn you in advance about this, so that you will continue to train hard. Baruch said. Understood. Linley nodded. I'm just afraid that something terrible will happen to you in those battles, I'm thinking too much. Baruch immediately shook his head and laughed. You haven't even undergone the ancestral baptism, and yet you are so powerful. Once you undergo the ancestral baptism, you will definitely become even mightier. Ancestral baptism? Linley was extremely curious regarding this. Clan leader, what exactly is an ancestral baptism, and what does it do? Baruch laughed. The ancestral baptism is actually a process which truly guides out the innate ability of our Azure Dragon clan. As members of the Azure Dragon clan, we all are at least capable of assuming the Azure Dragon form. But as a clan descended from a divine beast, we have to at least be capable of an innate divine ability as well, right? Azure Dragon form? Innate divine ability? Linley was rather stunned. The 4 Divine Beasts clan was a clan of divine beasts. Naturally, they had their own innate divine abilities. However, although we belonged to the Azure Dragon clan, only the ancestor was a true Azure Dragon. We, his descendants, don't have as pure a blood lineage as he had. Thus, there are differences in our Azure Dragon form, and we have varying levels of strength in our innate divine ability as well. Baruch said. Varying levels of strength? Linley frowned. Right. The more of the blood of the ancestor which flows in our veins, the more pure that blood is, then the more powerful the azure dragon form will be. The innate divine ability will also grow to be more powerful. Baruch said. But unfortunately, after so many generations, the blood lineage of the descendants has grown rather thin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 9, 80 Years. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 9, 80 Years. As they discussed this, Baruch actually laughed. But the strange thing is, my bloodline is actually extremely pure. When undergoing the ancestral baptism, I actually badly startled those warriors on guard there, and was received by the elder. Your bloodline is very pure? Linley looked at Baruch. Baruch was just 6,000 years old, while the Four Divine Beasts clan had been in existence for countless years. It was indeed quite bizarre for Baruch's bloodline to be so pure. Generally speaking, the children of our ancestor, in particular the second and third generation members of our Azure Dragon clan, will have an extremely pure lineage. But unexpectedly, my bloodlines are actually comparable with the second generation. Baruch didn't hide anything at all. The second generation of the Azure Dragon clan was composed of the sons and daughters of the Azure Dragon's sovereign. The children of the Azure Dragon's sovereign naturally had very pure bloodlines. The members of the third generation who had great innate talent could also be compared to the second generation. But as for the later generations, perhaps occasionally, in one generation, a genius would appear with extremely pure Azure Dragon lineage. But this was a vanishingly rare occurrence. Baruch, however, was one such example. This is also precisely the case as to why that elder told me these things regarding our clan. Baruch said. So that was how it was. Linley now understood. Up till now, he had been puzzled at how Baruch knew these things. Actually, the affairs of our ancestor as well those 8 clans isn't much of a secret. In the clan, everyone with pure bloodlines, high potential, or are at the high god level will all know about these things. Baruch said solemnly. After all, clan warfare occurs frequently. Linley nodded. I could sense that when I saw those patrolling guards, that the strictness and severity of the vigilance of the Four Divine Beasts clan was far greater than that of the patrols on Miluo Island. Linley, your natural talent is definitely better than even mine. Baruch's eyes were shining. You haven't even undergone the ancestral baptism, but you are already so powerful. After you undergo it, you'll then gain insights into the elemental laws of water. Insights into the elemental laws of water? Linley said in astonishment. He currently had only gained insights into the earth, the wind, and fire. He didn't have any insights whatsoever into the other elemental laws. Baruch said solemnly, right. Our Azure Dragon clan is the clan of a water-type divine beast. If the members of our clan aren't even able to understand the elemental laws of water, then we would be jokes. Currently, you aren't able to gain insights into it, but that's only because your lineage hasn't been fully awakened. After you enter the Dragonize pool and undergo the ancestral baptism, you will naturally be transformed into an Azure Dragon, while at the same time, you will naturally and immediately reach the demigod level in the laws of water. In addition, you will also gain our innate divine ability. Linley was completely stunned. In the past, when Linley had watched how divine beasts would naturally become deities after reaching adulthood, he would secretly sigh at how naturally blessed they were. But he hadn't expected that the same was true for himself. I can become an Azure Dragon, and not only gain an innate divine ability, I'll also become a deity in water. Linley couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Most likely, in the infernal realm, there are very few people who have 5 divine clones, including my original body. Once he underwent the ancestral baptism, he would have the earth clone, fire clone, water clone, wind clone, and original body. 5 bodies. Since birth, he had high elemental affinity for earth and wind, and he was also able to somewhat use fire. But now, he would also have water. "We are the Azure Dragon Clan," Baruch said proudly. "Training in the elemental laws of water will be extremely fast. Look at me." Although my understanding and ability to gain insights is poor, in just a few thousand years, I've already gained insights into 5 of the profound mysteries of the elemental laws of water. I'm not too far away from the high god level. Linley couldn't help but be astonished. For a person to gain insights and master 5 of the profound mysteries of the elemental laws of water in just a few thousand years was indeed very fast. The heavens have indeed been quite kind to the Azure Dragon Clan. Linley said to himself. "Clan leader, I haven't undergone the ancestral baptism yet." "Then, how can I undergo it?" Linley hurriedly asked. The ancestral baptism would allow himself to increase in power. Naturally, the sooner he experienced it, the better. "Don't be impatient." Baruch laughed. "The ancestral baptism is carried out within the clan only once every century. Although the clan is very large, every 100 years, there will still be some newborn descendants. Thus, they'll be allowed to undergo the ancestral baptism." "Oh." Linley hurriedly asked, "Then when will the next ancestral baptism be?" "The last one was 20 years ago. Thus, if you want to undergo the ancestral baptism, you'll need to wait 80 years. Baruch said. 80 years. Linley wasn't in a rush. Ever since he had stayed 500 years in the Amethyst Mountains, Linley no longer cared too much about the passage of time. A single session of meditation, after closing his eyes, 80 years might pass before he would open them again. "Linley, in the future, you will be very powerful. Thus, your responsibilities will also be great. Our 4 Divine Beasts clan is currently battling against those 8 great clans. You will definitely become a powerful warlord for our clan. Thus, you need to work hard. Only in this way will you be able to survive in the dangerous battles of the future," Baruch said solemnly. And Linley nodded seriously as well. In the 8 great clans, 7 were from other planes. They had moved their entire clans over, pursuing and attacking the 4 Divine Beasts clan. One could imagine how deep their hatred was for the 4 Divine Beasts clan. However, given the arrogance of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, there was no way they could forever hide within the Skyrite Mountains. The struggles and battles between them thus naturally happened all the time. The warfare between the 4 Divine Beasts clan and the 8 great clans, as soon as Linley got involved, he would begin to experience a true rain of blood and storm of slaughter. "I need to train hard," Linley said to himself. Indigo Prefecture, Skyrite Mountains. It was as calm and peaceful as ever. Perhaps the army of the 4 Divine Beasts clan would be sent out to battle and war against the 8 great clans, but Linley's group who lived deep within the Skyrite Mountains knew nothing of these things. The peaceful days spent in training passed very quickly. 60 years soon passed. On this day, in the Skyrite Mountains, the gorge where Linley's group was currently living, the many members of the Azure Dragon clan living here were either training or gathering together. "Let's go to the Yulan branch and tease those little fellows. Want to come?" In one corner of the gorge, 6 youths were gathered together, and one of them, a blue-haired man, laughed as he spoke. "I'm not going." "I'm not going either." The other 5 men all shook their heads, and one of them even said, "Second brother, don't go cause trouble at the Yulan branch." "What's wrong with you? How come all of you are so cowardly now?" "It's just the Yulan branch. Their strongest members are just gods. What are you afraid of?" The blue-haired man was rather unhappy. "Second brother, in the past, it was fine to cause problems for the Yulan branch, but what you don't realize is that in the centuries you've been in seclusion, there have been changes in the Yulan branch." "What sort of changes?" The blue-haired man snickered. "Can it be that in just a few centuries, they've produced a high god? A few centuries ago, their entire branch only had 12 gods. Aside from that Baruch who trains a bit faster, the others are all very slow. Can it be that Baruch has become a high god? It's not Baruch. 60 years ago, another member of our clan returned and said that he was of the Yulan branch. The tribesmen all took him to be a god, but he was able to just stand there without moving and send Asra flying. The blue-haired youth couldn't help but be stunned. Did you say Asru? Not just Asru. When we heard this from Asru, we didn't believe it. So, we went with elder brother to make some trouble for him, but even elder brother was easily defeated by that Linley. Elder brother? The blue-haired man was now truly stunned. My elder brother was defeated as well? Right. Thus, elder brother is now meditating in seclusion. Another one of the five spoke out. Only now did the blue-haired man realize that this was the reason he hadn't seen his elder brother this time upon concluding his training. He had thought that his elder brother had gone traveling. So in reality, he was in seclusion. This person truly is powerful? The blue-haired man asked, puzzled. What is his name? From what the Yulan branch's people say, he is named Linley. Someone immediately said. Right. His name is Linley. Those Yulan branch members are now very smug. They even say that if we want to struggle against the Yulan branch, then we should come and see if we can beat Linley. Unfortunately, all of the high gods in our gorge who tested him were defeated. Thus, in the past 60 years, nobody has dared to cause trouble for the Yulan branch again. After hearing the explanation from his friends, the blue-haired man finally understood. This gorge was a place where very weak branches lived. Many branches had just a few high gods, and the entire gorge, all combined, only had 20 or 30 high gods. But Linley was able to defeat several of them. Naturally, the other branches in the gorge would acknowledge the new status of the Yulan branch and not go humiliate them. After all, if instead of humiliating them, they were themselves humiliated, that would truly be a loss of face. Suddenly, a surge of endless ripples descended from the heavens. That unique energy ripple caused the blue-haired man and the other five to be startled. The descent of the natural laws? The 6 men were greatly shocked. This was the sign of a person becoming a deity on their own. The 6 immediately began to chat amongst themselves. Who made a breakthrough? The descent of the natural laws was centered on the Yulan branch. It was someone from their branch. It's probably that saint, finally breaking through to become a demigod. No need for all this commotion. The blue-haired man snickered. Currently, quite a few people were gathered outside Linley's door, with only Delia and Bibi having run inside. What's going on? Baruch walked over and immediately asked. Taras laughed. Linley made a breakthrough. He's become a high god? Baruch immediately asked through divine sense. Up till now, many of the other people in the Yulan branch viewed Linley as a high god, just one who was low-key and hid his aura. Not sure. Taras shook his head. He shouldn't have. When Linley first arrived, he was still meditating on the 5th profound mystery of the laws of the earth. While they chatted amongst themselves, 3 figures emerged from within the room. He came out. Linley came out. The Yulan branch's clansmen were all very excited. Everyone, you can go back to your own places now. I just made a breakthrough in one of my divine clones, that's all. Linley laughed calmly. Seeing the group of clansmen present, especially the look of veneration with which they viewed him, Linley still felt quite happy. After having arrived here, Linley naturally wouldn't just watch as his clansmen were humiliated. Thus, on multiple occasions, he had shown his might, shocking the other branches. These days, the Yulan branch no longer needed to endure humiliation. These other clansmen naturally felt gratitude towards Linley. Everyone can disperse now. Don't stay here. Baruch laughed as well. Only now did the group of clansmen, chatting and laughing amongst themselves, depart. While doing so, they said amongst themselves, Linley is so formidable. What clone do you think made the breakthrough? Most likely, a divine destruction clone. It might be his divine wind clone. Those other clansmen weren't clear about Linley's detailed situation. They weren't even sure as to what type of laws Linley was currently training in. Linley, what breakthrough did you make? Caesar went up to him, greeting and asking him. Divine fire clone. Linley laughed at himself. Only now have I finally reached the god level in my divine fire clone. I truly am slow in training in fire. Caesar, Taras, and the others were immediately speechless. He had been training for less than 1,000 years, but had reached the god level in earth, wind, and fire, and he was complaining that he was slow? How is your training in the laws of the earth progressing? Taras asked. Still training in the fifth profound mystery. I've reached a bottleneck. I wonder if I'll be able to completely master the profound mysteries of strength before the ancestral baptism. Linley said. Only a decade or two was left before the next ancestral baptism. 10 or so years, to deities, was a very short period of time. Linley's original body accompanied Delia, while his 3 divine clones were completely absorbed in their training. But even after the day of the ancestral baptism was about to arrive, the profound mysteries of strength remained stuck at the bottleneck. On this day, nearly 80 years had passed since Linley had arrived at the Skyrite Mountains. In front of Linley's residence, Baruch was walking over. Linley, tonight, the ancestral baptism is about to begin. I've already registered your name for it. Soon, you'll most likely be led away by others to participate in the ancestral baptism. Make your preparations. Understood. Linley's eyes couldn't help but be filled with a look of anticipation. The ancestral baptism. What exactly was it like? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 10, Dragon's Pool. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 10, Dragon's Pool. The skies were dark. It was already sundown. Tonight, the ancestral baptism was going to begin. Within the gorge in the Skyrite Mountains, Linley was patiently waiting. Just a short while later, Linley saw a warrior dressed in azure armor fly over from the air. Who is Linley? The azure-armored warrior shouted. Linley felt a surge of joy. He immediately went up to greet the man. I am Linley. Linley laughed. The azure-armored warrior glanced at Linley. After a short, careful scrutinization, he couldn't help but frown and bark, stop joking around. Everyone who goes to the ancestral baptism is less than a century old. You are a god. Can it be that you are less than a century old? Quick, go have Linley come out. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. It seemed as though he had been taken for an imposter. I am Linley. I had been living in other planes, and only returned to the Skyrite Mountains just 80 years ago. Linley explained. Thus, up till now, I have yet to participate in the ancestral baptism. Oh? The azure-armored warrior was rather puzzled. At this moment, watching from below, Baruch, Delia, Bibi, and the others also didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. The azure-armored warrior actually didn't believe Linley was who he said he was. Baruch himself immediately flew up towards that azure-armored warrior. It's true. He is indeed Linley. He wasn't born in our Skyrite Mountains, which is why to this very day, he has yet to undergo the ancestral baptism. The azure-armored warrior glanced at Linley, then let out a cold snort. I'll believe you for now. But, kid, you better understand, if you've already undergone an ancestral baptism, undergoing a second baptism will be of no use to you. And, if you were to be found out to be an imposter, you will be in trouble. Enough. Let's go. The azure-armored warrior immediately flew high into the sky. Linley turned his head to say his farewells to Delia and Bibi, then immediately followed. They flew up into the Dragon Avenue, and followed it. Linley kept close behind the azure-armored warrior as they advanced non-stop. After flying for quite some time by the side of this azure-armored warrior, the two arrived at the top of a pitch-black mountain peak. At the top of the mountain peak, there were multiple azure-armored guards, a bald, black-robed man, as well as 10 or so young men and women. "Milord, Linley has been brought here." The azure-armored warrior flew over and immediately said respectfully. The bald, black-robed man glanced sideways at Linley, nodded, then instructed the warrior, "Enough. You can leave now." The black-robed man looked at Linley. "Linley, wait here for a while. When everyone is present, we'll go in." "Yes." Linley stood there with the other 10 or so people. "These people are all just saints." Linley could immediately tell that these youngsters were very suspicious, and they looked at Linley in surprise. They were amazed to discover that they actually couldn't see Linley's power. This person isn't a saint? Those young men and women were all puzzled. For someone who had been born less than a century ago, especially a descendant of the Azure Dragon clan, it wasn't very likely that they would be able to become a deity on their own without having undergone the ancestral baptism. Linley just waited there quietly, as one young man after another was led here by azure-armored warriors. A total of 28. All present. The bald, black-robed man nodded slightly, then said calmly, "Enough. Little fellows, all follow me. Remember, without my permission, you aren't allowed to run around wildly." As he spoke, the bald, black-robed man led them all into a corridor within the mountain peak. The outsides of the entrance to the corridor were all covered with draconic sculptures. The entire corridor led downwards, deep into the heart of the mountain. This corridor was nearly 6 meters wide and 4 meters tall. It was very rectangular, while at the same time the walls of the corridor had some ancient sculptures as well. The floor was covered with a woven carpet. Linley just quietly followed the bald, black-robed man. "Hey, you're already a deity?" A jade-haired girl walking alongside Linley couldn't resist her curiosity, and so she asked the question in a soft voice. Linley turned to glance at her. He chuckled, but only nodded in response. The jade-haired girl's eyes immediately lit up, and were filled with a look of adoration. "You are so amazing. You've never undergone the ancestral baptism, but you were able to become a deity in under a century." Even the other youths who were taking part in the ancestral baptism turned to look at Linley with either veneration, or surprise, or jealousy. Less than a century? He had passed the century mark long ago. However, in the Yulan continent, when he had become a deity on his own, it was true that at that time, he had been training for less than a century. "Pipe down!" The bald, black-robed man shouted icily. Immediately, those 12 saints were so scared, they didn't dare say another word. Linley's expression didn't change. This bald fellow has quite the temper. Linley continued to walk and follow him. Moments later, they arrived at the end of the corridor, which had a wide hall past it with quite a few black-robed figures within. "All here?" One of the black-robed men went to welcome them. A total of 28. All present. The bald, black-robed man said. "You watch them for a while. I'll go invite the 2 elders to activate the Dragon Ice Pool." "Right. Do you know where the 2 elders are, right now?" The black-robed man said. The bald, black-robed man said, puzzled, could it be that they haven't arrived yet? They arrived. But the 2 elders just went into a private room. They even said that without their permission, nobody is permitted to enter. The black-robed man was puzzled. They are in the private room in the Eastern Palace Hall. I'll go take a look. The bald, black-robed man immediately walked over. Deep within the mountain, in a private room in the Eastern Palace Hall, two figures were currently standing, shoulder to shoulder. One of them had a hawk-hooked nose, a balding head, two drooping sideburns, and a pair of eyes that were as grim and callous as a viper's. The other was very handsome, with long hair that flowed down his back. The two were both dressed in azure armor that was embroidered with gold patterns, as well as a cloak that was covered with strange, peculiar magic runes which flowed with all sorts of faint light. They were currently focusing their attention on watching a scryer recording that currently being broadcast, floating in the air within the private room. Formidable. The bald man couldn't help but sigh in praise. Even you and I probably wouldn't be able to so easily block that blade blow. The handsome man sighed in praise as well. The scryer recording currently being played, amazingly, was the scene of Linley's battle in the skies above Miluo Island. The scene which had just caused the two to sigh in amazement was that of the red-robed elder of the Bagshaw clan using a single blade chop to break apart Linley's cube. That battle had been watched by many outsiders who were present at Miluo Island. Those of them who trained in the elemental laws of water naturally would record it down. Because the main figure in this battle, Linley, was considered by many experts to be of the Four Divine Beasts clan, these scryer recordings naturally made their way to the Four Divine Beasts clan. Only, the speed at which this happened was rather slow. Linley had been in the Four Divine Beasts clan for so many years now, but the scryer recording had just now made its way here. Look! That red-robed elder is about to fight with our clansmen. The handsome man said hurriedly. In the scryer recording, that red-robed elder, after hearing the order from the clan leader of the Bagshaw clan, Backwell, began to wield his blade and charge towards Linley. Seeing the saber blow strike down, the two elders both held their breaths. But then, they saw from the scryer recording that Linley was able to use just his right leg to kick against that saber, smashing that seven-star fiend directly into the ground. Moments later, the scryer recording came to an end. Formidable! The handsome man sighed in praise. A stunned look was in the eyes of the bald man as well. Just by relying on his body, he was able to resist a full-force material attack from a seven-star fiend. For his body to be so incredibly strong, even in our clan, there are few who are at this level. You and I are not, at least. The handsome man agreed. Although the Azure Dragon clan's members were indeed strong in dragon form, to be as strong as this, very few in the Azure Dragon clan could accomplish it. For one's dragon form to be at this level of power wasn't just a matter of lineage, it also required other factors. It isn't just that his body is tough. Did you see that globe of earth and yellow light surrounding his body? Everyone trapped within it will have their movements be affected. Even that red-robed elder of Miluo Island was affected as well. The bald man said solemnly. Right. That's a gravitational space. An extremely formidable gravitational space. The handsome youth said, puzzled, someone in our clan is actually specialized in the laws of the earth? And at such a level? Inconceivable. After having seen that scryer recording, they were certain that this person was of their clan. In the entire infernal realm, only the Azure Dragon clan could have such powerful bodies after assuming dragon form. This person's power is great. The bald man sighed. He was able to defeat a seven-star fiend without even using his innate divine ability. If he had used his innate divine ability, he would have easily won. Right. The handsome man nodded. His body is so powerful, which means that his lineage must be very pure. If his lineage is very pure, then his innate divine ability must be formidable as well. The handsome youth knew full well how powerful his clan's innate divine ability was. But, I've never seen this person before. The bald man looked at the other man. Have you? The handsome man frowned. This transformation, I haven't seen it either. It might be an expert who is in seclusion outside the clan. The handsome man said. Oof. The clan is in a state of crisis, but this person still doesn't return. The bald man was clearly very unhappy. He might be powerful, but if he doesn't return, what good is he? Knock. Knock. The sound of the door being knocked. Enter. The bald man said calmly. The bald, black-robed man pushed open the door to the private room, then said respectfully, "Elders, the 28 participants of the ancestral baptism are here. Oh. Let's go. Let's activate the Dragonite pool," the handsome man said, and then he headed out alongside the bald man. The two were members of the elders of the Azure Dragon clan. Linley's group of 28 followed behind the two elders and the 4 black-robed men, walking through a narrow corridor. Up in front, the two elders chatted and laughed with each other. "Garvey, Jiawei, it's quite a rare occasion for us to have a god participate in the ancestral baptism." "It is quite interesting." The handsome man nodded. He became a god without undergoing the ancestral baptism. Not bad. The handsome man turned to glance at Linley, but unfortunately, during that great battle above Miluo Island, Linley had been in dragon form the entire time. Currently, Linley was in human form, so the two elders naturally couldn't recognize him as being the main character of the scryer recording they had just seen, that so-called reclusive expert who was living outside the clan. At the end of the walkway was a very wide palace hall. In the center of the palace hall, there was a large round pool that was 200 meters in diameter. The waters of the pool emitted a very peculiar odor, and next to the pool, there was a black-robed figure that was tossing in a large amount of herbs into it. Bubble, bubble, the waters of the pool continuously frothed. "This is the Dragonite pool," the bald man said in a clear voice. "Wait a while. Go in only after I tell you to, Odot." As he spoke, the bald man, with a flip of his hand, retrieved a fist-sized gemstone. This fist-sized gemstone sparkled with a dazzling azure light, and the bald man tossed it directly into the Dragonite pool. Plunk! The gemstone fell into the waters of the pool. The strange thing was, the Dragonite pool immediately glowed with a dazzling azure light that was quite piercing to the eye. And then, the waters of the entire Dragonite pool began to wildly bubble, with blasts of water constantly appearing and a large amount of azure energy forming waves that circulated on the surface, as though tiny azure dragons were swirling about. "Enough. You can all go in now," the bald man said casually. "You keep an eye on them for me." The bald man turned to look at the bald, black-robed man. "After the ancestral baptism is complete, retrieve the Dragonite jewel and give it to us." "Yes, elder." The bald, black-robed man bowed as he replied. "Let's go." The bald man and the handsome man laughed, then departed. The ancestral baptism would take a fairly long period of time. The two elders wouldn't just wait there like fools. The bald, black-robed man immediately stared coldly at the group of 28. "All of you, go in." "Dragonite pool?" Linley stared at the azure energy swirling about in front of him, at that Dragonite pool that was emitting that dazzling azure light. He immediately dove directly into the Dragonite pool, moving so fast he was like a ray of light. As for the other 27, they too charged forward en masse and entered the Dragonite pool. The 28 all landed within the Dragonite pool. Rauhaya. The entire Dragonite pool emitted a strange, draconic roar, a roar which shook the soul. At the same time, the dazzling azure light which the Dragonite pool had been shooting out in every direction began to dim, and the large amounts of azure energy swirling on the surface of the pool, with a whoosh, flooded towards those 28 people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 11, Innate Divine Ability. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 11, Innate Divine Ability. Countless streams of azure energy circled about like serpents slithering in the Dragonite pool. These azure energy currents flooded towards those 28 people, surrounding them like azure silkworm cocoons which continuously spun themselves around them. What an unusual feeling. As soon as he had entered the Dragonized pool, Linley had sensed a large amount of energy surrounding him. It was as though he had been returned to his mother's womb. The strange energy brought warmth to every part of his body and seeped deep into it. His body felt both numb and comfortable. So this is the ancestral baptism. Quite comfortable, actually. Linley closed his eyes, luxuriating in the feeling of that unique energy entering his body. The energy continuously seeped in through his skin. His flesh, his nerves, his blood vessels, his blood, they were all infused with it. Even his bones were infused with it, and even his eyes and eyelids were going numb. From inside to outside, not a single part of his body was left unchanged. In terms of spirit or body, Linley was currently in a very relaxed state. The palace hall where the Dragonized pool was located was extremely large. It was 300 or 400 meters wide, and nearly 100 meters tall. The ceiling of the palace hall, in particular, had an image of a bellowing dragon carved into it. Bubble, bubble, the Dragonized pool continuously frothed. At the side of the Dragonized pool, quite a few black-robed men were resting while watching these 28 junior descendants metamorphosize. The ancestral baptism will take at least 1 or 2 days. Some with purer bloodlines will have their ancestral baptism last for 6 or 7 days. The bald, black-robed man shook his head. The 2 elders went to rest, but we still have to wait here. A silver-haired youth by the side of the bald, black-robed man laughed. When one day you become one of the elders, you can be like that as well. Me? Become an elder? I'll wait to have the power of a 7-star fiend first. The bald, black-robed man said resignedly. Hey! These juniors are beginning to slow down in their rate of absorbing the energy of the Dragonized jewel. The silver-haired youth suddenly said. The bald, black-robed man turned to look. Indeed. Currently, in the Dragonized pool, 25 of the 28 azure cocoons had ceased absorbing the azure energy, with only 3 left which continued to devour the azure energy. During this ancestral baptism, there's actually 3 who have high potential. The bald, black-robed man sighed in praise. The longer they can absorb the power of the Dragonized gem, the purer the ancestors' blood is in their veins, and the greater amount as well. Right. The silver-haired youth nodded. However, juniors these days all have very shallow amounts of the lineage. Now that they are done absorbing the energy of the Dragonized gem, they'll have completed their ancestral baptism shortly. I heard that the more powerful 2nd and 3rd generation members of our clan, when undergoing their ancestral baptism, took 1 or 2 full days just to absorb the energy of the Dragonized gem. The bald, black-robed man said mysteriously. Are you serious? The silver-haired youth didn't dare believe it. Ordinary clansmen only need a few moments to complete the absorption part. Is the lineage of the 2nd and 3rd generation clansmen that much superior to ordinary clansmen? Why would I lie to you? Not long ago, that Baruch fellow. Do you know of him? The bald, black-robed man said. I do. The silver-haired youth sighed in praise. Supposedly, he spent a full night just absorbing the power of the Dragonized gem. The purity of his lineage is truly quite rare. Just think about it. If even Baruch's lineage could be so pure, how pure is the lineage of the 2nd and 3rd generations? The bald, black-robed man laughed. That Dragonized gem had been completely charged, but he immediately absorbed almost a third of it. The bald, black-robed man sighed with feeling. I saw this happen myself. A third? That much? The silver-haired youth said in shock. A single Dragonized gem would generally be swapped out for a fully charged Dragonized gem after using up half of its energy. However, generally speaking, half of the energy of a Dragonized gem would be enough to provide ancestral baptisms for thousands of years for the clan. Given there was an ancestral baptism every 100 years, that meant it could be used for tens of times, consecutively. But Baruch had caused the Dragonized gem to have a third of its energy used up in a single ancestral baptism. This was indeed shocking. It seems as though today's Dragonized gem is fully charged. The bald, black-robed man said. The Dragonized gem was a fairly precious item for the Azure Dragon clan. To others, however, it was worthless. After all, the energy of the Dragonized gem would only take effect on someone who had the Azure Dragon lineage. The Azure Dragon clan, in turn, had to spend an enormous amount of money to create these Dragonized gems. Look, just one left. The other 27 have stopped absorbing the energy of the Dragonized gem. The silver-haired youth said. The bald, black-robed man turned to look, only to see that in the Dragonized pool, just a single, large Azure energy cocoon remained. A large amount of Azure energy continuously, ceaselessly flooded towards that Azure cocoon, which seemed to be like a bottomless pit, capable of absorbing as much energy as came to it. Whoa! This one should be that god. The bald, black-robed man, glancing at the other 27, knew that the remaining one was Linley. God? The silver-haired youth laughed. I hear that he just came back not long ago from the outside world. He was able to reach the god level without undergoing the ancestral baptism. He's quite talented. No wonder he's able to absorb so much of the energy of the Dragonized gem, but... Tell me, how much do you think he will absorb? The bald, black-robed man laughed. Hard to say. Perhaps he might be able to absorb a tenth of the energy of the Dragonized gem. The youth said. A tenth? That's not very likely. The bald, black-robed man shook his head. As they spoke, the two continued to pay attention to the final, remaining Azure cocoon within the Dragonized pool. As for the other 27, they were in a state of slumber. Time flowed on. Half the night has passed. He's still absorbing? All of the black-robed men around the Dragonized pool were discussing this amongst themselves now. Crackle! That Azure energy continued to endlessly flood towards Linley's Azure cocoon, which didn't reject any of it, instead constantly absorbing all the Azure energy. The strange energy of the Dragonized gem continuously flooded every single part of Linley's body. But it seemed as though Linley's bones and flesh were able to absorb as much energy as was sent to them. My entire body is shaking. Linley felt extremely comfortable. He could sense that unique energy seeping deep into every part of his body, merging with the latent, potential energy throughout his body. The energy of the Dragonized gem was completely compatible with Linley's bloodline energy. However, it was as though the bloodline energy in Linley's body hadn't been completely discovered yet. Thus, a large amount of the energy of the Dragonized gem continued to flood in, constantly drawing out the energy hidden deep in the blood which flowed throughout Linley's body. It's been an entire night. The black-robed men surrounding the Dragonized pool were awestruck. Last time, I heard that Baruch spent an entire night absorbing. But this person actually, right, what's his name? The silver-haired man asked. Linley. He's Linley. The bald, black-robed man had been in charge of assembling Linley's group, and so he was very familiar with Linley's information. Oh, that Linley is just like Baruch. He also comes from the Yulan branch. The same branch? The silver-haired youth was astonished. I wonder how much energy this Linley will be able to absorb. The bald, black-robed man stared at the Dragonized pool. The Azure energy continued to flood out, not stopping at all. Only a long time later. The speed of the Azure energy flow slowed down, then came to a halt. That Azure cocoon merged into Linley's body as well. Within the Dragonized pool, Linley completely stopped moving, falling into a slumber, just as the other 27 had. Half a day, and a full night. The bald, black-robed man and the silver-haired youth looked at each other, their eyes filled with amazement and envy. The longer one could absorb, the more pure one's lineage was, and the more talented one would be in water. In addition, one's innate divine ability would also be more powerful. half a day and one night. Only the legendary members of the second and third generation could compare to this. Ah! Linley seemed to be asleep, but his consciousness was still quite clear. Linley could sense that his skin, his flesh, his bones, his organs, his entire body seemed to be trembling with excitement as countless microscopic threads of energy danced about. Throughout his body, every single cell was vibrating minutely. The energy of the Dragonite pool and the energy of his lineage was fusing together. It feels as though every part of my body is coming alive. Linley felt that this was inconceivable. In addition, the energy of the Dragonite gem, along with the energy of his lineage, when coming together, were silently transforming Linley's body. From his skin to his flesh to deep within his cells, a transformation was occurring. An intrinsic metamorphosis. As this silent transformation occurred, Linley allowed his body to change unimpeded, just using his consciousness to sense it. Not long after Linley stopped absorbing the energy of the Dragonite gem, the other people throughout the Dragonite pool began to change dramatically. Pool. First was a youth in the Dragonite pool who suddenly opened his eyes, then let out a wild howl. Draconic scales suddenly emerged from his body, and his draconic tail began to thrash about in the pool as well. Waves were sent splashing everywhere. Ayo ayo weoa. This dragon-formed youth let out an agonized howl. Moments later, he slowly calmed down, regaining his calm. At the same time, rumble, a rippling surge of energy came as the natural laws descended. A black-colored stone that glowed with an azure-greenish aura appeared, hovering above his head. It was a water-type divine spark. This kid is going to become a demigod. The silver-haired youth chuckled. All those who entered the ancestral baptism would naturally become deities of water, and would also gain their innate divine ability. Poof. The first one to transform is the one who absorbed the least amount of energy from the Dragonite gem, and has the least potential. The bald, black-robed man couldn't help but snicker disdainfully. Geez. This junior just completed his ancestral baptism. Say something nice instead, can't you? The silver-haired man laughed calmly. He, too, knew that although the other had said some unpleasant words, these words were true. The lesser the lineage, the lesser the elemental affinity to water, and the weaker the innate divine ability. As time flowed, one person after another in the Dragonite pool became deities. The vast majority of them completed the process in just 2 days. The second and third to last required 3 days before becoming a deity. After the two of them became deities, in the entire Dragonite pool, only Linley remained, still slumbering. The 27 had gathered at the sides of the Dragonite pool and were watching Linley within it. Wait slowly. From the looks of it, this Linley will need at least quite a few days before he will complete his transformation. The silver-haired youth said. I expect he'll take more time than Baruch did. The bald, black-robed man said. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, 11 days had passed since Linley had entered the Dragonite pool. Very, very few members of the Azure Dragon clan would take 11 days for the transformation. Linley remained the only person in the Dragonite pool. Linley suddenly let out an agonized howl. Immediately, the group of black-robed men surrounding the Dragonite pool, as well as those 27 others, felt their hearts tremble. They immediately looked over. At this moment, draconic scales completely covered Linley's entire body, and savage spikes had sprouted out as well. A terrifying aura drifted out. So painful. Linley gritted his teeth. He felt as though every single cell in his body was exploding with terrifying power, and countless surges of energy were constantly merging inside his body. This exploding energy caused Linley to be unable to refrain from transforming. The latent energy inherent in his mighty body continuously flowed out and merged like countless rivers that were flowing upwards. Up, up, up. Up into his mind. At this moment, that soul-protecting sovereign artifact was completely ineffective. This soul-protecting sovereign artifact would defend against enemy attacks, but wouldn't defend against Linley's own energy. This massive flood of energy poured directly into Linley's sea of consciousness, completely surrounding the souls of Linley's 4 clones. In the sea of consciousness, that bizarre azure light began to glow like a halo. On multiple occasions, even as far back as when Linley was a saint, this azure halo had saved him. But this time, the glowing azure halo was constantly growing more and more powerful. The glowing azure halo grew more and more powerful, until it seemed to have transformed into the sun, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness. The people by the side of the Dragonblood pool stared with wide eyes at this scene. Around Linley's body, the phantom of an enormous azure dragon appeared, filling nearly the entire palace hall as it coiled around him. This azure dragon phantom hovered directly around Linley, and its illusory eyes actually swept the group of people by the side of the Dragonblood pool with its gaze. The Azure Dragon Phantom. It's actually the Azure Dragon Phantom. And what an incredibly clear Azure Dragon Phantom. The black-robed men stared, slack-jawed. As for Linley, he was currently opening his mouth, and as he did so, that Azure Dragon Phantom also opened its mouth, emitting a terrifying draconic cry, and as it did, a blurry azure energy halo suddenly spread out in every direction, filling the entire palace hall. Every god and demigod present suddenly froze, as though having lost all consciousness. Even those black-robed high gods could feel their souls be trapped in a very peculiar state. The bald, black-robed man instantly regained his clarity of mind, then said in astonishment, "Innate divine ability, dragon roar, at such a terrifying level of power, and he is only a god. If he were a high god." Rumble. The natural laws suddenly descended. Linley had become a deity in water as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 12, The Might of the Dragon Roar. Book 17, Indigo Prefecture, Chapter 12, The Might of the Dragon Roar. These black-robed figures had long since grown accustomed to the sight of people becoming deities at the Dragonblood pool. Naturally, it wouldn't surprise them. However, they currently were still astonished by the enormous Azure Dragon Phantom which had appeared behind Linley. Azure Dragon Phantom. A god is capable of manifesting the Azure Dragon Phantom. These black-robed men were utterly dazed. Much like the divine beasts God-Eater Rat and Swanee Lion, the divine beast Azure Dragon, when using its innate divine ability, would also have an illusion of its true form appear behind it. If they were true divine beasts, then when using this innate divine ability as a demigod, the illusory phantom would still appear. But the Azure Dragon clan was different. This was because in the entire Azure Dragon clan, only the ancestor, the Azure Dragon, was a true divine beast, a true Azure Dragon. But as for his descendants, such as the clansmen of the 2nd or 3rd generation, all the way down to Linley, they only had the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, but they weren't the true divine beast Azure Dragon. The power of their innate divine ability was far inferior to that of their ancestor. But although it was inferior to their ancestors, there were still varying levels of strength with regards to this innate divine ability amongst the descendants of the Azure Dragon clan. This was because the innate divine ability was linked to one's spiritual energy. Thus, generally speaking, clansmen who had extremely powerful innate divine abilities would only just barely manifest the Azure Dragon Phantom upon reaching the high god level, when their souls became more powerful. As for those with weaker innate divine abilities, even after becoming high gods, they still wouldn't be able to form an Azure Dragon Phantom. Only gods with exceedingly powerful innate divine abilities were capable of forming an Azure Dragon Phantom. For example, the 2nd generation members of the Azure Dragon clan, as gods, were able to manifest the Azure Dragon Phantom. As for the 3rd generation, only part of them were able to manifest the Azure Dragon Phantom as gods. A god who was capable of manifesting the Azure Dragon Phantom. The black-robed men looked at each other, their gazes filled with shock. Rumble. To the side of Linley's original body, another Linley had appeared, hovering in the air, dressed in an azure green robe and with a head full of azure green hair, who emanated an aura of water. This was Linley's divine water clone, and it immediately entered Linley's original body. The azure dragon phantom had disappeared long ago. So this is what the ancestral baptism is all about. Linley, his eyes closed, was sensing his sea of consciousness and his soul. Deep within his mind, seated above that soul sea was his divine earth, fire, wind, and water clones. In the center of those 4 clones was that black stone, and above the black stone was the soul of Linley's original body. At the same time, the entire soul sea was flooded with a thick, azure light. In the Yulon continent, when Linley had only been a saint, this azure light had saved Linley on multiple occasions. But afterwards, when Linley's power had grown, the strength of this azure light had become far inferior to the soul attacks of others and unable to withstand them. However, after this ancestral baptism, the power of this azure halo had increased 10,000-fold. So the innate divine ability is as marvelous as this. Linley was incomparably surprised. It isn't just pure divine power, nor is it pure spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy in this azure aura combines, only then can this innate divine ability be executed. Only now did Linley understand the reason why innate divine abilities could only be used by divine beasts, and why others couldn't learn how to use them. For example, Bibi's God Eater. For example, Dylan's Heaven Devourer. They were all divine beasts, causing their souls to have unique properties. The unique property of the Azure Dragon clan was this azure halo. Linley was unable to understand what source of energy this azure halo was, exactly. It wasn't divine power, nor was it spiritual energy. After undergoing the ancestral baptism, Linley naturally gained insight into this innate divine ability, and naturally gained insight into one of the profound mysteries of the laws of water. This innate divine ability, Dragon Roar, has some similarities to my Blackstone prison. They both have an impact on the soul, rather than being killing techniques. Linley, after acquiring the Black Stone at the Amethyst Mountains, was capable of using the Black Stone to exert a power that impacted the soul, causing enemies to enter a dazed state. This Dragon Roar also affected the soul. My innate divine ability, Dragon Roar, isn't as strong as the Black Stone with regards to affecting the enemy. Linley had discovered the second difference now. Aside from the impact on an enemy's soul, his innate divine ability, Dragon Roar, had another, unique impact. Impacting speed? Linley shook his head. Wrong. It impacts time. Right. It's time. The innate divine ability of the Azure Dragon clan, the Dragon Roar, didn't just impact the soul, it also contained the ability to impact time. Although the strength of the effect on souls wasn't too great, the power it had to influence time was utterly monstrous. Neither the 7 elemental laws nor the 4 higher edicts had an impact on time. Time was something which was utterly inviolable. And yet, the innate divine ability of the divine beast, Azure Dragon, had an impact on time. Most likely, only this sort of innate, intrinsic divine ability could have an impact on time. Bibi's God Eater allowed the direct devouring of divine sparks. The Azure Dragon's Dragon Roar influenced time. Neither could be trained. Unfortunately, Linley wasn't a true Azure Dragon, and so the true power of the Dragon Roar couldn't be fully unleashed. When I use the Dragon Roar, the impact on time is very minute, virtually negligible. Linley thought of the ancestor. However, if it were the ancestor, a true Azure Dragon who used this divine ability, the effect would definitely be terrifying. Although his blood was very pure, it was still far from being comparable to his ancestor. Currently, the power of my soul isn't very great, so when I use this innate divine ability, the impact on others is very limited. Once I reach the high god stage and absorb a large amount of amethysts, my soul will strengthen by tens of times over, and the impact on time this innate divine ability has will definitely become more noticeable. Linley knew very well how terrifying the power to influence time was. However, this ancestral baptism has already had a tremendous effect on my power. Linley's heart was filled with joy. The greatest benefit Linley had reaped from this increase in power was that azure halo. The azure halo, combined with his spiritual energy, could not only execute his innate divine ability, it could also be used for soul defense. For example, even at the saint level, the azure halo had blocked soul attacks. But now, after the ancestral baptism, the power of that azure halo had been multiplied 10,000 times over. Once it fused with his spiritual energy, the power of Linley's soul defense was now extremely shocking. Given my current soul defense with the damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact assisting it, most likely only 7-star fiends who specialize in soul attacks are able to pose a threat to me. But whether or not they can kill me is another story. Linley was completely confident. Within the Dragonite pool, Linley opened his eyes. Those black-robed men as well as the 27 others were all staring at him in amazement. Linley looked around the Dragonite pool, realizing that he was the only one left within it. I didn't realize I was so slow. Linley laughed calmly, then flew out. Only now did the bald, black-robed man wave his hand, and that Dragonite jewel immediately levitated out of the Dragonite pool. Currently, only half of the Dragonite jewel was azure in color, with the other half being translucent. Half of the energy was used up. The bald, black-robed man glanced in surprise at Linley. Make the arrangements to have these people be sent back. The bald, black-robed man said to the silver-haired man. Fine. The silver-haired man nodded. Linley was quite delighted. Smiling, he followed after the silver-haired man, preparing to leave alongside him. Linley, hold it. The bald, black-robed man suddenly said. Ha? Linley turned to look at him, puzzled. The bald, black-robed man forced out a smile. During the ancestral baptism, all by yourself, you absorbed half the energy of a Dragonite jewel over the course of one night and half a day. As a god, when utilizing our innate divine ability, you are able to form an azure dragon phantom. You are indeed a genius of our clan, make a trip with me. Later, the elders will definitely want to meet you. Oh. Linley laughed as well. Baruch had told him as well that after his ancestral baptism, because his bloodline was almost as pure as those of the third-generation clansmen, he had been received by an elder, and thus learned many things regarding the clan. The 27 were immediately led away, while Linley followed the bald, black-robed man forward, passing through a walkway into a palace hall, then through yet another corridor before arriving at the Eastern Palace Hall. Within a private room that was deep within the Eastern Palace Hall. Wait here for me. The bald, black-robed man said. Linley nodded. The bald, black-robed man immediately walked out. Linley had a hint of a smile on his lips. The ancestral baptism definitely had been a great boon to him. His soul defense had received an unexpected, delightful increase in power, and as for the dragon roar, in the future, when his soul grew more powerful, he would be able to truly unleash its might as well. I hope that the elder won't chat with me about all the various issues pertaining to the clan. Linley said to himself. It will be quite boring to listen to it a second time. In the hidden room, the bald man and the handsome youth were currently seated in the meditative position, awaiting the bald, black-robed man. Only when he entered did they open their eyes. You are so slow. The bald man said coldly. Give me the Dragonite jewel. Yes, elder. The bald, black-robed man offered the Dragonite jewel. Upon seeing it, the bald man and the handsome youth were both shocked. Only half remaining? The handsome youth immediately said. Right. This ancestral baptism had a genius named Linley. He took half a day and a night just to absorb the energy from the Dragonite jewel, and only now did he complete the ancestral baptism. The bald, black-robed man said hurriedly. The handsome youth and the bald man exchanged shocked glances. Emmanuel, yet another person with potential has appeared in our clan. The handsome youth sighed in praise. Quick, have him come over. The bald man shouted hurriedly. Yes. The bald, black-robed man immediately left. Soon, Linley, dressed in a sky-blue robe and with his long brown hair casually flowing down his shoulders, walked in with a smile. Upon seeing these two people, Linley immediately bowed respectfully. Linley greets the elders. "So it is you." The two had some recollection of Linley. It would be strange if they couldn't remember a god-level deity participating in the ancestral baptism. The handsome youth laughed. "Linley, your bloodline is very pure, completely comparable with our third-generation clansmen. You absolutely cannot squander such excellent innate gifts. The clan needs you." As he spoke, he flipped his hand and produced a fairly thin book. "The fall of our clan 10,000 years ago as well as our current crisis. Once you read this book, you will understand it all." The handsome youth, with a toss, made the book fly straight towards Linley. Linley let out a secret sigh of relief. So he was just given a book. He had been worried he would have to listen to the story once again. "It makes sense," Linley said to himself. "If this has to be told to every single person with high potential or every single person who becomes a high god, wouldn't the elders grow tired of it?" Linley took the book, pretending to flip through it. "You can go back and read it later." The handsome youth laughed. "Remember, after reading it, destroy it. Don't allow those ordinary demigods and gods to learn of it. For now, it's best to let them worry less." "Yes, elder." Linley immediately responded. "Linley." That bald man, Emmanuel, also laughed. "Innate talent is one thing, but working hard in training is very important as well." "Enough, you can go back and train. Remember, you are not permitted to use a divine spark. You have to rely on yourself to become a high god. If a genius like him was to use a divine spark, that would be an utter waste." "Yes." Linley immediately bowed, then turned and began to walk towards the outside. "Emmanuel, it's quite rare for us to be able to encounter such a genius." The handsome youth, Garvey, sighed in praise. "Yes, it is quite rare. Let's go." The bald man, Emmanuel, laughed as well, and then he rose to his feet. But as his gaze unconsciously swept across Linley, who had already reached the doorway, Emmanuel's gaze suddenly turned sharp. A look of astonishment appeared on his face as well. He stared unblinkingly at Linley's right hand. As Linley was walking away, the movements of his hand occasionally revealed a glimpse of a black ring, the coiling dragon ring. "That's the ring of the ancestor. A soul-protecting sovereign artifact." The balding man's face instantly turned purple, and his entire body was shaking, his mind lost in a fog. A soul-protecting sovereign artifact. That's a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. "Emmanuel, what is it?" Garvey was rather puzzled. By now, Linley had already pushed the door open and was walking out. Only now did the bald man come to his senses, and he immediately shouted, "Linley, halt! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."